Ever17 time. Alright, let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. You go capture? You go capture? Huh? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No, that's right. We gotta use the window capture. I always forget. Play the game like once a week and forget. Oh, shit. Here we are. Here's Rose. Cool. Alright. Now we're good. Now we're golden. Yeah. We don't need the intro today. Alright. Sora's Rainbow. Yes, that's right. So Sora was just telling us all about, you know, quantum suicide. The concept of when you make a choice, you have ended a timeline. But, you know, just because you ended a timeline in your universe doesn't mean that that timeline doesn't exist in another parallel universe, and zero escape. In the end, I didn't fix anything for dinner. Keshi, you had one job, and that was to make goddamn tuna sando for everybody, all the time, always. Ooh, my robot girlfriend told me some confusing quantum science stuff. Ooh, I don't want to make it. Come on, Takeshi, come on. Come on. Hey, Takeshi. What? Me when I'm hangry. Can't you make anything besides tuna sando? Well, there's not much I can do about that. There wasn't much at this kiosk except tuna sandwiches to start with. I cooked all the hot dogs this morning, so they're finished. The owner probably just kept them for a little variation. Really? The kid held the sandwich wrapping in his right hand and twisted it around his fingertip. The half-eaten sandwich remained in his left hand, not getting any smaller. Didn't seem like he couldn't finish it. What's the deal? Eat up before it gets cold. Yu was done eating, and she peered at the kid's face. You must have walked all over looking for something else to eat, but it was no use after all, huh? The food that washed into the corridors during the flooding is almost all spoiled anyway. But that's okay, because we got more stuff to make tuna sandwiches than you could imagine. I guess that's true. The kid tore off a piece of the sandwich and shoved it in his mouth. To survive, it's crucial that you have something you can eat. Hey, looks like you got the picture. Yep, looks like we got a real survivor on our hands. That's right. You answered shortly. Huh? Yeah. Just a little hobby of mine. Sometimes I go into the mountains alone. What are you talking about, you? Looking outside the window. I carve my own path. Sometimes I even get a little bit lost. Into the mountains alone? Maybe this is a slightly more horrifying thing for me, who grew up amongst, like, the Rocky Mountains. Who do you mean you just went in there? Do you have any idea how many mountain lions there are? What, are you training in some ancient fighting art on the sly? Jeez, Kuranari, why do you have to get like that? Yeah, out fighting the black bears under the winter moon. Nope, I hunt out onsen that nobody knows about. Nerd. Deep in the mountains. Someplace that no one else has ever been. Oh, now that is this girl's idea of romantic. You, never mind. I take everything I just said back. She is right. And she should say it. Oh man. Who's going hiking out to a hot spring with me? Raise your hands. We got a couple. We got the one you gotta make a reservation for, and the one that they're like, okay, but if you hear somebody coming, it might be a guy with a shotgun. So you know. Make your choice. You wriggled as if intoxicated by the image. Ah, now I get it. You were soaking in the hot springs with the bear. Takashi was really out here as the first, choosing the bear option. Oh, Takashi. Shut your damn mouth. Now, would you shut up about bears already? So despite appearances, you're really wild at heart. Oh, what might you be suggesting? You drew herself up in an exaggerated fashion. Yeah. You talked about stitching up your own finger. I suppose that was also while you were out searching for onsen? Yeah, I suppose. It was just a surface scratch. I only needed a few stitches. Huh. Just like I thought. Bear wrestling. Give it up. Yus turned red-faced as she exploded. I can't take this anymore. You let out a sigh and turned away from me. I suppose she was fed up. Maybe I got a little carried away? But Yu's face clouded over a bit. Teasing her could have gotten her that down? Just as I was thinking that, Yu avoided my eyes and muttered. About Tsugumi. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. What's up? What is it? What I mean is, Just then, we heard the sounds of people running through the water towards us. Slap, slap, slap. Slapping their dogs against the wet floor. Hey, what's up? Hey, Coco. You about ready to eat? Yeah, all that running around's made me starved. Woof. That's right, I remembered she was the only one who hadn't eaten yet. I handed Coco the last tuna sandwich I'd kept in the food warmer. That was cute. Hey, chow time! Ah, this is yummy! Oh shit, I missed him. This blend of soy sauce, mayonnaise, and fried tuna is perfect. Supreme! Yeah, shonen, this is divine, isn't it? Coco shot the question to the kid, who was standing in front of the store. Yeah, sure. I'm getting a little tired of it. The last bit of unfinished sandwich remained in his left hand. Put some of this on. It'll be even better. What is that?
むにむにむにむに。
Coco pulled out a tube she'd hidden behind her back, held it over the kid's sandwich and squeezed. Coco, what the heck is that?
サワークリーム。
Sour cream!
サラダ用のやつがお土産の売店に1個だけあったの。
It's supposed to be for salads. It was the last one at the gift shop. The tube said, add some spice to your life and crab-flavored cream sauce. Mild. Well, that could really broaden your culinary horizons. She doused her mouth with the sour cream, doused her sandwich with the sour cream, opened her mouth wide, and shoved it in.
おいしい。
Delicious.
これは絶妙のさらに上を行く絶妙です。
Doesn't get any better than this. Looks directly at the camera. The kid looked at her doubtfully before taking a bite.
確かに
Not bad.
絶妙かも。
This might be what it needed.
でしょ、絶妙の絶妙っしょ。
I told you. Yummy, yummy. With that, Coco and the kid covered their sandwiches with cream before polishing them off.
ねえねえ、たけぴょん。
Coco called out while crumpling up her sandwich wrapping. Eh?
すぐみんの分はどうしよっか。サンド、
What are we gonna do with Sugumin Sando?
できたらココが持っていこうか。
How's about I hold on to it for her? Well... I'd made it for her and stuck it in the warmer to keep for her. But, then again...
ごめんね、ココ。
Sorry, Coco.
つぐみはまだ寝てるの。しばらく起きないから。
Sugumi's still asleep. She won't wake up for a while, so... You gave Coco a pat on the head.
そうなの？
Oh, is that right?
うん。疲れてるだろうし。今はね。
Yep.
もうちょ
I'll
っと寝
bet
かせて
she's
あ
pretty
げて。
tired. Let's let her sleep a little longer.
わかった。じゃあ、すぐみんが起きたら食べてもらお
Okay
うね。
then. So she can eat it later after she wakes up. Huh?
ちゃんと取っておきましょう。
Let's save it
つ
for
ま
her.
み食いしちゃダメだよ。
No snacking on it either. Coco pointed to the sandwich nestled deep in the food warmer. So she'd noticed it. All right. Roger that.
よろしい。じゃあ、ココは食後の運動してきます。
Okay. Time for some after meal exercise.
あ、待って、僕も行くよ。
Hey, wait. I want to go too. Coco, the kid, and Pee-Pee ran toward the rest area together. You and I watched them from behind. Oh, by the way, you. Is Sugumi resting up?
ああ、実はさっき救護室によってちょ
Yeah.
っと様子を見てきたんだ。
Actually, I just stopped by the infirmary to check on her. How was she?
私は専門の医者じゃないから具体的なことは言えないけど、
Not a medical expert or anything, so I can't say anything specific. And yet we've had her performing surgery. Okay.
回復は今のところ順調よ。
But she seems to be recuperating. Satisfactory progress, I think.
順調すぎるくらい。
Maybe too satisfactory. What do you mean by too satisfactory?
なんて言ったらいいんだろう。
I really don't know how to put it. You suddenly stopped talking and let her head fall forward. Bleh. Well, if her condition is stable, that's good, isn't it? The operation went well, right? What's up with you? Lose your confidence somewhere or something?
そうじゃないんだけど。
No, it's not that.
そうだね。
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. You lifted her head as if she had just realized
確か
something.
に私はちょっと自信なかったけど、つぐみはちゃんと回復
Perhaps
して
I've
る。
lost some of my confidence, but I know Sugumi is recovering.
生命力ってやつよね。
Life force is an amazing thing, huh?
まあ、そうそう死にはしないのよね。
You
人
know?
間って。
humans don't die so easily. You smiled when she said that. And what did she mean by that? There's a lot of blood in a person. What? After dinner, when we finished cleaning up, we made our way to the rest area. 4 stone statues were lined up in one corner of the area. One of them extended a hand, pointing toward the south. Butt cheek. Another reached towards the east. Butt cheek. Yet another looked up to the heavens while reaching a hand upward. Double butt cheek. The remaining figure had both hands pressed to its chest and eyes closed. Butt cheek. I wonder if there was some kind of meaning to all of it. I asked you, but she just shook her head unknowingly. It looked like Coco the Kid and Pee-Pee were running amongst the figures as they played.
ところで、空はどこ行ったのかな?
By the way, I wonder where Sora went. Hey, you're right. Now that you mention it, Sora was here right until just before we ate.
教室に入ったままなのかな?
Maybe she's still in the control room.
たまーにだけど、空ってレミのコンソールの中に潜ってしばらく出て
It
こな
only
くなるの
happens
よ
once in a
ね。
while, but sometimes she'll dive into Lemmy's main console and not come out for quite a while. Really?
仕事熱心みたいだからね、空。
Seems like she can get pretty caught up in her work. I wondered if that was all that was to it.
じゃあ私、行って様子見てくるよ。
Well, I'll go check it out. Alright, you do that. With that, she ran out a nearby exit and down the corridor. Slap, 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 slap. After having a good stretch, I watched Coco and the others play. Oh, good stretch, yeah. Oh. Oh. Everything creaking and cracking. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, don't turn 40, kids. Don't do it. The 3 of them, 2 kids and an animal, circled the stone statue. They were playing a game of chase, not really caring who was it. Without seeming to get bored, they kept running around and around. On the other hand, I got restless watching them. Whew, what a sight. It looked kind of fun, but I didn't feel quite like asking to join in. I let my eyes roam around. Oh? So that's where you were, Sora. After her unexplained disappearance, Sora had appeared next to a nearby flower bed.
ええ、少し前からここにいました。
Yeah, I've been here for a little while.
花を眺めていたんです。
I've been looking at the flowers. I observed the flowers. In the flower bed, short roses, marigolds, and margarettes were all planted together. Yeah, but they sure don't seem to be doing very well.
そうですね。
I see what you mean. Nobody had watered them for the past several days. The soil was dry, its surface cracked. The flowers had wilted and the plants were beginning to dry up.
生命とは不思議な現象です。
Life is sure a strange phenomenon. Sora muttered to herself as she gazed at the flowers.
種から芽が出て成長し、花を咲かせ、受精し、
A bud sprouts from a seed.
土に帰る。
A flower blossoms, reproduces, and then a seed matures and returns to the earth.
その種から再び芽が出て成長し、花を咲かせ、
From that seed comes another bud,
土に帰る。
another flower which blossoms and reproduces, and a new seed, which in turn returns to the earth.
その繰り返し。
On and on, just like that.
生命とは何のためにあるのでしょう。
What is the purpose of life?
花は何のために咲くのでしょう。
Why do flowers bloom? I was unable to reply at once. Why indeed did flowers bloom?
理由はともかくとしても、生命とはとても素晴らしい現象だと思います。
Whatever the reason or purpose, I think life is a wonderful thing.
けなげに咲いている花を見るとき、私は不思議な感動を覚えるのです。
When I see a flower struggling to exist, growing from a crack in the concrete, I have a strange and wonderful feeling.
花はいつでも必死に生きようとしている。
Flowers are always striving desperately to live. What's she mean growing out of a crack in the concrete when she is a computer hologram in an underwater amusement park?
こんな海の底で光や二酸化炭素の乏しい環境で
Even in an environment such as this, in the depths of the ocean, without enough light or carbon dioxide,
しかもこんな風に乾ききった土の上でさえ
even in such parched and cracked soil,
花は決して諦めようとせず見事に咲き誇ろうと努力している
they never even think of giving up, just struggle courageously to live.
その姿勢が胸を打つのでしょうか
Doesn't it inspire you?
いいえ
Huh. Maybe not.
きっと意味や目的なんて花には何の関係もないことなんでしょうね
Maybe it's no use contemplating the meaning or purpose of flowers. Sora glanced up at the ceiling. I followed suit, also looking up. Boo, what? The shrill sound of a siren rang out loudly. Tiny sensors hidden in openings of the ceiling panels were moving wildly. Once again, I heard the sound of flowing water coming from somewhere. Ah, no way, it can't be another flood! JK, it's the sprinkler system. Massive amounts of water rained down from the ceiling. The drops poured down upon us mercilessly. Soon after, we were suffused in a heavy mist. Sora's appearance changed to that of a rainbow. What in the world? Hey, Sora, what's going on? I tried to steady myself while asking. However, it seemed that a smile hovered about Sora's mouth. Sora? I looked up again, checking the ceiling. The drops of water were everywhere. I couldn't see much due to the fine mist. What? Ah, it's sprinklers, huh? Sora nodded without speaking. Water. I sipped water from my cupped hands, both tasting and testing it in my mouth. The water from the sprinklers was neither a liquid to extinguish fires nor seawater. This is filtered water.
はい館内水道用の真水です
This complex uses the purest possible water. That means... perhaps it's meant for watering these flowers? She laughed but didn't answer. The ceiling was designed so that the water sprayed down perfectly on the roses and other flowers below. Not long after that...
ちょっと何があったの
Hey, what's going on over here?
ソラちゃん警報が
There's an alarm! An alarm!
そらたけし大丈夫
Are you guys okay? Everyone came running over in a frenzy, splashing water with every step.
もしかしてまた浸水なの
Don't tell me there's another flood. No, it's not.
違う
So what is it?
違うの
You know what? We're putting this back under the capture. You know what? Get back in here. Yeah. We'll at least put it underneath. We'll give it the black background treatment. Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
なんか水浸しだよ
I mean, everything is totally soaked.
タケピョンもびしょ濡れだし
Look at Pyeon, you're drenched. Don't worry about me. The drops of water were still pouring down from the ceiling.
もうモニターに警報が出たから慌てて飛んできたわよ
Oh man, we ran over here as soon as we saw the warning on the monitor.
火災警報じゃないの
It's not the fire alarm? I'm telling you, there's no fire or flooding. Let me explain. So we were contemplating the purpose of life, right? And you know, whether or not a flower's will to survive is linked to any kind of a conscious choice or meaning. Could you put that away? She was holding a fire extinguisher in both hands as if bracing to use it. She'd pulled the safety pin and held out the nozzle, ready to spray at an instant's notice. It was a pretty clumsy looking attempt. remember, if you're gonna use a fire extinguisher, it's the pass method. Pull the pin, aim the fire extinguisher, and then you want to sweep. Sweep and spray. And don't aim at the middle of the flame or the top of the flame. Aim at the base of the fire. Make sure that you fully saturate any fuel. Okay? Unless you're in a kitchen. At that point, smothering. And this has been your daily PSA. Thank you. After a while, the water stopped. Sora smiled and gazed at the flower bed. Oh, squeeze. Squeeze, by the way, is the second S in pass. Squeeze and spray. Or squeeze and sweep. Yeah. You don't suppose this was just a prank? You know, now it was my turn to smile. Yeah, I guess it was something like that. Over on that wall, there's some kind of weirdly shaped and colored button. I thought, what the heck does this do? I couldn't help giving it a little push. When I said that, you tossed the fire extinguisher aside. Then she turned to hide her face to try to contain her laughter. Without Sarah, we haven't gotten the everybody points and laughs at Takashi, like, sprites. Aww. She balled up a fist and swung it in my direction. Listen here, you're not a kid, you know. Just who broke the group rules the other day, huh? What were you thinking? Yu was poised to launch into a sermon. She rambled on, but the words didn't reach my ears. I was gazing in wonder at the flowers. The previously wilted and drooping flowers had, in such a short time, become full of life and seemed to be dancing about. Oh. Midnight sneaked up on me. Everyone was fast asleep. Some were snoring. For us, the situation wasn't getting any better, but at least it wasn't getting any worse. It was better that we just slept to prepare for what might come. If only I could. I can't sleep. If anyone was awake, they'd see me, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. How could I be so tired, but not able to sleep? Oh, I know the answer to this one. It's because you drink too much caffeine, because it's what I do to me. Starting to wonder about my body. Ah, well. I took a walk to get my mind off of things. I saw the corridor was covered in water as I quietly slipped out of the room. Ah, it's freezing. The ocean water flowing into the room was colder than usual. Maybe because it was evening. Which isn't particularly how oceans work, but okay. Damn, now I'm even more awake. I continued down the path, my heavily soaked shoes weighing me down with each step. Only the sound of my damp shoes echoed through the night. Didn't encounter a soul as I walked down the corridor. Nobody had come to get us. But I decided not to let it get me down. We were still alive, we had survived so far, and we would live for the foreseeable future. I thought to myself that anyone who'd made it as far as us would survive. Yeah! We'll make it! I nodded to myself. I turned a corner in the corridor. Was it a dead end? It seemed like I'd reached the end of the floor. I turned around and headed back along the passageway. Oh, good. There you are, Kuranari-san. I was looking for you.
あら、どうしました？
What's wrong?
もしもし？
Hello? Oh! Sora.
はい？
Don't scare me like that, Sora. I was surprised. For an instant, I'd stood there frozen. Because the moment Sora had appeared around that corner, she and I had been face to face. We were so close, it seemed like our noses overlapped. Realizing that, I took 3 steps backward. I could feel my heart pounding.
すいません。ちょっと血像位置で
Oh,
近すぎてしまいましたね。
so sorry. I didn't mean to get so close to you. Sora's cheeks turned a soft red.
変な風に見えてました？ 私。
Did I look strange? No, don't worry about it. You're beautiful as always.
そうですか。
Thank
ありがとうござい
you.
ます。なんだかちょっと照れますね。
It's just... I'm a little embarrassed. Huh? Felt like I'd just blurted out something ridiculous. But Sora had smiled when I said it, so maybe it was okay. I tried to calm myself down.
それより倉成さん。
Well,
他の
anyway,
皆さんはお休みのようだったので。
everyone is still sound asleep, so I haven't told anyone, but... As she said that, her face suddenly changed. Huh? What?
先ほど小町さんが寝返りを打とうとされたので、医療用電動ワゴンを差し向けて阻止
A
しました。
little while ago, Komachi-san was tossing and turning in bed, so I dispatched the medical wagon to keep her still. Really?
私もさすがに驚きました。だって重傷なんですよ。
Yes, I was
それ
surprised.
なのに。
She was seriously hurt, you know, and still... Hey, she should wake up soon, don't you think?
そうですね。意識が戻るかもしれません。
I think she may soon regain consciousness. Well, she shouldn't be tossing and turning like that. She'll reopen her wounds.
実はそれが。
Actually, that's why... Hey, we can't let that happen. That's it. I'll go and check on her.
倉成さん。
I just left her standing there, calling after me. I flew up the stairs as fast as I could and sprinted down the corridor. I arrived in front of the infirmary on the 2nd floor. I poked the button to open the door, but it seemed to take forever. The door opened slowly and quietly. Sugumi was lying there on a bed in the back of the room. I walked slowly over to her and sat down on the bed next to hers. I could hear a computer working over at the other end of the room, collecting data on her pulse and blood pressure. The data told us the most important thing, that she was still alive. However, Tsugumi was still unconscious. Had she really turned in her sleep? Or would she continue to sleep like that? At that moment, her fingers began to twitch. Her eyes opened. I wondered what I should do. What I should say. Where to even begin? But she woke up before I could decide. Good morning. That was all I could say. I was a full-time dumbass, after all. I hadn't thought of what to say beyond that.
今、何時なの？
What time is it now? I'm not sure. I pulled my PDA from my pocket and checked the time. It's May 4th, 1:42 a.m.
そう。
Tsugumi appeared weak as she slightly moved her body. How are you feeling?
愚問ね。
That's a stupid question. I'm just asking. Tell me how you're feeling.
悪いわ。なんだか体中だるくて。
Awful. My whole body hurts.
最低よ。
I feel terrible. Oh. Guess I could have guessed that. Well, shit. Tsugumi lifted her hand up to her face, opening and closing it slowly. Her movements were still sluggish. How's the injury? Does it hurt? You may still be under a bit of anesthesia.
傷
Injury?
麻酔
Anesthesia? Hey, you didn't forget, did you? Even though, you know, light amnesia is actually a use of anesthesia. I'm just saying. Tsugumi's eyes wandered about the room, to the ceiling and the sheets, the cast on her leg.
ああそうね
That's right, I remember.
思い出したわ 私
Tsugumi tried to get up, but noticing the various IV cords snaking up her arm, she frowned. She was alive. She was injured, but still breathing. Her life had been saved, and for that, I was grateful. But it was my fault. I was the one who caused her injury. Do we apologize or no? Yeah, he's out here beating himself up. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell her how I felt.
どうして謝るの
Why are you apologizing? It was my fault that you were injured. Because I was careless. You ended up getting hurt. It was my fault. That's why I'm sorry. And what's more, you protected Coco. You made sure she didn't get hurt. I don't know how to thank you. I lowered my head. But Tsugumi's face soured. She was glaring at me.
勘違いしないで
Don't
僕の
misunderstand.
身代わりになって傷を負ったわけじゃない
I was injured, but it wasn't because I sacrificed myself for Coco's safety. Tsugumi sighed heavily.
私はただ
It's just that...
死にたかっただけ
It's just that... I wanted to die. What?
なんで助けたりなんかしたの
How come you had to save me?
あのままほっといてもらえれば
If you left me alone,
死ねたのに
I could have finally died. What? I jumped up from the bed, shaking my fist furiously. What the hell did you just say? You! What do you mean I could have finally died?
言ったでしょ
I said what I said, Takashi.
私は
I
死にたかっ
wanted
た
to die. Tsugumi gazed at me, narrowing her eyes. She was quiet. I gazed back. I could tell by the look in her eye that she wasn't joking. I got it. Turned away from Tsugumi, I blurted out something. Well then, Tsugumi, how come you helped Coco? No, better yet, how come you went to repair the warehouse? You wanted to die? Well then, you didn't really have to worry about us, now did you? You shouldn't have cared at all if we'd all died. Right? Or wrong? Tsugumi's mouth didn't move, and neither did the rest of her body. She just lay there. You know, I'm glad I saved you. But I just stopped, thinking that saving you was a good idea. After that, I had nothing more to say. I rose to my feet and left the room.
倉成さんどうでしたか小町さんは
Kuronari-san, what happened? Where's Komachi-san? Again, Sora was waiting for me. She looked concerned. Oh, her? Yeah, she's fine. She's pretty quiet. I'm no doctor, but I think she'll be back on her feet soon enough. Besides, she doesn't look like she's dying. I think we can all relax.
あの
Oh, what? Sora simply blinked at me. Then, her eyes narrowed sadly.
そんな言い方をしてはいけませんよ倉成さん
You shouldn't talk like that, Kuronari-san.
小町さんは重症なんですまだまだ安静にしていないといけないんですよ
Komachi-san is very hurt, Kunari-san. She needs to rest more than anything, alright? Was that right? I'd almost forgotten. No matter how badly she treated me, Tsugumi would still be bedridden for months recovering. You're right. I'm sorry. That came out a little harsh.
倉成さん、小町さんと喧嘩されたんじゃありませんか?
You had a fight with Komachi-san, didn't you? Her body stiffened as she asked. No, I wouldn't say that. I was just disappointed with her.
がっかり?
Disappointed? Yeah. There was no way I could tell Sora what Tsugumi had just said to me. I still couldn't accept that she would say such a thing. Ugh, never mind. Just forget it. It's just that I guess I'm still upset at myself. It was my fault Tsugumi got hurt. You know, I just don't know what to say. She could be... Ah, damn it!
気に病むことなんてありませんよ。
Kurenari-san, please, don't worry about it. Sora smiled softly.
怪我は誰のせいでもないんです。
It's no one's fault that Komachi-san got injured.
今のレミューを取り巻く状況は誰か一人のせいではありません。
The situation here at Lemu is not anyone's fault.
倉成さんも私にそう言ってくれたじゃないですか。
It was you who told me that.
倉成さん、小町さんが何とおっしゃっていたかわかりませんけど。
Kurenari-san, I'm not sure what Komachi-san told you.
彼女は助かったんですから。私は嬉しいです。
All I know is that you saved her, and for that, I'm grateful.
小町さんが無事助かって嬉しく思っています。
I am just so happy that she was saved. Sora produced a bright smile. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose I should be happy, huh? Yeah. I couldn't help but laugh along with her. It broke the tension. I embarrassingly scratched the tip of my nose. You know, Tsugumi was in a really bad mood for some reason. Maybe she just didn't want to see my face. Okay. That was probably it. First she got hurt, then the operation. She must have been upset about that. Maybe that was all there was to it. Even if it wasn't that, I didn't want things to drag on forever. I'd helped Tsugumi, and she was recovering. It was simple as that. I was happy with that. And there was Sora, smiling in front of me. Hey, Sora, you busy right now?
平気ですけど。
No, not really, but...
倉成さん、お休みにならなくてもいいんですか?
Kurenari-san, are you sure you don't need more sleep? Nah, I'm fine. I already tried to sleep, but I couldn't, which is why I went for a walk. Let's make our way over to the dolphin carousel. We can talk. I turned to her and slowly reached out my open hand.
はい。
Sora brought her hand up and placed it on mine. And then, we were off, riding the dolphins on the carousel. Sora turned on the power to the carousel and got on before quickly taking off. I rode on the dolphin next to her. The ride pulsated with vibrant colors as it revolved around the space. I hadn't ridden a carousel since my childhood, but I didn't feel strange about it. In fact, it was fun. I loved carousels. I am always like, oh damn, but what if carousel? My heart skipped a few beats. Thank you.
え?
I'm sorry? Thank you, Sora, for your help.
フォロー。そうですか?
My help? Just keep it at that. Thank you.
いえ、そんな。私の方こ
No,
そ
no.
いろいろ倉成さんにお世話になってま
I
すし
should be the one thanking you. You've helped me so much.
それに小町さんにも田中さんにもココちゃんに少年さん皆さんに感謝しています
Komachi-san, Tanaka-san, Koko-chan, Shonen-san. I'm indebted to everyone. Indebted?
私はここ数日で
Lately, I've felt...
人が生きるということに改めて触れている気がしているんです
I feel like I've gained a new perspective on human life.
みんな諦めないで立ち向かって 工夫して
Everyone holds their ground. They fight and try to figure out ways to
これまで
survive.
レミューの業務の中では私はそんな人たちの行いにほとんど触れたことがありませんでした
In all the time I've spent here at Lemu, I've not really ever been with people. Yeah,
もしもですけど
it was
もしもここに何も起き
this
ず
microcosm.
いつもと変わりない光景が繰り返されていたとしたら
Day after day of the same scenery. Nothing changed.
人
Nothing
々が本当
happened.
にそこに生きているということに私はずっと気づかなかったのかもしれませ
I
ん
did not care what happened to the people here.
だから私はこの機会と出会いに感謝したい
But now, I'm grateful to have met with this opportunity.
今この瞬間も
I'm happy that, even at this moment,
このような閉塞的な状況にあってもみんな生きていこうって
despite what happened in this door situation, people are still striving to live.
明日を信じて生きているんですよね
Come on, everybody. Believe in tomorrow so you can live today. Yeah.
すいません
Oh, I'm sorry. Sora shrugged, embarrassed.
私また不謹慎なことばかり言ってしまって
I'm always saying things I should not. I didn't mean to gush.
ごめんなさい本当に
Oh,
デリカ
I'm
シーが欠けて
sorry.
ますよね
Really.
私
It was really lacking refinement. No, it's fine. I laughed it off, waving my hand to show her it didn't matter. You never saw Lemu when it was empty. From the time you came to Lemu and started working, there have always been people. It's natural that there were things you didn't know. You had doubts and made
確
mistakes.
かにそうなんですけどね
I suppose you are right. So don't worry about it.
皆さんの脱出経路をきちんと確保できればいいんですけど通信系の回復だって
It would be great if we could ensure that everybody has an escape route, but even the communications are still... No, it's all right. I know it's difficult. We're not expecting the impossible. We haven't even found a safe route out of here. Rather than us looking for an escape route haphazardly, I think it would be best to wait for help.
ええそうですね
Yeah, I think you're right. Sora let out a soft sigh and smiled.
そうだ倉成さんここから脱出できたらまず何がしたいですか
So, tell me, Kurenari-san, after you escape from here, what's the first thing you want to do? Well, I know I want to eat something other than a kiosk sandwich. There's a great restaurant close to my home. It's run by a nice old lady. She gets along with everybody. She's got a round face like a classic car. What does that mean?
クラシックカービートルでしょうか
Do you mean like a beetle? Right, just like that beetle. That old beetle makes a mean bowl of miso ramen. Wonder how she's doing right now.
なんだかおかしいです
You're funny.
ここを出て最初に会いたい人がそのおばちゃんなんですか
You get out of this place and the first person you want to see is an old woman. Huh? Is that weird?
いえその
No, not really.
倉成さんお付き合いをしている女性とかいらっしゃらないのですか
Isn't there a girl waiting for you to come home? You think this guy has a girlfriend? Absolutely not. So, yeah, to answer your question, no one's waiting for me out there. We broke up a long time ago. And it was a clean break, if you know what I mean.
そうですかでは倉成さんは
I
恋
see.
をなさったことがあるのですね
You've been in love before. Wouldn't put it that way. Well, our relationship wasn't your perfect love story. But I have been in love.
素晴らしいです倉成さん
Wow, that's great, Kurenari-san. Sora smiled lightly. Hey, stop teasing me. You're making me embarrassed.
素晴らしいですよ
But it's really fantastic. I was pretty sure my face was as red as a boiled crab by then. But imagining it only made it worse. That was for sure.
だって私は
Well,
ないんです
I've never been. What?
私したことないんです。
I've never... Never what? Takashi, oh my god. Are the dots this hard to connect, sir? Are they?
経験がないんです。
Never had that experience. What experience?
恋とは何でしょう？
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more? Sora suddenly put on a serious face.
私は知りたくなりました。
I want to know.
恋とは何でしょう？
What is love?
方法、手段、意味、目的。
Tell me its how, its method, its meaning, its purpose?
なぜ恋をするのでしょうか？
Why do you love?
どうしたら恋ができるんでしょうか？
How does one go about loving? Sora was firing off one question after another. It didn't seem to me like easy questions to answer.
倉成さんは恋の経験者ですよね。
Kurenari-san, you are someone who has loved. Oh, it was coming.
恋とは何なのか、
What is love?
どんなものなのか説明してはいただけないでしょうか？
Can you explain it and help me understand it? Takashi don't got the brain cells to even try, so we're going with I can't explain it. Let's see. I tried to buy myself time by lengthening sounds as if I had an answer on the tip of my tongue. Love. What was love? I never really thought that seriously about it. Wasn't there some other way I could describe it? I don't think she's falling for this, Takeshi. No, I had to think. I had to think about it. What was love? How could I explain love to someone who had never experienced it? Love. What is love? Damn. I was running out of air. Well, I gave up. No more air left. My brain couldn't work properly with such little oxygen. He could have stopped at my brain couldn't work properly.
どうなさったんですか？倉成さん。
What's the matter, Kurenari-san? For no reason, my heart started beating wildly again.
あまり無理をしないでくださいね。体を壊してしまいますよ。
Don't try too hard, Kurenari-san. You're falling apart. Sora stood up
で
straight.
は、そうですね。自答してみましょう。
All right, I will try to answer my own question.
私は私なりの見解を述べます。
Let me express my notion of love. Sora began to speak.
私はこう仮定します。
Let us imagine a flower.
花々は恋をしますか？
Can a flower love?
しないような気がします。
It seems to me it cannot.
少なくとも人間の目からは理解できる恋の行動は見られないようです。
At least from the perspective of human beings, flowers don't act in any way that can be viewed as love.
動物たちは恋をしますか？
What about animals? Do they love?
するかもしれませんし、しないかもしれません。
They may love, they may not.
恋であるように見える行動がある種の動物にはあります。
Some animals seem to act out of love. We've observed this to an extent.
しかしその真意はわかりません。
But perhaps animals do not understand the true meaning of love.
人間でいうところの恋と同義であるかどうかは不明です。
It's unclear whether it's the same as the human definition of love.
人間は恋をしますか？
Do humans love?
はい。人は恋します。
Yes, I believe so.
それは
Love is a many splendored thing?
つまり人に備わった不可思議な機能なのです。
Love is one of those mysterious things that people are programmed to do.
人間が生殖を行う上での一つの機能であり、
one of its functions is reproduction.
それでいて生殖そのものからは独立したものであるところの
But that appears to be a function independent of love. Stop! But Sora continued to speak, so I cupped my hand over her mouth. I put my hand over her mouth, but I couldn't feel her lips. She is a hologram. Takeshi, did we forget? Did we forget she's a robot? Hey, hold up. Slow down. I couldn't tell if her lips were warm or not. It somehow felt as if something were there, but then again, maybe it was my imagination. I felt, trying to see if there was some sort of warm feeling. Let's see. Let me tell you what I think. Why does a rose bloom? Why does a canary sing? Sora just stood there, blinking at me. Her eyes were fixed on me. Love is not rational. It's not something you try to explain through logic. It's something that's planted in the depths of your heart and steadily blossoms into something beautiful. If something goes wrong, the flower might wilt and die. But if the love is true, it may bear amazing fruit. There's no rhyme nor reason to the process of love. Even if you do find reason in it, love isn't an emotion you can control easily. Love is something that visits, like wakefulness after slumber. Just as we awaken in the morning to begin our day. We're put on this earth for the purpose of love. To live is to love. To ask what's the meaning of love is to ask, what's the meaning of life? I slowly removed my hand from her lips. My hand was slightly sweaty and warm. Sora, what do you think of my explanation? I might have borrowed bits and pieces from elsewhere, but I don't think it's all wrong. No, actually, I believe it's right. You understand what I said, Sora? Sora nodded silently.
バラは咲くために生まれた
Roses are born to blossom.
カナリアは歌うために生まれた
Canaries are born to sing.
人は恋するために生まれた
Humans are born to love.
そう考えるのはとても素敵なことですね
I think that's a beautiful way of thinking. A smile appeared on her
も
lips.
しバラに意識があるとしてもバラ自身は咲くために生きているとは思っていないでしょう
However, even if a rose is born to bloom, I don't believe that a rose knows this.
もしカナリアに意識があるとしても
And I don't
カナリア
believe
自身は
a canary
歌う
believes
ため
its
に生きて
purpose
い
to
るとは
sing.
思っていないですけれど人
But
間から見れば
From the eyes of a
バ
human,
ラの生命の目
it
的
might
は
appear that the only
咲くこ
purpose
と
of a
にのみ
rose is to
存在す
blossom.
るかのごとく思えるしカナリアの一生の目的は
Similarly,
美しく歌うこ
from
と
the
に
eyes
の
of a
み
human,
存在するように思えてし
it
まう
might appear that the only purpose of a canary is to sing.
きっと人間も同じなんですね
It would appear that humans are probably the same.
多くの人は自分が恋するために生きているとは思っていないでしょう
I imagine that many people don't believe that they're living for the purpose of loving.
けれど私から見れば
But from my perspective,
人は恋するために
I believe they are mistaken.
生きているように思います
It would seem to me that people only live to love.
そういうことなのかもしれません
It could be that's how things are. The movements of the dolphins gradually began to slow. The music faded to a stop as the dolphin carousel continued to slow. Oh, is that it? I dismounted the dolphin and stood on the carousel. I wish we could have ridden just a little bit longer. But that was fun. Let's come ride these dolphins again sometime. That was a pretty deep conversation we just had. Sora? Sora was still riding her dolphin, not moving. What's wrong, Sora? Sora looked up absently. But there was nothing in the air where she was looking. Only the sprawling dome-like ceiling of the dolphin carousel, extending in all directions. Sora?
ねえクラナリさん
Sora was looking up into the empty sky.
私は何のために生まれてきたのでしょうか
Why was I created?
私が生きていることの目的は
What's
一
the
体何なので
purpose
しょう
of my being alive? With the music stopped, the room was quiet. Different colored lights played off of the carousel. The light reflected a hint of sadness off of Sora's face.
いえ、
I was
ちょ
just
っと聞いてみたかっただけです。
curious about it. Sora laughed as if nothing had happened, got off her dolphin, and came up next to me. I didn't know what to say. What was her purpose? At that point, I just couldn't find an answer to that question. All I could do was to turn my back to the dolphins and head towards the dark exit. As I did, I looked skyward, looking for a sky that wasn't there. It was really hard to wake up after falling back asleep. Going to bed at like 3 in the morning will do that to you. And when I couldn't get up, I'd get irritated. The reason I couldn't sleep was beyond me. I probably couldn't sleep because I was so caught up in not being able to sleep. A vicious cycle. Oh, and one we have all experienced. Man, this is really bad. I was still groggy, but thankfully, I wasn't so sleepy that it was driving me crazy. I opened and closed my hand. My body seemed to be in pretty good shape. I shook my head. I slapped my cheeks. Then I breathed in a deep rush of cold air, breathed it out, and gradually cleared my head. Mustering up my strength, I jumped out of bed. I reinserted the voice converter into my ear. About time I started cooking breakfast for y'all. But when I looked around, no one's here. The conference room was empty. Hold up, what time is it? I checked my PDA display anxiously. It was just shy of 9 a.m.
遅い。
You are so late! Yu was standing guard in front of the kiosk. The kid, Coco, and Pee-Pee were sitting and waiting.
遅い遅い遅い遅い。たるんでるぞ、クラナリ。
Kuranari, you're a total mess! Yu's cheeks looked a little swollen. Ah, sorry, my bad.
もう、待ちくたびれたぞ。
We've been waiting forever.
お腹減ったぞ。
I'm starving.
やだわ。これで本当にお腹と背中がくっついてしまったら、ク
Look,
ラナリのせいなんだ
if
わ。
my belly actually sticks to my spine, I'm holding you personally responsible.
神よ。
Oh, Kami.
お腹と背中がくっついて平べったくなってそよ風に乗ってインド洋の向こうまで
Remember me when I waste away to nothing
許しください。
and am blown by the wind across the Pacific. You're worried about being blown away by the wind? I think it'd probably take a hurricane to carry you off.
さりげなくひどいこと言ってないクラナリ。
You're a real gentleman, Kuranari. Yu's shoulders sagged for some reason. Can't believe you guys haven't eaten yet. I looked around at them.
ああ、それがね、
Well, you see,
挑戦してはみたんだけど。
we did try.
少しチャレンジャーすぎたというか
Say we
ね
tried a little too hard. They looked at one another with a mix of conflicting emotions. Or expressions, not emotions. I cocked my head quizzically at them and went around to the kiosk's kitchen. Ah, what's going on here? There was an impossibly delicious smell. And a blackened charred piece of fried tuna. Red, black, green, everything was splattered with mysterious fluid. The sandwich buns were colorful and sticky. The lettuce that normally went into the tuna sandwiches had been diced. I'd never seen such a shocking kitchen. What exactly happened here?
ちょっと手分けしてみんなで作ってみました。
We tried dividing up the work.
タケピョンも食べよ。食べてみよ。
Let's eat takepyeon! Hey, wait. Is this food? You can actually eat this? Kid, are you serious?
一応
Sort of? Sort of.
美味しいかどうかは
I don't know if it'll taste good, but... Why did you stop talking? Everything's edible once.
まあまあ固いこと言わないの。
Now, let's not get critical. Apparently, there'd been a number of reasons why I was in charge of cooking.
てなわけで
Alrighty then.
食後の休憩といきますか。
Time for a post-meal break? They all trooped over to the rest area. After I'd safely finished eating, but my stomach was still growling. Would I be okay? Doing the dishes was an unpleasant job, but with everyone's cooperation, we got the ordeal over and done with.
ねえねえたけぴょん。
Hey, Takepyon!
すぐみんの分のサンド届けておいたよ。
I took Sugumin's sandwich over to her. Oh, thanks. I patted Coco's head. Before I tackled the cleanup, I'd picked out some decent sandwiches and had Coco take them over. Whether the still recovering Sugumi would actually eat them was another story. Hey, Coco, was Sugumi eating all right?
うん。なんかね、すごくお腹減ったって言ってた。
Yeah,
3個くらい食
she
べてた
said
よ。
she was really hungry. I think she ate 3. Huh, well, guess she's gotten well enough to eat then.
すぐみん、早く元気になりそうだね。
She's getting better pretty fast, don't you think? Yeah. That's Sugumi. The night before, she'd said she wanted to die. Sugumi was probably just pretending to be tough. Distancing people by saying awful things was one of her bad habits. The fact she was eating meant at least her body was determined to live. As long as she recovered completely, there would be no more problems. It's a good thing. I felt my chest relax in relief.
なんかほっとした顔してるね、たけぴょん。
You just got a happy look on your face, Takepyon. Ah, really?
すぐみんのことすっごく心配だったんだよね。
You were really worrying about Sugumin, huh? Feeling so transparent made me want to conceal the truth. No, it's not that. I was just thinking that those sandwiches were pretty good after all.
本
Ah, really?
当？そっか。よ
Yay,
かった。
good!
たけぴょんのサンド、実はココが作ったのだ。
Actually, I made your sandwich all by myself. You see,
秘伝のソースがたっぷ
I
り
used
入って
lots
いるの
of
だ
my
けど
secret sauce.
マヨネーズとマスタードとカニ味噌と練りわさび。
Mayo, mustard, wasabi,
それから竜田揚げには塩コショウして醤油ちび
some
っと
salt and
垂らして
pepper,
バタ
a
ー
dab
たっ
of
ぷ
soy
り
sauce,
して
and lots of butter.
焼けたらシナモンとカルダモンとターメリックとナツメグと
Then,
バニ
when
ラ
it
エッ
was
センスを
done,
混ぜ混ぜして振りかけて
cinnamon, and cardamom, and turmeric, and nutmeg, and vanilla, all shaken together and poured.
それから
Then,
なんだっけ
then, what was it again?
七味とカレー粉とラー油と
Allspice,
ピピが見つけてきた
and
チューブを
curry,
適当に
and
して
hot sauce, and some tube of something that Pee found. We used lots of that.
そこにすかさずレタスの千切りを間に挟む。
Then we stuck the lettuce in between.
合成一緒。なかなか見た目も綺麗だったでし
Magnificent,
ょ。
right? And pretty too.
ここ味見しなかったからちょこっとドキドキもんだったんだけど。
I didn't actually taste it, so I was a bit nervous.
そっか。あれ美味しかったんだ。
But you said it was delicious, right?
じゃあ次の食事もココが作ろうかな。
Well, maybe I should make the next meal then. Nah, you don't have to do that. I'll keep doing the cooking. Just listening to her was making my gut ache. Gathering my wits, I went to the bench where you and the kid were sitting. Coco and Pee trotted along behind me.
ねえユウ、空はどこに行ったの？
Hey, you, where did Sora go?
ああ、 何か脱出の手がかりがないかどうかもう一度調べてくるって言ってた。
She went to go look again if she can find some clue to help us
3階
escape.
のセンサーの反応が少しマシになったらしいから。
From what she said, the sensors on the third floor are working a little bit better.
うん
Did you see Soryu? I cut in front of them.
ああ、クラナリが売店に来る前に少し。
Yeah, for a minute before you came to the kiosk. I see. Did Sora say anything? Did she seem different somehow?
別に普段通りだったよ。
Not really. Same as always. Okay. Well, that's good.
クラナリ、空に何かしたの？
Kurinari, did you do something to her? No, nothing.
怪しい。ならいいんだけど、なんて言っちゃってさ。
You're acting suspicious. Why'd you say, well, that's good?
ま、チクチク追求するほど、あたしゃ野暮じゃございませんけどね。
Not that I'm the type to hound you with questions or anything. No, not you. She's never hounded anybody with questions.
で、実際どうなんですか、クラナリさん。
So, what's the story, my dear Kurinari-san? What's the deets? What's the tea? What did you do? She laughed and pretended to hold a microphone to my face.
今のお気持ちは？
Can you tell me how you're feeling right now? I don't care what happens. I'm not talking to you.
以上、レポーターの田中がお送りしました。
This is reporter Tanaka Yu, reporting live. She withdrew her invisible microphone.
そういえば
That reminds me. The kid muttered, glancing at me.
たけし夜中に部屋を抜け出してたみたいだよ。
Apparently, Takashi sneaked out of his room in the middle of the night.
地上筋から有力
Oh,
な発言。
relevant circumstantial evidence. Next, the invisible microphone was pointed at the kid.
散歩かなと思ったんだけど、
I thought maybe you were sleepwalking,
たけし非常階段を走って登っていったから、
but you ran up the emergency stairs, so
僕はその後すぐ寝ちゃったんだけど、ちょっと気になってたんだ。
I went to sleep right after that, but it's been bothering me.
というわけらしいけど、どうなのクラナリ？
What do you have to say for yourself, Kurinari?
言いたくなければ別に構わないと思うけど。
You don't want to talk about it, don't worry.
何の話？面白い話？
Are we talking about something fun? Huh? All of their eyes were fixed on me. Bathed in their attention, there was no way for me to escape the microphone. Alright, I'll confess. Do we make the excuse? Do we just pull the damn? I went to the bathroom. Or do we do the alright, I was talking to Sora, because, you know, these are true. I was out there. He did hear me go up the emergency stairs. So I suppose we can best do the I went to see Sugumi. I told the truth.
つぐみに？
I was gonna take a walk when Sora came up and told me that Sugumi had woken up. I didn't want her to start wandering around and hurt herself, so I rushed right over to the infirmary.
ああ、そうか。
Ah, is that it? That's it. We didn't have any weird conversations with Sora on the carousel or anything.
そういえば確かさっき空からちょっとだけ聞いたよ。つぐみが目を覚ました時のこと。
Actually, I guess I did hear pretty much the same thing from Sora. How Sugumi woke up. What? So you knew all along?
ごめん。ちょっとクラナリのこと話してみようかなと。
Just thought I'd give you a hard time. Man.
でも僕たちも呼んでくれればよかったのに。
But you should have called us. Huh? Ah, you're right. I wasn't thinking. Well, I don't know about you, kid, but you was dead to the world. Didn't figure it'd be any good to try and wake you guys up.
何よ。
No one seemed inclined to question me further, so that solved that. Everyone milled around the rest area. Felt the energy drain out of me. I wasn't tense. I wasn't relaxed either. Maybe I was just tired. I sat quietly thinking. When I couldn't sleep, I'd been pondering all sorts of things. About Tsugumi and Sora. Sora made me think about all kinds of questions. What was love? What were people? What was the meaning of life? What was she herself? She was more worried about things than I was. I didn't know the answers. The stress of so many unknowns was starting to get to me.
で、あるからして。
Which is why... Hearing Yu's voice, I returned to Earth with a jolt.
ギリシャには多くの神々の
So
物語
many
が
Greek myths have
伝わ
been
っているわけ
handed down to us. Yu was standing in the middle of the room, apparently giving a lecture. The kid, Coco, and Peepee were sitting on benches, listening obediently. I ended up listening myself.
そうそう。ほら、そこんとこに石像がありますね。
You see that statue over there? It's a rather lovely piece. She turned around and pointed at the statue in a corner of the rest area.
美しい彫像とその作者の愛。
The beautiful statue and the sculptor who loved her. I'll tell you their story. Oh, are we moving into Pygmalion now? I guess it makes some sense with Sora. She gave a melodramatic cough. She turned back to the group and began gesturing and talking.
昔々、キプロスというところに彫刻家の青年がいました。
Once upon a time, in a place called Cyprus, there was a young sculptor.
彼は名をピグマリオンと言います。彼はキプロスの王とも呼ばれているけど、
His name was Pygmalion. He's been called the King of Cyprus.
神話の世界では偉い人のことをみんな王様や神様にしちゃうから、そ
But
れ
in
は
these
ひとま
myths,
ず置いと
they
いて
tend to call anyone a king or a god, so we won't go there for a bit.
とにかくピグマリオンって優秀な彫刻家がいたの。
Anyway, there was an excellent sculptor called Pygmalion, and then,
ピグマリオン。彼の彫刻は素晴らしい。生命力にあふれ、
his statues were incredible.
巷で評判だったのね。
They were so vital, so full of life. They looked as though they might start moving at any moment.
ピグマリオンにはちょっと女性不信気味なところがあって、
But Pygmalion couldn't seem to get interested in ladies.
周りの人々はあのような素晴らしい才能を持った彼がなぜ妻をめとることができないのかと首をかしげるん
People
だ
around
け
him
ど、
wondered why a brilliant sculptor like him couldn't land a wife.
若きピグマリオンは自分の彫刻作品を仕上げることにしか
But
興味を持てなかった
Pygmalion
の
only
だ。
seemed to care about making his
そんなあ
statues.
る日、彼は女性の裸体の彫像を一つ完成させたの。
Then, one day, he finished the nude figure of a woman.
これがまた惚れ惚れするような会心の出来栄えで、
It was a
最高傑作
wonderful
と呼ばれる
piece.
だろうと
Absolutely charming. Even he himself thought it might be his ultimate masterpiece.
だけど、
But
その自分でもうっとりするような、まるで生きているような美しい彫像を眺めているうちに、
as he looked on her beautiful, almost living face,
ピグマリオンはその彼女の像が裸であることを急に恥ずかしく感じるようになったの。
he realized she was naked. He became embarrassed.
彼は
There, I'm wearing a hat.
彼
I'm
女
not
のために
naked.
服を持ってきて着せた。
He brought clothes for her and dressed her.
それだけじゃなく、日が経つにつれてピグマリオンはあまりにも彼女のことが愛おしくなってしまって、
And when it got dark, he was so besotted with her that
彼女に食べ物をあげようとした
he
り、
even brought her
話し
food
か
to
けたり、
eat,
夜は
talked to her,
一緒に眠るよう
and
にな
even
って、
slept next to her.
きっと彼は初めて本当に純粋に恋をしたのね。
It was the first time he'd ever experienced true love.
自分の作った彫像に
Love for the statue he himself had created.
ピグマリオンは自分の持てる愛情のすべてを彼女に注いだ。
He poured all the love he had
自
into
分
her.
に語りかけてくれると信じて、
He believed that one day she would speak to him.
けれど仕事を忘れ毎日寝食を惜しんで彼女に尽くしたピグマリオンの体は
But
だ
in
ん
the
だんにやつれ
meantime,
ていった。
he neglected his work. He forgot to eat and sleep, and Pygmalion began to waste away.
このままでは 彫刻家ピグマリオンは死んでしまうのではないか。
People began to worry he would die,
神に
so
祈
they
りを
prayed to the
捧げた。
gods.
またピグマリオン自らも思い悩んでいた。
And Pygmalion was agonizing as well.
体を動かせず、物を言えず、食べることも眠ることもできないこの彼女の姿があ
It
ま
was
りに
so
も
sad
悲
to
し
see her unable to speak, eat, or sleep.
い。もしもこの私ピグマリオンが年老いて天に召されるとき、
He thought that when he himself became old and went to
彼女
heaven,
はここに立ち尽くしたまま残され、朽ちるのを待つばかりとなるのだろうか。
she would have to continue standing there, just waiting to decay.
それは嫌だ。
To him, it was unthinkable.
彼女と添い遂げられないのなら、我が
If he couldn't be bound to her, it would be better to throw himself off a cliff.
彼女が血の通った人間であったら、
If only she'd been a real woman with blood running through her veins.
とまあそんな風に。
He went on, just like that.
するとこの彼の祈りは天にいる愛の女神アフロディーテに届いた。
Until his prayers reached Aphrodite, the goddess of love.
女神アフロディーテはピグマリオンの前に舞い降りて彼に祈りを込め、
Aphrodite came down to him and told him to kiss his beloved
ピ
statue.
グマリオンが彼女の彫像にそっとキスすると、
When he gently kissed her,
彼女の方にみるみる赤みがさして、その目はゆっくりに開かれ、
her
彼女は
skin flushed
艶や
pink,
かな肌を持った乙女へと
her eyes opened, and she turned into a living woman.
彫像の美しさそのままの人間の乙女に。
A woman as beautiful as the statue had been.
そしてピグマリオンは彼女と結婚し、
So
子供
they
まで
married
設けました。
and even had children.
彼はそれまで以上に素晴らしい彫像を世界中の神殿のために作って過ごしましたとさ。
He kept making even more beautiful sculptures for temples around the world, and they
めでた
lived
しめでたし。
happily ever after. Aww. Finally finished with her long story, you pinched her skirt and curtsied. Coco and the kid applauded her.
なかなか面白かったよ。
Hey, that was pretty interesting.
ブラーバブラビッシマ
As for me, watch silently. Yeah, well, let's go with the. I'm too cool for school. Huh. Thought it was a pretty scholarly talk. But I kept quiet and watched the faces of everyone. With their fingers still extended in front of her face, you spoke confidently.
このピグマリオンの話はね、
The story of Pygmalion.
望んで願い努力を怠らなければそれは叶うという、そのことを言い表してるのよ。
Shows that if you hope and ask and persevere, your wish will come true.
魂込めて作った彫像を本気で愛し、いつか言葉を返してくれると信じたからこそピグマリオンの願いは叶ったんだから。
His longing was answered because he put his heart into his sculpture and then loved her, believing that she would speak to him one day.
そうなんだ。
So that's it.
あ、ちょっと話は変わるけど、ローゼンタールという人が唱えたピグ
Okay.
マリオン効果というのがあって
This is a little different, but this guy named Rosenthal wrote about something called the Pygmalion effect. She was acting like a professor on a soapbox. Seemed like she was overdoing the whole thing. But her ridiculous expressions were so amusing that I got drawn
プラ
in.
シーボ効果というのはそれとちょっと意味合いが違ってて、
It's not quite the same as the placebo
どちら
effect.
にせよそうであると信じること
Both of
が
them
重
involve
要になるの
believing
で
in
あって、
something.
つまり私たちのサバイバリティにも関係してるわけであり、
So, they both have to do with our chances of survival.
寿司桶に入っているバランがビニール製だからといってその寿司が安物だと言い切ることはできないはずなのよ。
Just because the sushi in the display case is made of plastic doesn't mean the sushi inside is cheap.
お
Now that's a metaphor, baby!
なるほど。
Her talk seemed to have derailed into like a nasty train wreck. I had no idea what she meant. But the kid and Coco were a rapt audience. Several minutes later, sometime during Yu's long speech, my brain started working again. Wow, so it is possible. We all headed up the emergency stairs to the second floor.
みんなでつぐみんに会いに行こっか。
Shall we all go and see Sugumin?
そうだね。
Yeah,
僕もつぐみがどうしてるか
I'd like to know how
知り
she's doing.
私も。じゃあ、お見舞い
Me
ってことで。
too. Let's all go
ちょっ
check
と
up
様
on
子見
her.
に行きますか。
Coco's proposal came out of the blue, but everyone agreed and headed upstairs. Wonder how she's doing.
安静にしてなきゃならないのは確かだけど。
In any case, she needs rest. Well, worrying about her won't make her better any
つ
faster.
ぐみに何かあれば空がすぐ知らせてくれるんじゃない？
Sora would let us know if anything had happened to her, right?
そうだね。救護室の医療用コンピューターのデータはレミが常に監視してるはずだし、
Lemmy is always watching over the infirmary's medical computer
そ
data.
のレミが何も報告してこないってことは、つぐみはちゃんとおとなしく寝てるってことよ。
Since Lemmy hasn't alerted us to anything, it means that Sugumi is probably sleeping peacefully.
じゃあ安心だね。
Ah, that's a relief.
そうそう、心配ないピョロリン。
Right? Nothing to worry about, a Rooney. Say, Coco,
何？
what language is about a rune?
ここ
Cocoese. Eh?
語、ここ語だよ。
Cocoese.
ドキン、頑固一徹、親父だらけの寒中水。
Oh, obstinate stubbornness. Geezer's going swimming in the
ピョ
winter.
ロリンもあるよ。
There's about a Rooney too. Coco was always in an upbeat mood. Oh, in upbeat mode. I read good. You reached the infirmary.
花束でも持ってくればよかったかな。
We should have brought flowers. Sometimes I can't read, sometimes I'm just disagreeing with the translation. Where do you think you'll find flowers? In the rest area boxes where we had a whole scene like 20 minutes ago, maybe? Okay.
ま、それもそうだね。
That's right. Entering first, I mustered a cheerful voice. Hey, Sugumi! You alive? I had to force him, but I dragged everyone along to see ya. Ow!
ちょっとクラナリ、そういうトゲのある言い方しないの。
Listen, Kurenari, don't be mean like that. You don't have to push and poke me. Exchanging stupid banter, we approached the bed. Did it on purpose, as a joke. You know, joke around, cheer her up a little bit.
わざと？どうだか。
Really? I don't know.
あれ？
The kid had stopped suddenly. He was pointing at the bed in the back. What's the matter, kid? You discover a new species or something?
つぐみがいない。
Sugumi's gone.
うぃー。
What? I ran to the bed in shock. Everyone followed right behind me. She's gone. She's really not here. The bed was completely empty. The covers were just the way they had been. The pillow was the same. But the IV tube and the heart monitor had been torn up and scattered around. But why didn't Lemmy pick up on this? Lemmy was monitoring Sugumi's data, right? You, what happened?
知らないわよ、そんなこと。
I don't know. I have no idea. She averted her eyes from mine. Look at that! She pointed to the corner of the room. Her finger was trembling a little. The cord was torn off the medical computer and the monitor had been smashed to pieces. There'd been an electrical short and there was a burning stench around the area.
誰がこんなことを。
Who could have done this? That's what I'd like to know.
あれ？
What's that? Coco had found something. Under the computer console, there were some bandages and a long, skinny case of some sort. A white, hard case.
これってもしかして。
Is this... It's Tsugumi's brace, right?
間違いない。つ つぐみのだよこれ。
You're right, it's Tsugumi's.
ってことは、
Which means... Tsugumi. She took off her own brace and smashed up the computer. She got out of bed, smashed the computer, and then left the room. My thoughts leaped right out of my mouth. It was hard to believe.
そうなの？
Really?
ココがサンドを持ってきた時にはまだちょっと苦しそうにしながらベッド
But
に
when
寝
I
て
brought
た
her
んだ
the
よ。
sandwiches, she still looked like she was in pain in bed.
本当につぐみんが
You really think that Tsugumin? Well, what else could it
誰
be?
かがつぐみをさらっていったんじゃ。
Maybe someone ran off with her? Someone? Like who? Who's here besides us?
おかしいよどっちにしたって。
Ah, it's crazy either way. You was
つ
shouting.
ぐみがあの足で歩き回れると思う？
How could Tsugumi even walk on that
全
leg?
治2ヶ月以上の重傷なんだよ。
It was a serious injury. It would take over 2 months to heal.
そもそもあの体でベッドから動けるはずないんだよ。
In fact, in her condition, she shouldn't be even able to get out of bed.
コンピューターを壊したからってレミが何の反応も示さなかったのも変だよ。
And it's strange that Lemmy didn't respond, even if the computer is
も
broken.
し誰かがここに来てつぐみを連れ出したとしてもそう
Even if someone had taken her out of here.
部屋の天井のセンサーが反応するはずなんだから。
The sensor on the ceiling should have picked it up. Saying that, you raised her eyes to the ceiling.
どういうことなの？
What in the world?
ねそした
Wait,
ら
then
つぐみどうなっちゃったの？
what happened to Tsugumin? Coco barely opened her mouth.
神隠しにでもあったのかな。
Maybe she was spirited away.
まさか
Oh, please. Tsugumi disappeared? We were all in shock. Everyone kept talking, though.
神隠し？
Spirited away?
そんなの
I don't believe that.
信じられない。
I don't believe. All of the color had drained from Yu's face as she absorbed the enormity of what had happened. She was holding her chest, looking up at the ceiling in a cold sweat. Calm down, Yu. Don't freak out on me. Take deep breaths. What's going on the ceiling? She breathed in and out slowly. A little color came back to her face. But the question was what to do about the situation. What to do? Hey, I know, we'll ask Sora. Where is Sora? She ought to know what happened, right? You looked at me with a glimmer of hope. Yeah, you're right. Let's call her. We rushed over to the lemon terminal in the corner of the room. Standing in front of the console, you began operating the panel.
レミが気づいてないってことは空もまだつぐみがいないことに気づいてないかも。
If Lemmy hasn't realized it yet, that may mean that Sora hasn't known yet either. Let's call her anyway. It's faster to ask her than to go on a blind search.
そうね。
You're right. Before long, there was a change in the terminal. Sora's image floated up in the monitor.
どうしましたか？
Yes?
空大変なの。つぐみが急にいなくなっちゃ
Sora,
って。
something terrible has happened. Tsugumi is missing.
本当ですか？
Are you sure?
救護室のモニターに異常があるとは思っていたんですが。
I thought something had happened to the monitor in the room, but
異常は分かってたの？知らせてくれれ
What?
ばよかったのに。
why didn't you tell
す
us?
いません。先ほどからひどいジャミングがかかっていて、ご連絡が遅れました。
I am terribly sorry. There's been terrible jamming and it delayed me. Jamming? What's that?
電波妨害？
Electromagnetic interference?
部屋の状況は？皆さん、その部屋にいらっしゃるんですか？
How is the room? Is everyone there? Yeah, other than Tsugumi, we're all here.
救護室の様子は
Because
私の目にも
actually
見えていないんです。
my eyes aren't working.
ですので、ちょっと確認に手間取ってしまって。
So I wasted time trying to
安
confirm.
心してそら、みんな無事だから。
Don't worry, Sora. We're all right.
すぐにこっちに来られる？
Can you come right over?
ええ、わかりました。
Yes,
これ
of
からそちら
course.
に行きます。
Right away. Sora disappeared from the monitor, and instantly she was standing in front of us.
立ち位置は合ってますか？私の映像
Am
ちゃ
I
んと出てますよね。
standing in the right place? Can you see me all right? Sora looked worried. You're fine. You really can't see?
回復しつつありますが、まだ少しおかしいです。
It is getting better, but there's still something wrong.
ジャイロで皆さんの位置はなんとなくわかるんですが、向きが
I can tell approximately where you're standing, but not which way you're facing. She was talking to a spot just next to me.
ソラ、救護室につぐみがいないの。他の部屋を探せる？
Oh, I wanted my air freshener, but I dropped it. Sora, Tsugumi's not in the infirmary. Can you search the other rooms?
やってみます。これから全館に生体反応スキャンをかけます。
Let me try. I'll do a bioscan on the entire building. Got my air freshener back. She put her hands on the Lemmy terminal and started accessing it right away.
ねえ、
Hey,
ユウたち誰と話してるの？
who are you guys talking to? The kid asked us fearfully from over by the bed. We left the infirmary. Sora was bewildered by the sudden sensor trouble. It was taking her a few minutes longer than usual to finish the bioscan.
さっき空から僕らが見えなかったり、僕が空を見ることができなかったりしたけど、
Sora wasn't able to see us, and sometimes we couldn't see her, so...
救護室のベッドのあたりから加減圧室に降りるリフトまでの天井のセンサー類が
Does that mean the ceiling sensors from the bed over to the elevator are all temporarily broken?
そのせいで空の調子が悪かったみたい。
Yeah, that's what's affecting Sora.
非常用の通路から部屋の外に出たんだね。
So she left through the emergency corridor. Yeah, but Tsugumi was kind enough to leave candles burning for us. When we had found the emergency flares in the elevator, I was completely shocked. She wanted to keep us away that badly?
お待たせしました。検索結果が出ました。
Sorry to keep you waiting. I have the results of the bioscan. After a delay, Sora appeared in the door of the infirmary. Where has Tsugumi hobbled off to? She couldn't have gone far. In any case, we would find her, and when we did, we would figure everything out.
愛がドリッドシュトックに降ろされています。小町さんは隔離区画の先をゆっくり移動しています。
And I has gone down to Dreiderstock. Komachi-san is slowly moving past the isolated sector. I? Oh, the neutral buoyancy elevator. If we call it, I will come to us, right?
はい。
Okay, I'll run over there.
ちょっとクラナリ？
Hold on, Kurenari.
あの区画には愛でしか出入りできないんだからしばらく待ってれば。
You can only enter and exit that sector using eyes, so if you just wait a little. You can't let her be out there. What if her injury gets worse? Why couldn't she just stay in bed?
クラナリ？クラナリさん。
I left them there and ran out. The buoyancy elevator was right nearby. I pushed the down button and called the elevator. The lamp lit up, letting me know it was working normally. I sprang in when the double doors opened. The door shut quickly, and it started going down. If she doesn't use eye, she can't get back up here. Till I get there, she definitely can't leave the sector. Alright. Watch out, Tsugumi, because here I come. I cracked my knuckles. She was always acting tough, but I figured she was bawling by now. Now that leg would be killing her. She'd gone so far, she probably couldn't get back even if she wanted to. Maybe she was regretting it? What I really wanted to do was get a couple good wisecracks to pay her back for all the hard time she'd given me. But I also felt a little sorry for her. The doors opened. The stale air of the isolated sector on the third floor flowed into my lungs. How had I never noticed the little egg logo before? Oh no, it's cute! Next to the elevator I'd ridden in, another elevator was still stopped. An elevator with a hole blasted in it. You couldn't even smell the stench of acetone anymore. I walked towards the end of the hallway, marshaling my wits. What's that? I realized there was a room on the left side of the corridor I hadn't seen during the power outage. Thinking to explore a little, I set my foot inside. Space whale! A huge whale was stretched out. It said Cosmic Whale on the entrance. Apparently, that was the name of the attraction. I couldn't tell from a quick glance exactly what the attraction was. A whale floating in empty space. The whole scene was surreal. Was there an explanation written somewhere? Wait, I don't have time to waste like this. For making sure Sugumi wasn't there, I left through a different door. I quickly reached the generator room. The door said craftwork. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The facility was giving off a steady but low hum and seemed to be working fine. For better or for worse, Lemu. We didn't have to worry about the electricity. I looked around, but there was no trace of Sugumi. Past the generator room, the corridor was completely blocked off by a partition. It was impossible to go beyond it. The only door left was the room on the right. Decided to go in there. The room was full of pipes. There was no sign on the door, but I suppose it would have been called something like a pressure regulation room or something. I assumed that the pipes must have been connected to the boilers and turbines in the generator room. Come to think of it, Sugumi had done the repairs in here. I remembered her bending down and using her tools to close off a valve. Huh? She was there. Leaning in, just like the time before. She didn't have any tools. She wasn't closing off a valve. Instead, craning her neck, she seemed to be looking over at the other side of the pipes. Hey, Sugumi! What are you doing here? I pretended to be calm. I thought to proceed gently. I wanted to handle the conversation correctly. She stood up slowly and looked my way. You looking for something?
別に
Not really. She stepped back as if she was keeping watch over me. I could tell that she was agitated. She hadn't expected to see me. Her gaze didn't fix on anything. Her eyes kept flitting to the pipes behind her. Her gaze, it bothered me. What's behind you?
ない
Nothing.
何にもない
There's nothing behind me. Really? I casually tried to angle around so I could see the pipes behind her.
来ないで
Don't come near me.
近づかないでよ
Don't get close. What? She changed position. She didn't want me to go behind her. She'd taken another step back and knocked something off. Along with a small splash of water, several screws or nuts fell into the crevice between ducts. She quietly looked around. Waving her right leg, she slowly turned. With her back to me, she looked farther back into the room. Then took a relieved, if amazed, breath. What is going on? Then, pushing me aside, she tried to head out of the room.
どいて
Move.
邪魔
You're in my way. Hey, Sugumi?
邪魔しないで
Don't bother me. Dragging her right leg, she tried to leave. Wait! I put my hands on her shoulders. But she shook them right off.
触らないでよ
Don't you touch me! She glared at me without trying to hide her annoyance.
邪魔だって言ったでしょ
You said you were in my way.
ほっといてよ
Leave me alone.
どうして私につきまとうの
Why are you following me? She spat the words out at once. But I didn't let up and fired a question back at her. What are you doing here? Are you looking for something? Or are you finishing up some repairs? You won't answer stupid questions, is that it?
そういうあなたは何しに来たのよ
What are you doing here by yourself?
人がどこで何してようと勝手じゃない
I'm free to do what I want, where I want. She was trying to make a wall of words. Listen. Searching for a way to reach her. I just came out of basic human decency. It's not like everyone's happy about the way you keep doing things. Because my injured friend suddenly went missing. That's why. Of course I came looking for you.
仲間
Friend? Her expression grew more and more severe.
頼んだ覚えもなければ言われもないわ。
I didn't ask for you to come. There's no reason for you to be here.
私は他のみんなとは違うの。
I'm not like the others.
勝手に仲間扱いしないでくれる。
So don't treat me like one of your gang. Right, I get it. You're so unbelievably selfish. I thought about pretending to raise my fist, but didn't do it. Even if I did, she probably wouldn't flinch. Ugh. Believe me, I don't want to be friends with someone like you. We don't have a choice. We all want to get out of here. Don't you want to get out of here as soon as possible? As long as we're in the same boat, we're friends. In Japan, people with the same goal are called friends. Keikaku means plan.
仲間仲間仲間仲間仲間
She's just pissed that the man's out here quoting One Piece at her.
またそう。あなたはそんなことを言ってばかり。
There you go again, just saying that.
そういう慣れ慣れしい偽善的な関係。
That kind of tired, hypocritical crap makes me sick.
それからもう一つ。
One more
あ
thing.
なた、昨日私が言ったこと聞いてなかったの。
Weren't you listening to me yesterday?
私は脱出したいなんて思ってないから。
I don't want to escape.
だから、仲間なんかじゃないの。
So I'm not your friend.
日本でも、ドイツでもアメリカでも同じ。
I don't care if you're from Germany, America, or
い
Japan.
い
Got it?
私は仲
I
間じゃない。
am not your friend.
だから、もう二度
So,
と
do not
話
talk
し
to
かけない
me
で。
again.
どいて。
Move. I moved aside. Giving me a glance, she moved towards the door, dragging her foot. She was moving awkwardly. Still dragging her left foot. Left foot? Did I say left foot? I was about to say, it was her right leg when we walked in the room. Whoa, 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 wait a second! I yelled with all my might.
何よ、話しかけないでって言ったでしょ。
What? I said don't talk to me! She turned around forcefully. Your foot!
Eh?
Your foot. Is it alright? The leg you hurt the other day was your right leg, wasn't it? Her face stiffened. Her eyes flicked away. She averted her gaze. She stood rock still. What was going on? Let me see. I grabbed the hem of her skirt and without hesitating yanked it up. Anime moment! An immediate brutal slap. Tsugumi took off running. The sound of her footfalls grew faint, as did her shadow disappearing down the hallway. What was left was me, stunned. She had hammered my cheek. I might have broken teeth. I might have had a nosebleed. She hit me so hard my brain rattled. But I didn't feel any pain. Complex fracture of the right femur. Injuries requiring 40 stitches. And she could run a day later?
おかえりなさい、倉成さん。
Welcome back, Kuranari-san. Sura greeted me as I stepped out of the elevator into Zviderstock. Thanks.
倉成さん、顔ちょっと腫れてます。
Kuranari-san, your face is swollen. Yeah, I know. Sura ready to compress for me back in the infirmary. I left the room holding it.
小町さんはもうしばらくしたらこのフロアに戻ってきます。
It seems that Komachi-san will come back to this floor in a little
で
while.
すけど、
But
もし彼女を見つけても、あまり責めたり怒ったりしないで
if
あ
we
げて
do
ください。
find her, try not to get mad or yell at her. Huh?
少しの間、彼女の思う通りにさせておいてあげた方が
For a
いいと
little
思います。
while, I think it is best if we let her do as she wants. Why? I pressed the compress to my cheek. It started to hurt right about the time I'd forgotten about it.
今の小町さんは相当ナーバスになっているんじゃないでしょうか。
Don't you think she might be quite nervous right now?
彼女には何か思うところがあって、
She's thinking about
いろいろ
things.
胸の内で考えていることがあって、
She's pondering all sorts of things in her
今
heart.
は誰の言葉も耳に入らない。
Everyone's words will fall on deaf
今は
ears.
まだ素直に聞くことができないんですよ、きっと。
She's not able yet to just listen, of course.
怪我のことはもちろん気がかりですが、
You're worried
しばら
about
く
her
そっとし
injuries.
ておいてあげましょう。
But for a little while, let's leave her alone.
もし彼女の身に危険があれば、皆さんにすぐお知らせします。
If she's in any serious danger, I will let you know right
で
away.
すから、あと少しの間だけお願いします。
So,
倉成さん。
for just a little while, please, Kurenari-san. All right. I nodded my assent to Sora's earnest request. I went slowly down the stairs of Dreiderstock. My footsteps echoed
小町
quietly.
さんがここにいるのは偶然ではない気がします。
I don't think it's an accident that she came to be here. Sora continued speaking right next to me. Not an accident.
詳しいことは私には分かりません。
I do not know the details.
私は今まで彼女のような事例に出会ったことがないんです。
This is the
Data
first
がありません。
time for me to encounter a case like hers. I don't have any data for
で
this.
すが、小町さんは確かに何かしらの事情をお持ちのような気がするんです。
But it seems to me that she has her
たや
reasons.
すく触れることのできない事情。
Reasons that are difficult to
他人
explain.
には容易には理解することのできない何か。
Something that is hard for others to understand.
彼女が足の怪我をしてでも行動しなければならないほどの理由。
Something that compelled her to act, even if it made her injuries
そ
worse.
れを感じるんです。
That's what I feel.
先ほど田中さんも同じようなことを言っていらっしゃいました。
Earlier, Tanaka-san was saying the same thing. You?
ええ、だ
Yes.
からあまり踏み込んではいけない。本人に話す気がないのなら踏み込むべきではないって。
That we shouldn't probe, that until she wants to tell us, we shouldn't press for information. I see. Maybe I'd gotten a little too close for her boundaries. Boundaries she didn't want invaded. Whatever feelings and reasons she didn't want us to know about. Was that why I was warned, harassed, and pummeled? If I thought about it that way, it made more sense. Well, maybe so. Maybe I came down too hard. At last, we reached the 3rd floor. I'd heard from Sora that you and the kid were holed up in the central control room because she wanted to figure something out. She said that Coco and Pipi had gone off somewhere on a walk. Huh, wonder where they went. When I asked Sora that, she put her finger to her lips and
各
smiled.
自自習時間ってことでいいんじゃありませんか？
Should we say individual study time? We were the only ones in the conference room. Study time. Sora turned over the observation Lemu to the automatic Lemmy control system for a few hours. That would ensure Sugumi and you some privacy. And give Sora a break too. So, there she sat, in a chair in the conference room, looking at a whiteboard. I stood at the whiteboard, dry marker in hand, playing professor. A private lesson, one-on-one. The reason we started that was... Koko-chan and Kid-san were giving rave reviews of Tanaka-san's speech. What was it like? I asked her, but she wouldn't tell me. Kurenari-san, do you know? Well, yeah, but it's not like I have the whole thing memorized. I know, I'll give you a lecture just as good. No, better than yours. And that's how it started. The title of my lecture was The Psychology of Love. I was playing to the crowd, but I hadn't decided what I would talk about. It was all ad-lib. Let's see. When is your birthday, Akanagasaki-kun? I would just choose a random starting point.
倉成さん？
Kurenari-san, what are you... No. I wagged my finger in front of my face, then... Akane-gasaki-kun. I said that while pointing at Sora. Professor Kurenari, I said and pointed at myself. You understand? Okay?
Okay.
She nodded.
Kurenari-sensei.
Very good, once again. When is your birthday, Akane-gasaki-kun?
レミは1992年9月16日から開発が始められました。
Development of Lemmy started on September 16th,
プ
1992.
ロトタイプが完成したのが2000年の10月です。
The prototype was finished in October of 2000.
空 RSD システムが稼働を始めたのはそれから11年後の4月。
Actual operation of the Sora RSD system began in April, 11 years
で
later.
すので私は2011年4月2日生まれということになります。
Which means that I was born on April 2nd, 2011. 2011? Okay, no, this is getting weird, Takeshi. Oh my, what a very young student you are. Wait, you're only 6 years old?
いえ、私は24歳です。
No, I'm 24. How's that?
理由はわかりません。
I'm not sure of the reason
去
myself.
年も一昨年も3年前も4年前もずっと24歳でした。
This year and the last, even 3 or 4 years ago, I've been
生まれ
24.
た時から私は24歳なのです。
I've been 24 since I was born.
設定上の年齢ではありますが、
Of course, it's just my programmed age.
実際私は人間のように老いることはありませんから。
I don't actually age like humans do.
おそらくこれからも永遠に24歳のままなのでしょう。
So, I'll always be 24. Eternally, I'm afraid. I had to admit, it would have been strange to hear her say, I'm 41, looking the way she did. They must have predicted that such a time would come and fixed her eternally at 24. Okay. I see. Then I shall accept that you are 24, Agane-gasake-kun. In that case, I think you should learn the appropriate behavior for someone your age.
あのー、
She cocked her head to the side, a little bewildered.
つまり私は今24歳らしくないということですか？
You mean that I don't seem 24 right now? Yes, that is exactly my point. Your average 24-year-old is... more... how can I say... has a bit more sparkle.
ギラギラですか？ T ゾーンをもう少しばかりテカらせた方が現実味がある
Are
とい
you
うご
saying
指摘
that
でしょうか？
my face should be more shiny? No, that's not what I mean. 24 is when you start thinking about marriage.
はあ、結婚ですか？
Marriage. You should become friends with someone at 24, then date for a few years, and then marry around 26 or 27. That's the key. Marrying into moolah.
白金税？
Moolah?
酵素の一種でしょうか？
Does that have to do with cows? No. Guess my reference was a little dated. Listen up. You're asking too many questions. Be quiet until your teacher stops talking. I'll take all questions at the end, alright? Sora nodded silently. Ahem. Now then, back to what I was saying. Sparkle means... it's the gleam in your eyes as you frantically search for the object of your affection. All, of course, is a preamble to getting married. That's what I'm speaking of. Until 23, you choose a man who will be an appropriate boyfriend. After 24, you choose a man who will be an appropriate husband. You might be thinking what an appropriate husband would be, one who promises a bright future. But to borrow the words of the ancients, it all comes down to the 3 heights. High education, high salary, high in stature. That would be the ideal individual. You think there's really guys like that out there? What in the red pill bullshit are you talking about, Takeshi? If you're feeling greedy, you might also look for someone who's kind, handsome, and cares more about his family than his job. In other words. Yeah, right. You could search the whole world and never find a guy like that.
先生、血圧が上がっているようですが。
Professor, you seem upset. Sorry, it's a little traumatic. I got short man's disease. Excuse me. So, because of all that, the 24-year-old woman can be a severe creature. Clever and calculating. In order to bring down her prey, she must have the social skills of a little devil. You understand? Nobody understands, Takeshi. What the hell are you talking about? She cocked her head. I wanted to sigh, but I pulled myself together to make a declaration. Well, perhaps it's better if you put this theory into practice. Let's try it.
はい、倉成さん。
Professor!
倉成先生、なんとかやってみます。
Yes, Professor Kudenari. I will try my very best. No. That kind of talk is a no-no.
はあ。
Not, yes, I will try my very best, but more, you know, devilishly, coquettishly. Sir, please do not turn her into a Gooner robot. 1, 2, 3, go!
んなもん急にできるわけねえだろ。ぶっ殺すぞ、てめえ。こら、こけっこ、パタパタ。
No, that's wrong. That's not devilish, it's demonic. And that's not coquetry, that's poultry.
最初から難しすぎますよ、先生。
Professor, this is a little bit too difficult for me to start with. Professor, why did you take your pants off before this?
そうですよ。
Alright then, how about you start by not speaking so formally?
はい、そういうのがいいです。そういう
Yes,
簡単なのが。
something like that will be better. Something easier. Using the same example. Yes, I will try my very best. In casual conversation, that would be, sure, I'll give it a try.
やってみるよ。
Sure, I'll give it a try. See, you can do it if you try. Sora's face lit up with a smile.
なんだか面白いですね。
This
もっと
is
教えてください。
interesting. Please, teach me more. Her eyes shone. This is like so fun. Now you try.
なんか超面白い。
We did that for several hours. All right, the time has come to see the fruits of your labor. Go forth, my prized pupil. Coco and Pee-Pee were jumping up and down in the rest area.
ねえ、そらさん、すぐみ見かけなかった？
Hey, Sora-san, did you find Sugumin?
え、つぐみ？見てないけど。
Sugumi? I haven't seen her.
そんなことよりさ、ココ、誰かいい男紹介してくんない？
Anyway, Coco, don't you know any cute guys you could hook me up with? Hey, 8-year-old, you got any hotties in your back pocket? What is going on now?
この前のコンパがマジ最悪で。
The guys at this party last week were like such losers.
そらさん？長男ばっかセットすんじゃねえよとか思ったし。
I was like, I'm sick of eldest sons, man. I want something fresh.
しかもそこらの飲み屋でさ、割り勘とかさせようとすんの。
And then they wanted to go
嫌でも盛
Dutch.
り下がるっつうの。ね
Can you believe it? It's like total junk. Coco burst into tears. Pee-Pee let out a terrified growl.
え。何よ。
What's the matter?
何がそんなに気に入らないわけ？
You don't like my new way of talking? You don't like the train in the AI bot to be Goonerbot? Of somebody with really weird taste? Hey, what's going on? You came running.
あ、なんだ言うじゃ
Ah,
ない。
hey, it's you!
最近メール来ないんだけど。何？超忙しいわけ？
I haven't heard from you for like forever, girl. What are you like, busy like a bee or something? What's happened to you, Sora?
何ビビった顔してんのよ。
What are you all looking scared
ま
for?
ったくかったるいわよね。仕事なんてさっさか終わらせてさ。
Really? How not cool. Hurry up and put an end to your work then.
クラブとかどっか夜通し遊べるとことか行きたくない？
You want to go clubbing or something? Don't you just want to stay out all night?
クラナリあんたの仕業か。
Kurenari, did you do this? So, due to the general outcry, Sora went back to talking like her original self. Several hours had passed since Sora's outburst. Yu, Coco, and the kid had finished their meal and moved to the rest area, where they were relaxing and letting their food digest. Okay then. I'd almost finished tidying up the kiosk. Hehehe. Pulled out the object I'd secretly hidden behind the warmer. Actually, there had been one sausage left at the back of the refrigerator. There were no hot dog buns, so I stuffed the sausage into a bread roll. I slapped on ketchup and mustard and took a big bite. Oh, this is so good. My mouth filled with the juicy flavor as I bit down. Meat. Fried tuna sandwiches were good, but not for every meal every single day. I hid in the back of the kiosk and devoured the sausage.
あ、クラナリさん、ここにいらしたんですか。
Ah, Kurenari-san, there you are. Surprised by Sora's voice, I choked on a piece of sausage. Sora appeared in front of me.
クラナリさん、しっかりしてください。
Kurenari-san, are you alright? Blinking and struggling, I finally managed to swallow the chunk of meat. Swallowed the rest of the sausage in one bite to remove the evidence. I struggled to control my breathing. Sora.
はい、なんでしょう。
What is it? Not a word about what you just saw, okay?
ええ、構いません。
All
承
right.
知しました。
I understand.
でも、何してたんです？
But
何か食べていたんですか？
what were you doing? Were you eating something? Oh, well, if you don't know, it doesn't matter. As usual, Sora feigned ignorance. Looked like she didn't remember my love psychology lecture. Yeah, everyone is trying to forget the love psychology lecture, okay? It was just as
ところ
well.
で、さっき小町さんと少し話をしてきました。
By the way, I had just had a talk with Komachi-san. Oh, really? Surprised, I blinked. You spoke to Sugumi?
はい。小町さんが救護室に戻ってらしたので、声をかけてみたんです。
She returned to the infirmary, so I went to see her.
そしたら、小町さんの方から私に話しかけていただいて。
Komachi-san was actually the one to speak first. Oh?
ええ。それで、少しやりすぎた。
Yes. She said she was sorry for going too far and smashing the medical equipment. Apologized? Sugumi?
はい。
I was surprised. No, I was really surprised. Yeah, lecture deleted, please.
それから、
Remove from
私の器用
training
な質
data.
問をされました。
Then she asked me a really strange question. A strange question? What'd she ask?
そうですね。
Well,
私の過去について何
She
か知っているか
what do you know about my past?
というようなことを小町さんは聞かれて、
I didn't know what to say. And?
知らないと私は答えました。
I told her I didn't know anything.
知らなかったものですから。
Because I didn't know anything. Oh, it was a strange question. Where's Sugumi now? I said that, trying to restrain my sense of urgency.
私が答えると小町さんはうなずいてベッ
She
ドに
nodded
横
at
に
my
なりました。
answer and went to bed. Bed? She went back to the infirmary and went to bed?
そういうことになりますね。
Well, yes. Are you sure? Is that where she is now?
ええ、多分そうです。
Probably. Probably, huh? Can you check to make sure Sugumi isn't wandering around instead of taking it easy? I nodded, but Sora looked troubled. What's wrong? All it takes is a quick scan.
クラナ
Well,
リさん、私
Kurenari-san, I...
緊急の時以外はセンサーでのスキャンはなるべく使わないことにしたんです。
I don't like to scan with the sensors unless it's an emergency.
ほら、 倉成さんにも一人になりたい時ってあ
There
るでしょ
are times when even you want to be alone, right, Kurenari-san?
他にも内緒話したい時とか二人きりになりたい時とか
Times when you want to talk about something secret or be alone with somebody.
私も皆さんのプライバシーは守りたいと思いまして
I want to protect people's privacy.
スキャンすると全部分かってしまいますから
If I scan, then I know everything. Sora's smile was slightly uncomfortable. Sora went to check on Lemmy, and I went to the second floor infirmary. I hope she's resting properly. Hey, Sugumi, can I come in? I spoke into the intercom and opened the door. The infirmary was quiet again. All the smashed equipment had been tidied up. Sure enough. Yep. Like how she put the cast back on and the IV back in. Sugumi was there. Oh, you really are in bed. I don't believe it. Perhaps sensing my presence, Sugumi opened her eyes.
何よ
Ugh,
うるさいわね
could you keep it down? Her voice was normal.
私がここにいない方が良かった
Am I not supposed to be here or something? No, not at all. I was just surprised, that's all.
驚いた
Surprised? Yeah, surprised. You came back.
ええ
Yeah, well,
あの区画からは戻ってくるしかないわ
I had to come back from that sector. There's nowhere to go. That's not what I... no, never mind. Anyway, I'm glad you're
よ
back.
かった
Glad? Yeah, glad. Relieved?
ふん
Really? Mr. 24-year-old should have that Kita for a husband? Tsugumi looked at me intently. As she spoke, she lay back down and slowly closed her eyes.
あんまり大声出さないでくれる
Keep your voice down, okay?
少し頭が痛むの音が頭に響くから
My head hurts a little. Noise makes it worse. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, you hungry? Want me to make you a sandwich?
ええ頼むわ
Yes, please. Okay, I'll go get you one. Wait right here. I'll be back soon, okay? So, don't move. Tried not to make any noise as I left. As soon as I got out of the infirmary, I sprinted to the third floor. The kiosk had been cleaned up, but I turned the fryer back on and heated up the tuna. I hurried, but worked carefully. Heated the bread and browned it slightly. Spread on the special sauce and chose the best piece of lettuce. Hurriedly wrapping the hot sandwich, I left the kiosk. I sprinted back to the infirmary. I'd been away less than 10 minutes. She was probably sick of waiting. Punched the open door until the door opened. Sorry I took so long. Called out softly as I approached the quiet bed. I took more trouble with this than usual. It's a masterpiece. Eat it before it gets cold. Huh? Maybe she was asleep? I approached the bed, but there was no answer. Hey, Sugumi! Sugumi, here's your food. Delicious sandwich. Get it while it's hot. Called softly, but there was no response. Sugumi! I tried yelling. I said, here's your food! Are you gonna eat it? Say something! I pulled back the blanket on the bed. Sugumi wasn't there. The bed was still slightly warm. She's gone. I told her not to move. I let out a deep sigh. I held my head in my hands. I resisted the urge to throw the sandwich against the wall. Where on earth did that stupid girl run off to? Without thinking about it, I stamped my foot. Crunch! I felt something hard under my shoe. I lifted my foot and looked down. Whatever I had stepped on was pulverized under my feet. The small pieces smelled faintly. I bent down and spread them out in my hand. It looks like nuts. Glancing under the bed, I found a rolled-up sheet stuffed underneath. I pulled it out. I found a bag which had probably contained the nuts in an empty box. They looked like souvenirs bought at some shop. Were these here when we searched the place? Had Sugumi smuggled them in? Was she eating them in secret? No, that explanation didn't feel quite right. Ah, I thought the nuts were crushed because I had stepped on them. But there was a large amount of powder under the bed. Someone had deliberately crushed the nuts. I pulled the box out from under the bed and glanced inside. A section of the lid had been torn off. The box was filled with cotton with a soft hollow in the center. Looked like the nest of some small animal. Ah. I considered the evidence. The cotton in the box and the scattered pieces of nut. Did Tsugumi have some kind of pet? Seemed like a reasonable conclusion. In that case, maybe she's gone looking for her pet? But where exactly? Couldn't ask Sora. I called Sora from the infirmary terminal, but she didn't appear. I looked at the map of Lemu on the monitor, but I could detect no signs of life. Was there anywhere nearby that could operate Lemmy with a large terminal? Oh, of course, the security office. If I went there, I would probably learn something. I left the infirmary and turned left down a corridor. When I arrived at the security office, I opened the door and flew inside. There was somebody already there. Tsugumi was sitting in a chair in front of the console. She was engrossed in something and didn't notice me come in. She was doing something on the console. On the screen was a zoomed-in section of a map. A strange point of light was moving across the enlarged section of the map. The light indicated a sign of life. She hit the keys. One portion of the screen changed, and the remote camera zoomed in on whatever was reacting. A living creature was visible on the monitor. Tsugumi breathed a sigh of relief. A rat. The sound of my whisper, Tsugumi swung around. She blinked. It's a rat, isn't it? A gray rat was running along a pipe. The map showed the isolated sector on the 3rd floor. Is it that rat you're looking for?
Masaka.
Of course not. Tsugumi was obviously flustered. I looked under your bed and saw the box. There were nuts everywhere. She looked away. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Anyway, I wonder how that dirty rodent got here. A dirty rodent? Tsugumi's voice was suddenly hysterical. I was a little taken aback. It's not a rat? It's a Jungarian hamster? You uneducated lump? I think. Really? So that's what it's called. Jungarian, huh? You're pretty knowledgeable, Tsugumi. Everybody knows what they're called. Her chest puffed out slightly. So, you were looking for that rat? No! I told you, it's not a rat. Sorry, not rat, but hamster? You were looking for a hamster? Tsugumi seemed to nod her head reluctantly. The movement was so small I wasn't even sure she'd made it. Tsugumi looked back at the monitor. It probably traveled through some pipe. The pipes with the electrical cables or the power sockets. Oh, I see. Her finger traced the map. Nobody could walk to where the hamster was. The top right of the screen showed an area underwater. It seemed there was one room still empty. It was even further away than the isolated area on the 3rd floor. It wasn't very clear on the map, but there was one emergency corridor in the sector. Huh. I committed Limu's map to memory. Jeez, guess I'll just have to... I grabbed a plastic bag from the trash can and headed for the exit. Where do you think you're going? Where do I think I'm going? I'm gonna go get him. Who? That funny-looking hamster. There's no way you'll make it. There's a section underwater between here and there. And no human can fit through the pipe. I ignored her and left the security office. I began to walk towards the place I had in
待
mind.
ちなさいよ。
Wait! Tsugumi caught up with me and grabbed my arm. What now? If I don't get going, Hammy's gonna move to another
どうやっ
place.
てあそこまで行くつもりなの？
How do you plan to get in there? How else? Swim.
え？
Tsugumi's hand relaxed. Still in her grip, I kept moving. Tsugumi came with me. Wait,
ちょっと正気なの？
are
あ
you
なた。
out of your mind? I'm going through with this.
だからあなたはうつけ者なのよ。
That's the reason I think you're stupid.
防水扉を開いたら6気圧の海水が一気に流入して。
If you open those floodgates, you'll be overwhelmed by seawater. The pressure is 6 atmospheres. You don't have to worry about that. Hammy's in an area directly connected to the flooded emergency corridor. What a detailed diagram. The water in that area is 1 atmosphere of pressure, so the flooded corridor should be about the same. Besides, the floodgates on either side of the corridor are firmly shut. That corridor is completely isolated from the outside seawater. The entrance on the other side is open. If I can use the flooded corridor beneath the room, I can get into the next area. Why don't you go back and check the map?
でも向こうのエリアまでどのくらいあると思ってるの？
How far do you think it is to get to the area? 51 meters. I made sure to check it before.
そう、51メートルもあるのよ。
Yeah, but 51 meters is a long way. I'll be alright. Actually, I swam down and back in a 25-meter pool once. I kicked off the far wall coming back, but still. I mimed swimming as I spoke. Tsugumi's expression hardened.
そんな、やっぱりあなた。
You are
正気じゃない
crazy.
わ。死ぬつもり？
Are you trying to kill yourself? Tsugumi breathed in sharply. I'll be alright. It's alright, I won't die. I promise I'll come back.
どうしてそこまでして？
Why are you doing
ハ
this?
ムスター一匹に。
Why are you doing this for one little hamster? What else can I do? We're all in this together. Maybe you're not one of us, but any pet you have is one of us. In Japan, people with the same goal are called nakama.
バカみたい。
You're an idiot. That doesn't bother me. I'd rather be a cheerful idiot than some warped genius. We took I down to the 3rd floor. From there, we walked along the corridor to the isolated sector. Anyway, you may as well eat this. The fried tuna sandwich was still in my hand. I shoved it at Tsugumi. Here, before it gets cold. Tsugumi's face showed no reaction as she silently accepted the sandwich. Tsugumi slowly unwrapped the sandwich. She cautiously sniffed it. Tsugumi suddenly took a huge bite. She ate it fast. The sandwich disappeared before my eyes. How was it? Good, huh? Tsugumi didn't reply, but balled up the sandwich wrapping paper and threw it back at me. Seeing how happily she ate, I didn't need words to know how she felt. I was pleased. We arrived at the pipe room. We searched the floor and opened the hatch of the manhole that led to the emergency corridor. We peered inside. A tube about 70 centimeters in diameter stretched down below us. A simple ladder was fixed on one side of the tube. About 70 meters down, we could see the submerged emergency light shining. We could find no signs that the water was backflowing as we peered through the hatch. Diameter of 70 centimeters. That doesn't sound big enough for a person to fit in. Let me see. Let me see. I literally have a measuring tape right next to me. Alright. Diameter of 70 centimeters. Jesus Christ, that would be just... That would give, versus my shoulders, a whole 17 centimeters of wiggle room. I don't know about a full-grown man going in there. That meant the water pressure inside the corridor was balanced against the pressure around us. I wonder there's something I can use to guide me back. Fortunately, there was a rope with a hook on it which looked as if it was a lifeline for the maintenance crew. Decided to hold onto it when I went in. Checking that pipe was long enough, I firmly tied it to a pipe nearby. If I tied it to the hook when I came out, then it should be easy to return. Alright then. I did some light stretching exercises to warm up.
待って。やっぱり
I
私が
should
行くわ。
go instead. Huh? Sugumi stared me square in the face.
勘違いしないで。
Don't get me wrong.
私はあなたができないと分かっていることをわざわざあなたにしてもらおうとは思ってない。
I didn't purposely try to get you to do something that I knew you couldn't
私
do.
はあなたと違うの。バカじゃないの。
I'm not like you. I'm not stupid. Finally, someone tells him straight up.
ここの出来が違うのよ。
You and I are different up here. Sugumi tapped her head.
私が行くわ。
I'm going. What's your problem? I can't believe you're being like that at a time like this. It's not a nice thing to say. I'll be fine. You go back to the security office. When I get through to the other side, you can tell me where Hammy is. We won't be able to locate him without Lemmy, will we?
そうね。
Yeah. Yeah. Is it? Why don't you want to use that superior intellect of yours to think of something? Unless someone who can operate Lemmy stays behind, it won't work. Whoop. Sugumi
大丈
laughed.
夫よ。
It's no
私を
problem.
見習って。
I've
気合
learned
と
from
根
you.
性で何とかしてみるから。
I'll show you what I can do with a little courage and guts. Now, wait just a... She punched me. Sugumi punched me.
じゃあね。
See you later. Sugumi took the rope hook and went down the ladder. Before long, she disappeared from view. The rope stretched into the water. Holding my stomach, I sunk to my knees. She got me with a solid body blow and I couldn't stand up. She hit really hard. Can't believe her. Seem to remember getting punched like that by someone wearing a mascot costume. Was that Sugumi? Ugh. I was suddenly dizzy. My stomach was in agony. Not where I'd been punched. I was suffering from a totally different pain. I reached for the pipe and tried to stand up, but my hand grasped at thin air. My vision clouded. I coughed and spat. What erupted from my mouth were the semi-liquid remains of my hot dog. What the... I felt a chill as I lost consciousness. When I regained consciousness, I was lying half in a pool of water. Where am I? Oh, it's the pipe room. What happened to Sugumi? In front of me, I could see the rope disappearing into the hatch. That's right, she was looking for Hammy. I have to get to the security office. Sugumi will need navigation.
遅い。
You're too late. Sorry, I'll be right there. What?
もうとっくに行ってきたわよ。
I've already been there and back. With a startled look on my face, Sugumi peered out of the hatch. She pulled up the rope as she stood up and closed the hatch. I slowly got off the floor. How'd it go,
見
Sugumi?
つけはしたの。部屋の隅に追い詰めて。
I found
で
him.
も、失敗。
He was in the corner of the room, but I couldn't catch
捕
him.
まえ損ねたわ。
I think he ran this way.
こっちに向かって逃げたみたいね。
I hoped we could catch him. Let me just check then. What does this hamster look like?
別に普通のジャンガリアンよ。
He's just a normal Jungarian.
手のひらに乗るくらいの大きさで、毛が灰色で、
Gray
背
color,
中に黒い線があっ
black
て。
stripe on his back. Small enough to sit in the palm of your hand? Huh. Like that? I pointed at a small rodent running along a nearby pipe.
たけし、捕まえて。
Grab him! What? Seeing the rodent, Sugumi's eyes got huge. I had no idea what to say. Small furry animal noticed Sugumi and me and froze, his eyes fixed on us. Well then, I reached out my hand. Gotcha. Just like that? I didn't think I'd catch him so quickly. The stunned hamster lay quietly in my hand. Oh, nice catch!
あーダメじゃないの
No,
そんな風に
be
乱暴に
careful!
使うから
Don't squeeze him so hard! What? Sugumi snatched the rat from my hand. She stroked it gently as if she was consoling it.
痛かったごめんね
Did it hurt? I'm sorry. Huh? What? Is that really a rat? I mean, what are you doing with that thing in the first place? I was taken aback.
違う違うってさっきから言
I
ってるでし
keep
ょ
telling you,
ネズミじゃなくてチャミ
this is not a rat, it's Chami.
ジャンガリアンハムスター
He's a Jagarian hamster. Sugumi spat the words out. She pouted as she glared at me. Okay, he's not a rat, he's Chami. Chami? That hamster's name is Chami?
言ってない
I didn't say that.
そんなこと私
I never said that.
全然言ってない
Embarrassed, she bowed her head. Anyway, that's what you were looking for? She nodded silently. Okay, well, great. That was lucky, wasn't it? Anyway, we caught him. Yeah,
たけし
Takashi, thank you,
一応
I guess.
ありがとう
Her voice was quiet and expressionless. Ow! She knocked me down and bolted from the room. She on that queen shit. She was soaking wet and still clutching Chami. What is with that chick? Wanted to tell her how glad I was she was okay. Seemed I missed my chance. Stunned, I listened to her footsteps grow fainter. So that's what happened.
そうだったんですか
Ah, I see. Several hours had elapsed since the hunt for Chami. I'd asked Sora to come with me to the souvenir kiosk on the second
でも
floor.
よかったですね小町さんのお友達が無事に見つかって
Isn't it great that Komachi-san found her friend? Yeah. Her friend, huh? Well, as far as Sugumi was concerned, it was her
ところで
friend.
倉成さん
Anyway, Kurenari-san,
この売店で食料を探すという話だったと思いますが
weren't we going to search this kiosk for food? Was that right? It was quiet all around. There was no one around. You, the kid, and Coco were in the conference room preparing for bed. Sugumi was probably asleep in the infirmary. We looked pretty thoroughly last time and didn't find
ですけ
anything.
どここにナッツやクッキーが置いてあるって私一目見てすぐに分かりましたよほら
But there are nuts and cookies here. I saw them right away. Look. Sora pointed to the packets in the kiosk. Oh, really? There was a mountain of packets, just like the one I'd found under the bed in the infirmary. Guess we were all half asleep when we looked last time. Well, no need to worry about food for the time being.
竜田サンドもまだしばらくは食べられるんですよね
You can all keep eating the fried tuna sandwiches, can't you? Yeah, there are plenty, but I don't know what the expiration date is on them. There should be more enough for 2 or 3 more
そうです
days.
か
Oh. Yeah. We kept talking for a while. It was an ordinary conversation with no fixed theme and nothing to do with the topic of escape. Wonder what the weather is like up there.
今の私には地上の状態を知る手立てはありませんけど
I have no way of knowing what the situation's like up on the
海中
surface.
の様子からすると比較的穏やかな感じがしますね
But judging from what it's like underwater,
大
it's
荒れに
quite
なることは
calm.
ないと思い
It's
ます
unlikely to get worse anytime soon. That's reassuring.
はい
Half the meaning was probably lost. Thought that perhaps the conversation could be an opportunity. I searched for the right words. Listen, Sora. I want to talk about something serious.
倉成さんもですか
You do too, Kurenari-san?
実は私も
Actually,
なんです
so do I. Really? Okay, after you, ladies first.
いえ、倉成さんからおっしゃってください。
No, Kunadani-san, you go first. To tell you the truth, I'm a little embarrassed.
私だって恥ずかしいです。
So am I. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, let's get Sora's first. You go
私
first.
からですか？そうですね。
Well,
昼間のあの講義のことなんですけど。
no, we deleted the lecture. Lecture deleted.
恋愛心理学。
Love psychology. Sora's cheeks were bright red. Ah, that's what I wanted to talk about too. I was probably a little red as well. Tee-hee. We were reflected on the glass of the kiosk. Sora twinkled as she spoke. Akira, Akira.
私ね、あの講義についてですけど、
I wanted to speak about the lecture.
ココちゃんはなんだか怖がってましたし、田中さんは少し怒っていらっしゃるんですけど。
Coco-chan was afraid of me, and Tanaka-san seemed mad about
で
something.
も、倉成さんが間違ったことを言ったわけではないんじゃないかなって、そう思ってたんです。
But what you said wasn't wrong. At least I don't think so. Neither do I. I think my examples may have been a little extreme, but I think my basic message was right.
ですよね。
Yeah? Yeah.
ええ、倉成先生。続きをしてほしいです。
I would like you to finish the lecture.
もっといろいろ教えてください。
Teach me everything. It should have been deleted.
私の知らないことを教えてください。
Teach me what I don't know. All right then, Akanagasaki-kun. Takashi, you didn't have to just air out your weird fetishes here. After hours studies. She was the only one participating in my lecture. No one else was listening. It was a one-on-one lecture. Well, Akanagasaki-kun, we're going to get back to the basics. I played it up a little.
先生、質問です。
Professor, I have a question. What is it?
先生、お昼の時となんだかキャラが違うみたいですが。
You weren't acting like this earlier today. I pretended to clear my throat. The professor is practicing speaking like a professor. Let's not worry about how to talk. The way you're talking is fine. There are gentlemen who prefer gentle voices. I went into the kiosk alone. The inside of the kiosk, which had not been used since the second flood, was strewn with colorful stationery and merchandise.
倉成先生、私はどうしたらいいんでしょうか。
Professor, what should I do? Just stand there.
はい。
Sora was waiting just outside the kiosk. I jumped over the counter. I brushed aside the stuff that was lying around and went over to the window. All right then, Akanagasaki-kun.
なんでしょうか、先生。
What is it, Professor? Come a little closer. From inside the kiosk, I beckoned to Sora. Sora approached the glass. She stopped about a meter away.
倉成さん、これ以上近づくと RSD 映像の表示限界が。
Kuranari-san, if I go any closer, the RSD image will... Don't be so unromantic, or you'll spoil the mood. Delete the lecture!
だって私、平べったく映ってしまうかもしれませんよ。
But I'll probably start to look flat. Embarrassed, she bowed her head. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Repeat after me. It's fine.
大丈夫、大丈夫。
Blushing furiously, Sora timidly approached the window. Slowly, one step at a time. That's it. Before long, Sora and I faced each other through the thin sheet of
来まし
glass.
た。
Here I am.
先生、 私の格好
Do I look
変
strange,
じゃありませんか？
Professor? Don't worry. Told you it was all right, didn't I? Her image was warping a little, but it was nothing serious. All right then. Practice. I swear to God, if we make out with a window so that we can make out with our robot girlfriend.
はい、
Um,
緊張しますね。
I'm a little nervous. Well, don't let me make you nervous. Relax. Okay, repeat.
リラックス、リラックス。
In my hand, held up a marker pen that I'd picked up off the floor. It was a red water-based pen. Alright then, you know, I thought you were a traditional Japanese girl.
そうなんですか？
Really? Pure and sincere. Lovely. But I felt that as a 24-year-old, you were lacking a little something.
え？
Color. The look of a grown woman. Sora was standing on the other side of the spotless glass. I took the cap off the pen and traced the line of Sora's lips. Fastest way to give you color is with makeup. With conservative makeup like yours, you won't even attract doctors or lawyers. Your makeup has to be more feminine.
先生、
Sensei, this is really fucking weird.
おっしゃっている意味がよくわからないのですが。
I don't understand what you mean. Picture is worth 1,000 words. I carefully drew her
な
lipstick.
んだかくすぐったいですね。
That tickles. Stand still, Akanegasaki-kun. This is difficult.
私動いてませんよ。
I'm not moving. Maybe my hand wasn't used to the angles. Anyway, it was shaking a little. I drew her eyeline, gave her mascara and rouge, and colored in her eyebrows. Alright, you're done. Finished. What a work of art. If I would give it a title, I'd call it... Yes, I'd call it... Butterfly of the Night.
先生、
Professor,
これがギャルっぽいメイクなのでしょうか？
is this feminine makeup? Well, not quite. It's actually over the top. Really over the top. It was a complete failure. Looked like a child scribbling. It was weird to do to start.
こんなの見たことありません。なんか斬新です。
I've never looked like this. This is a change. I've never seen anything, quite like
ひょっと
this.
すると素敵かもしれません。
I think I like it. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Akanegasaki-kun. You really, truly think so?
先生、違うんですか？
What? You don't like it?
やっぱり、
I thought so. What do you mean? Kanegasaki-kun. Ah! It's all wrong! I tried to rub the lipstick off with my hand, but it wouldn't come off. The more I tried to wipe it off, the more lipstick spread on her face.
先生、
This is a window that she is behind.
これこそがギャルっぽいメイクなのでしょうか？
Is this feminine makeup? All around Sora's mouth was stained red. Kanegasaki-kun. Not exactly. Without meaning to, I laughed.
先生、
I'm sorry. It's certainly a change. I was apologizing, but I couldn't stop laughing.
もう倉成先生、人の顔で遊ばないでくださ
Stop
い。
playing with my face. Then Sora started to laugh as well. We both collapsed laughing. Sound of our laughter filled the silence of the nighttime kiosk. It had been ages since I'd laughed like that. After we'd laughed for a while, Sora moved over to the next window.
先生、もっと真面目に。
Do
ちゃ
it
んとやって
properly
くだ
this
さい。
time. Sora's face became serious. Alright, okay. This time, I promise you perfect feminine beauty. I picked up the pen again and faced the glass. I faced
どう
it,
したん
but
ですか？
nothing. I didn't draw anything with the pen. I stared deep into Sora's eyes through the glass.
倉成先生？
Her glossy lips were forming my name.
あの
Let's not do this. You don't need makeup. You are a projection being beamed into my retina directly. You don't need makeup, Sora. You're already beautiful.
先生からかわないでください。
Don't tease me. I'm not teasing you. I mean it. You were probably literally created in a lab to be beautiful, but damn. Has anyone ever told you that, baby?
ダメですよ先生。
Don't say
そんな
that,
こと言ったら
Professor. I could see Sora
先
blushing.
生に言われたら生徒は本気にします。
If you say that, Professor, I'll start to take you seriously. She bowed her head, her eyes searching around.
私は
No more playing teacher.
先生いえ倉成さん。
Sora slowly raised her head and looked me in the eyes. Sora, your hands. Put your hands here. I put my hands against the glass. Sora placed her hands where mine were. Right against left, left against right. Separated only by a pane of glass, our hands were touching. It felt strange. What should be a barrier between us was actually the only thing joining us. Without something between us, we couldn't touch. But on either side of the glass, we were able to confirm the existence of the other. Felt as if my hands were touching Sora's body. Sora's face was there in front of me, mere centimeters from me. We were so close, it felt like I could hear her breathing. Thought I could probably even take her in my arms.
倉成さん質問しても
May I ask you something? Go ahead.
なんだか暖かい。
I feel warm.
とっても暖かいんですよ。
I feel really
指
warm.
先から心の中も
From my fingers and
こ
with
れ
my
って
heart.
なぜなんでしょう。
What's happening?
どうしてなんでしょうね。
Why do you think? I couldn't answer. Sora's eyes glistened with tears as she stared at me. The glass in the window was shaking. Sora's warmth spread to my hand. It was just an illusion. If I closed my eyes, Sora disappeared. But in my hand, I could feel the warmth like sunshine. Even if the warmth was just an illusion, Sora existed there and then. Of that, I was certain. Darkness spread out before my eyes. Without limit it spread. Nothingness. The void was endless. I was in the middle of it. There was nothing else for me to look at. I searched for light, but I couldn't even see the movement of my body. There was nothing below my feet. Nothing held me up. So I fell. I fell. Deeper and deeper I sank into the void. Farther and farther. No, that wasn't it. Rather, it seemed that the darkness was coming towards me. It approached me at a terrifying speed. But there was no sound. It was creeping closer and closer. And finally it penetrated me. There was no way for me to shake it off. It seeped completely into me. It was strange, but there was no feeling to it. The blackness invaded and settled inside me. It overtook me, never to part again. I was becoming the darkness. The darkness was becoming me. My body becoming the darkness itself. The void was endless. It had no ceiling. Nothing existed to cover it. It was an abyss. Everything was buried in the pitch black. The dark of the night was crushing me. That was how everyone died. I was dying. I was dead. Death. When I woke, my shirt was soaked with sweat. What an awful way to start the day. Pulled out my PDA to check the time. It read 3:18 a.m., but all drowsiness had left me. Attempting sleep again would have been a waste of time. Thought I'd only have another nightmare. Nearby, I could hear soft breathing. Coco and Pee-Pee were nestled together, comfortably asleep. Trying not to wake them, I opened the conference room door and sneaked out. May 5th! Outside, the hallway seemed endless. For a moment, I had the illusion it went on forever. Stop being stupid. Without hesitation, I stepped into the cold water filling the hallway. I realized how oddly accustomed I'd grown to that spectacle, that strange situation, that daily routine. Being continually enclosed by walls. Walls that, in a matter of time, were doomed to come crashing down. Hey! See? They can't keep having tuna sando. They gotta do the customary Cinco de Mayo taco night. Where will I be when it happens? Decided not to think too deeply about it. I'd already decided not to think about things like that. Climbing the emergency stairway, I headed towards Sveiderstock. Reaching the infirmary, pushed the button to open the door. She's not here. The bed was empty. The spilled nuts were gone. Wondered if Sugumi had been the one to clean them up or if it had been someone else. Regardless, no one was in the room. Reaching out to the Lemmy terminal, I touched the screen. No reaction. Monitor lights were out. I walked towards the security office. Thought maybe the terminal there would be online. Opening the door, I hesitated at the smell. As always, the room smelled like smoke. I tried the terminal. The screen read, "Periodic maintenance in progress." Message continued. Lemmy, full system periodic maintenance program in operation. Until completion, portions of Lemmy functions are inaccessible. Estimated completion time, 6 a.m. While under maintenance, automatic control systems throughout the compound will be partially offline. However, facilities and attractions will operate normally. Note, since all sensors and recording systems operations will be checked during maintenance, function may be erratic. Therefore, it will not be possible to access data through the terminals. Warning! This maintenance program should not be aborted except in cases of emergency. If aborted, there is the danger of making the Lemmy system unstable. Therefore, please refrain from accessing Lemmy until after maintenance completion. Thank you for your cooperation. Additional note. Until the maintenance completes, I will be unavailable. Everybody should be asleep at this time anyway, right? I informed everyone about this operation at dinner time, but in case any of you forgot what I said, I am leaving this message. That is all. Good night. Akanigasaki Sora. Well, how about that? I suppose Sora forgot to tell me about it. Then again, maybe I just wasn't listening. I was probably busy eyeing that extra piece of sausage in the refrigerator. Trying not to be seen by the others as I hid the sausage, and later cooked it up. I've been gloating over it until being caught, and then... certainly not expected to be throwing it up only half an hour later. Was I stupid or what? I was lucky it wasn't worse. Oddly enough, I hadn't felt hungry since. Anyway, having no particular place to go, I found myself in front of an elevator. Yeah, sure. We're here. Let's push the button. No clear reason in mind, I pushed the elevator call button. All it did was make a noise. The elevator showed no sign of budging. But of course, all the elevators in that section of the compound have been shut down.
こんばんは。
Hi. Hearing a voice from behind me, I turned my head. And there was Sugumi standing quietly.
ねえ、何してたの？
What are you up to?
そんなところにいても、エレベーターは来るわけないわ
No
よ。
point waiting around. That elevator's not coming. I didn't have an answer to
ど
give.
うしたの？たけし。
Takashi, what's the matter?
聞こえてないの？
Are you deaf? Couldn't help but
ちょっと
laugh.
どうしちゃったの？
Come on, what's going on?
なんで笑ってるのよ。
What's so funny? Sugumi seemed slightly disturbed. It's nothing. No special reason. Just that, well, thought your question was pointless. At first, Sugumi started to frown. But then she laughed back at me.
少しはあなたもわかるようになったよね。
You started to catch on, haven't you? I suppose. I was just out for a little walk. What have you been doing? Ah, that's okay. You don't have to
だって
answer.
聞かないで。
In that case, don't ask. Turning her eyes away, Sugumi frowned slightly. Looking at the floor, she seemed lost in thought. After a moment, she lifted her eyes and spoke.
ねえ、たけし。クバレって知ってる？
Say, Takashi, do you know what kwai is? Koali? Do I know what a koala is? Yeah!
クバレ。
That's right. I don't know. Takashi's not smart. We've established that. Actually, I think I knew and then I forgot.
うーん
Right.
じゃあ教えてあげるわ。
Okay, I'll tell ya.
クバレはク
Koalas.
ラゲのゴンドラのアトラクション。
That's right, the jellyfish gondola. It's like, oh, something's got that on its sign.
このエレベータールームのすぐ裏手にあるの。
And it's located just behind this elevator room. Oh, is that so? Then we both fell silent. Sugumi started to giggle and gave me a hard look. We both knew what we were going to do next. With Sugumi in the lead, we headed for the koala entrance. Say, how do you make this thing work?
さあね。
Go figure. Come on, tell me.
スイッチは入ってるから乗れば勝手に動き出すわ。
It's already turned on, dummy. Just get in and it'll go. That's it?
さっき試してみたから確かよ。
Look, I tried it out already, so I'm pretty sure. Huh? Well, if you say so. Wait a second, you've already tried it?
え
Well,
え
yeah,
え試したの。
I tested it. Tsugumi's face looked troubled, as if she'd been caught at something. You're saying you wrote it alone?
一人じゃない。
Well, not exactly alone. Yeah, Chami was with her. Duh.
誰かとじゃない。
It's not who I was
そ
with.
のつまり
You see, well, I was with Chami. You mean your hamster?
そうよ。
Yeah. In other words, one adult and one critter. One varmint.
うん。
You rode Quali with Chami?
そうよ。
Yes.
何度も言わせないで
Don't make me repeat myself. Huh? How was it? Fun?
チャミはすぐ寝ちゃったわ。
Chami fell asleep. Guess he was bored.
でも私は
But as for me,
そんなこと
Who
どうでもいいで
cares?
しょ意味がない質問
it's a
よ。
meaningless question. Sugumi hadn't said much, which was a lot more than usual. In other words, you were lonely, huh? If I was there, I could have cheered you up.
何が安心なのよ。
What do you mean, cheered me up? Well, you know, you've been through a lot. I thought maybe the two of us together would. Yeah, right. But then suddenly, Sugumi's expression lost its tension. All of a sudden, she let out a laugh. Hey, what's going on with you? Did I say something stupid?
ううん、別に
Not really.
全然意味なんてないの。
It's nothing important.
笑ってみたかっただけ。
It's just that I needed to laugh. Then her expression hardened up again. But after all, I thought that a slight smile remained on her face. Let's go. Yeah. Together, we got inside the ride. Immediately after the hatch closed, the gondola began to move forward smoothly. Just as Sugumi had said, the jellyfish-shaped gondola picked up speed and headed towards the outskirts of Zwiderstock. The corrugated tube carrying the gondola wrapped its way around the perimeter of the floor. Floating comfortably inside the tube, the gondola skirted its way
あ
along.
なたに質問したいことがあったの。
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. What is it?
聞いておきたかった。確認して
Well,
おきた
it's
かった。
something I wanted to ask. Something I wanted to confirm. It was strange that Sugumi would have something she wanted to just say to me. Her behavior seemed extremely
お
odd.
かしいね。
It's strange,
お
but
かしいけど、
it feels
わ
like
からなくなってしまいそうなの。
I'm beginning to lose it.
おかしくなってしまいそうなの。
Like I'm going crazy.
ねえ。あなたはどこにいるの？
So tell me, where are you? Out of nowhere, she asked me again. What do you mean, where? I'm right here.
ここってどこ？
Yeah, but where is here? You know, here is here, right? I beat the palm of my hand against my chest.
爪切ったことある？
Have you ever cut your fingernails? What's up with you all of a sudden? Tsugumi leaned over urgently right in front of my face. In her eyes, I could see something like a distant light. I could just glimpse the tip of her tongue, wet and smooth.
いいから
Just answer, okay?
爪切ったことある？
Have you ever cut your nails? Of course I have.
その切り取られた爪にあなたはいる？
Well then, is the nail that's been cut away still you? What do you mean?
爪にあなたはいるの？
I mean, are you there in the nail? No, I guess once it's gone from my body, it's not me
髪
anymore.
は？
What about hair? Same goes for
だっ
hair.
たらここにくっついている髪の毛はたけしだけど、
In that case, this hair is you,
こう
right?
やって抜いた途端
But if I pull it out... I reflexively put my hand to my head. Tsugumi had yanked out a couple strands. This
たけ
isn't
しじゃ
you?
ないんだ。
Tsugumi held the hair up, waving it around. That's tough. It isn't me, but I guess you could call it X-me?
じゃあ
Okay
腕を
then.
引きちぎったら
What if I ripped your arm off? What? Tsugumi grabbed my arm. Before I could react, I was drawn into her body. Although she wasn't abnormally strong, I found it impossible to resist her. It was a natural flowing movement inside the white gondola. Tsugumi's body was covering mine. I felt her breath. I felt her pulse. Getting saucy in the gondola! A fragrant smell wafted from her neck. A musky smell. It made me slightly dizzy.
ねえ腕を引きちぎったら
Well, if I ripped your arm off? Gazing intensely at me, Tsugumi continued shooting me questions.
その腕にたけし
Would you
が
be there? In the arm? No, I suppose I wouldn't be there.
じゃ
Okay
あ足を
then.
ちぎったら
What if I took off your leg?
胴を切り離したら
Or if I cut your torso away?
脳を取り出したら
Or even if I took out your brain? Still gazing at me, she moved her hands and put them on my neck. It felt like I was being hunted. The illusion was intense. She looked straight at me. I couldn't shake myself away from her gaze. I peered deeply into her eyes. I felt like I was being sucked inside her. Those eyes, full of that distant light. Wondered where the light originated from.
たけしはどこにいる
Tell
の
me, Takashi. Where are you? I'm... Where am I? Yeah, right? Drowning might actually be kind of pleasant down to whatever kind of bizarre things are happening inside. Me, Kuranari Takashi. Since the moment I was born, I had existed as one person. One continuous, linear, cohesive individual. Have you though, bro? I don't know. Think we're gonna find that's not the case. There was no doubt about that fact. There is so much doubt about that fact in this game. The me as a baby in the photo album, the me running around in elementary school, finally the me sitting there. They were all the same organism called Kuranari Takashi. So, where exactly did the entity called me exist? In the past, people thought the soul existed in a person's heart. Descartes believed the soul inhabited the pineal gland in the brain. The brain. Wondered briefly if I existed only in my memories. But if that were the truth, then if I lost my memory like the kid, wouldn't that mean that I was no longer Kuranari Takashi? Thoughts, senses, emotions, sensations, character, values? All of those things were nothing but functions of the organ called the brain. For one thing, the me that ran around in elementary school was composed of different molecules than the me there. Alright, we're moving away from Pygmalion and we're going into the ship of Theseus now. From a purely material viewpoint, my younger me was entirely different than my older me. Cells died and were replaced daily. Every cell that was replaced would also die. They said the cells in the entire human body were completely replaced every 3 to 5 years. By comparison, a rock would be composed of the exact same molecules 5 years before or 5 years hence. But a human body was different. The cells of me 5 years ago were not the same as the cells of me then. Even so, the me of 5 years before and the me then were definitely the same. Then, just what was it that defined me? And where did that me exist? All that time, Tsugumi continued to hold my neck with her hands. Maybe it was the lack of brain, getting oxygen, that made me think these weird thoughts. Little by little, she began to apply more pressure. After a while, it became difficult to breathe. My mind began to fog over. I was slowly drifting towards chaos.
そう。あなたという存在に実体はない。
You see, your existence has no substance.
あなたはただのが
All you are is a concept.
情報。ソフトウェアと言ってもいいかもしれない。
You are just a packet of information. Software.
CD に焼かれた情報に実体はある。
The information written on a CD has no physical body, right?
CD はただのプラスチック。
The CD
ポリカー
itself
ボネー
is
トとい
just
う物質の
plastic,
塊。
a hard mass of
それ
polycarbonate,
は情報とは何の関連もない。
but that mass has nothing to do with the information it
情報の
holds.
実体なんかであるはずもない。
Information can't have a physical body. That's
情
impossible.
報に形はないの。
Information does not have shape or
ただ
substance.
専用のアプリケーションを用いることによっての
The
み
embodiment of information only takes place through its
しか
application.
し具現化されたその情報の形さえ
However,
本質ではない。
the embodied information itself has no actual body. This is a conversation we are having in a cutesy, jellyfish-shaped amusement park ride. That just to keep the setting in mind.
本質は情報それ自体を指すのだから。
The essence of information is the information itself.
たけしも同じ。
Takashi, it's the same for
た
you.
けしという本質に
There is no physical substance to your essence.
なぜなら倉成たけしという人間の本質は
Instead, the human called Kuranari
情
Takashi
報
is no more
ソ
than a
フトウェアに過
concept,
ぎない。
information, software,
それは肉体というハードによってのみ再現される。
and that essence is realized only through your body, the hardware.
肉体はハードウェア。
That's it. Your body is just the hardware.
たけしという本質を具現化するためのただの道具。
It's just a device in which the entity of you is embodied. Why do you... I spat out the words with difficulty. How come you're... Was I making any sense to her? I couldn't tell. The weight of Tsugumi's whole body was on my neck.
ダメ、
I can't.
ダメよ。ダメなのよ。
I just can't. For an instant, her grip loosened slightly.
私は
I can never
逃
escape.
れることができ、この忌まわしい肉体に縛り付けられたまま、
I'm bound eternally to this horrid body.
私の本質は
My soul is forever in
自由にな
chains.
れない。永遠に
Tsugumi became teary-eyed. So that was the light deep in her eyes. Tears.
たけし、私を
Would you
殺して。
kill me? Half light on her side, she grabbed my wrists. She tried to force my hands to her own neck.
ね、
Please,
殺して。
kill me? What are you talking about? I broke away from her grasp. Why are you talking like this?
あ、
I get it.
そうなの。
Tsugumi muttered, her voice shaken, and her gaze drifted off.
臆病なのね。
You're just a coward,
育児のない男。
just a gutless man.
所詮、あなたは男じゃないのよ。
In fact, you're not even a man. That's got nothing to do with
お願い。
this. Come on. Please,
してよ。
kill me.
できないの？
Can't you do it? Are you crazy? There's no way I could do such a thing. Why not?
できないのよ。
Why can't you? Of course I can't. I don't need a reason. I don't want to. Why do you want to die so badly anyway? Why do you need someone to kill you? Please. It's because...
どうして
Forget
無
it.
茶だっていうの？
Are you really so unwilling? You're damn right I'm unwilling.
だ
Well,
ったら
in that
分か
case,
ったわ。
in that case, I know.
私が先にあなたを殺してあげるから。
I'll kill you instead. With all her strength, Sugumi slammed me to the floor and started choking me.
殺してあげる。
I'll give you the gift of death, and then I'll...
そして私も。
With all her strength, she slammed me down. Again and again. Stop it. If she kept it up, I would die. No, I was dying. If she didn't stop, I was a goner. Attempting to force her off, I scratched her. Something red started to drip from her lips. It was blood. She was bleeding. Blood mixed with tears. Suddenly, her shadow loomed over me. I couldn't see a thing. And then, her mouth closed on mine. Our lips pressed hard together. My mouth was filled with the taste of her blood and tears. I'll kill you.
殺してやる。
No. Don't leave me alone. Please don't leave me
一人
alone.
にしないで。お願い。
Please, Takashi.
お願い。
Darkness surrounded me. Or maybe I wasn't there at all. But darkness without awareness. I heard only the slight rustle of clothing and Sugumi's sigh. Hearing that sound, I felt a craziness swell up inside of me. Two shadows overlapped to become one. And I plunged into the chaos farther and farther and became one. Hey! Anyway, that's over. Afterward, I went straight back to the conference room. Both my mind and body were exhausted. Even though little remained of the night, I slept soundly. When I awoke, I felt refreshed and fully recharged. Apparently, no one had noticed my disappearance during the night.
皆さん、おはようございます。
I am presumably covered in blood, but okay. Good morning.
おはよう。おはよう。ソラさん。
おはよ
Yeah, hi there, Sora. A little later than usual, Sora presented herself in the conference
どうだっ
room.
たソラ？メンテは順調だったのかな？
So, how about it, Sora? How did the maintenance go?
ええ、はい。
Well, that
シ
is...
ステムコンディションは正常です。
The system is in
設備
sound
の物理
condition.
的破損については改
Although,
善のしよう
there'd
が
be
ない
no
の
way
で
to
すが、
repair any mechanical damage if it were to
無
occur.
事メンテナンスは終了しました。
The scheduled
前回におい
maintenance
て
program
通
checked
常
out.
と変わりない機能をお届
I
け
can
でき
assure
る
you
ことを
that
保
the
証します。
entire compound is functioning normally.
よかった。
That's good to hear.
私、茜ヶ崎空については診断の結果、若干の思考ノイズがあることが発見されましたが、
After carefully assessing the situation, I found a slight noise in my thought
業務上
processor.
問題はないものとされ、そのままになっています。
Normal function will not be compromised, so no modifications are necessary.
ねえソラさん、思考ノイズって
Hey,
何？
Sora-san, what does that mean?
あ、ココちゃん、それはね、
Well, Coco-chan, it means
時
that,
々私にいたずらをしようとするお客さんがいるんですよ。
you
嘘
see,
を教えたり、意地悪
sometimes
をして混乱させ
certain
たり、
customers want to play pranks on me. They tell lies or try to confuse me.
それで私の記憶や反応がちょっと変になってしまうことがあるんです。
And because of that, my
そういうのが
memories or programmed
思考ノイズ
responses
なん
get a
です。
little out of alignment. Tends to cause issues in my thought processing. Does this have anything to do with somebody's weird little lectures?
あらかじめ持っている知識と
Fetish
新しい
lectures?
情報とどちらが正しいのか判断できなくなってしまって、
Sometimes, older data gets mixed with newer information, making it difficult to determine
あ
which
ま
is
りひどい
correct.
とシステムをいじって記憶を書き換えることになります。
When this problem becomes severe, it's necessary to fiddle with the system and overwrite the problematic
で
data.
も今回はそんなトラブルは起こっていませんから安心
However,
してくださいね
at this time, nothing too drastic has occurred, so please don't worry.
あとはそうですね皆さんが眠っていた間の館内センサーの記録のチェックは
Other than
ま
that,
だ行われていませ
I've
ん
yet to complete a full check of the sensor data which was recorded throughout the compound while you were all sleeping.
新たな浸水などは起こっていると思いますけど
I doubt any new leakage has occurred, but I will report back to you once I've checked the sensor
うん
data.
そら頼んだよ
Thanks, Sora. We're counting on you.
はいお任せください
Leave it to me.
そうそうレミ端末はメンテによってレスポンスが向上したはずです
By the way, thanks to the maintenance program, the Lemmy terminal response has greatly
レミ
improved.
のトラフィックに問題があったのですがこの問題を解決
There was a
現在
slight
の
problem
レビューの状
concerning
態
the
に合
Lemmy
わせ
traffic,
端
but
末の通
it
信
has
機
been
能は
resolved.
最適化されました
Terminal communication functions were optimized to adjust to Lemu's current status.
ふーん
Sora, what do you mean by traffic? I'd like to know more about what exactly was tweaked in the terminals.
それでは皆さんそろそろ食事に行きましょうか
No answer. All right, everyone. Why don't we go to breakfast? Sure, let's just casually go eat some breakfast. What in the... Was it me, or did she totally ignore my question? Oh well. Perhaps she just couldn't hear me. Everyone relocated to the tuna sandwich shop. As always, I cooked up breakfast for everyone. Looking at their faces as they ate, I suddenly felt relieved. The faces of you, Coco, and the kids seemed so happy. Sora just stood by, quietly watching them enjoy the meal. However, Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen. I don't know, maybe you murdered her or something. We don't know. We got suddenly burst into a new scene. Let me... Had the audacity to open a PDF last night, so, you know, acrobats here causing all these weird jumps. After breakfast, we had plenty of free time, but there was nothing in particular to do. Nothing that just had to be done. So, without any reason, we all just ended up gathering in the rest area. Well, before we find out what's going on in the rest area, I am going to take a quick break. Let's see what happens today. As always, the vases were filled with blossoming flowers. Hydrates, marigolds, and roses. Apparently, the flowers were watered periodically by mist from the sprinkler system, helping them maintain their freshness. I didn't see Sora anywhere, but then again, she did say she hadn't finished checking the sensor data. She'd probably gone to the control room. It seemed she could concentrate on performing operations better there. You, who'd been talking with Sora earlier, was strolling alone along the top of the circular stage in the middle of the room. The kid, Coco, and Pee-Pee were playfully chasing each other through the water. I had a feeling I'd seen it all before. Driving a good stretch, I watched Coco and the others play. The three of them, 2 kids and an animal, circled the stone statue. They were playing a game of chase, not really caring who was it. Not seeming to get bored, they kept running around and around. On the other hand, I got restless watching them. Ugh, what a sight. It looked kind of fun, but it didn't feel quite like asking them to join in. And at any rate, Tsugumi had yet to make an appearance that morning. Just in case, I'd left a sandwich for her at the kiosk. I don't know if she'll actually eat it or not. What would I say to her if I met her? So talking to her again would be awkward. Awkward? Is awkward the right phrasing we're going with? She had told me when we were on the jellyfish gondola. Kill me. I couldn't. There was no possible way I could do such a thing, but still. Why did it feel like I'd messed up somehow? Something had come over me. There was nothing I could do. I glanced up and noticed Coco and the others had stopped playing. Huh? What is she doing? With a worried look on his face, the kid was watching Coco intently. PP too had his eyes on her. In the middle of the rest area stood 4 stone statues. Coco was deliberately attempting to scale one of the pedestals. Here I go! With a heave, she began to climb up the side. It was an odd sight. I ran next to the kid as he stood frozen, watching her. Stumbling as she mounted the pedestal, Coco ended up embracing the statue.
ココ、一体何やってるの？
Coco, what the heck are you doing? The kid asked her brazenly. Wow, all I did was stand a little higher, and everything looks all different. To be exact, 68 centimeters higher, don't you think? Perched on top of the pedestal, Coco said that while smiling triumphantly.
ねえココ、そのためだけにそこに登ったの？
Coco, is that why you climbed up there? What? Actually, no? Coco answered with her head cocked. The area right here looks like it's missing something. Missing something? Which area? The statue's back. I kind of thought its back looked lonely. Coco stroked the statue's back sympathetically with her tiny hand. And, well... Abracadabra! Screwdriver at ya! Uttering a scream of nonsense, Coco suddenly produced a flathead screwdriver in her right hand. Times 2! And then another one appeared in her left hand. Where did she get those? Before I could ask her anything, Coco was gripping 2 screwdrivers, and then, into the back of the statue. She began to carve the stone using the tip of the screwdriver. Cut, cut! Yeah! You know what? Finally somebody's taking matters into their own hand and dual-wielding some screwdrivers. Within moments, the back of the statue was covered with gashes. It was incomprehensible. I just couldn't understand it. First, she said the back looked lonely, and then she started gouging it. For a while, the kid and I just gazed at her with our jaws dropped.
何やってるの？
What are you doing? Excuse me. The kid yelled as he came back to his senses. I'm carving. Can't you see? I'm carving. I'm etching some marks into this stone statue. Oh, really? Etching some marks. I can tell that by watching you, Coco. That's not what we mean.
どうして？
What for? The kid beat me to the question. Well, it's because I was feeling lonesome. And anyway, I was feeling sad. I was feeling sad. She muttered in a tiny voice. She worked with great dexterity, using a screwdriver in each hand. The tips of the screwdrivers dug into the stone, screeching and forming tiny grooves. Sad? Well, nobody's come to rescue us, right? We've been abandoned. So what harm is there in wrecking the place a little? The kid and I looked at each other. Coco looked back at her handiwork. They were in the shape of people. Simple looking, like stick people. At the end of each stick was a little round head.
何これ？
Who's that? It's me, Coco. And look, this is Pippi and Chami. Looking more carefully, I could see 2 unusual animal figures beside the human forms. Okay, and then... one of the shapes had a particularly large head. It was only half finished. This is Sora-san.
美人だから。
Sora-san is pretty, which makes her hard to draw.
ムフフムフフフフリのフ
Singing a cute little song, Coco continued to carve. She seemed entirely absorbed by what she was doing. Somehow, I could relate to her desire to throw herself into
器物
something.
損壊かな、こういうの。
That's destroying private property. It's vandalism. Hey, relax, kid. Now's not the time to be so uptight. Coco's into her work. You can't blame her. Also, she's got a screwdriver in each hand, and she's not afraid to use them, so just let her do what she wants.
よーし、次は
Because of her unsteady position on the pedestal, Coco suddenly lost her balance.
危ない。
Look out! Without hesitating, the kid jumped forward, steadying her body. He grabbed her by the hips to prevent her from slipping down, then carefully lowered her to sit on the pedestal.
ありがとう。
Thank
足
you.
元気をつけてね。
Watch your step, okay?
あ、そうだ。翔ちゃんも一緒にやろうか。
Ah, I know. Why don't you join me, kiddo? You mean...
やろう。
Come on, please. Let's both try it.
ここにね、翔ちゃんとナッキュを描いて、
You can carve a picture of yourself and knock you here.
この辺にタケペンを彫ろうと思ってる
And
んだ。
then I was thinking of carving Takepyon over here.
ドライバー1個貸してあげる。
Okay? Here's one of my screwdrivers.
あ、うん。
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Thanks. Energized by Coco's enthusiasm, the kid took the screwdriver and mounted the pedestal to join her. Yeah, Coco's like, do it, do it, do it. Careful not to fall yourself,
大
kid.
丈夫だよ。
Yeah, I'll be alright. Don't slip, Coco. Why don't you let me hold you up?
どうしようかな。
I wonder if that's
大
the...
丈夫だよ。
She'll be alright. I was about to stretch my hands towards her, but the kid stopped me.
僕が支えるから。
Don't worry. I got her. The kid took hold of Coco's empty hand. While embracing the statue in a hug, Coco and the kid steadied each other. And using their free hands, they both began carving shapes. Anarchy! Anarchy! The statue stood there without complaint, pointing to the ceiling. A while later, what was left in the stone was the carved images of 6 people and 2 animals. It was evidence of our existence. That afternoon, after a light lunch, I looked around, but I couldn't find you anywhere.
ユウ食べ終わってすぐツバイトの警備室に行っ
Looking
た
for
よ。
you? She ate lunch, then went to the security office in Vetterstock.
ナッキュ、調べ物があるんだって。
She said something about doing some research. Research? Wonder what that could be.
さあね。
Yeah, she didn't say
気になる
exactly.
ならユウに直接聞いた方がいいんじゃないかな
You。really want to know? Why don't you go ask her yourself? Yeah, guess you're right.
さんはどこ行ったの？
What about Sora-san? Where'd she go?
制御室に入ったままみたいだね。忙
She's
しい
still
の
in the
かな。
control room.
さっ
I
き端
spoke
末
to
で
her
声
through
か
the
けてみたん
terminal
だけど
intercom.
取
She
り込
seemed
み中
really
だからっ
busy.
て。
As usual, Sugumi was nowhere to be seen, but the sandwich I left at the kiosk was gone. Come to think of it, you, Sora, and Sugumi hadn't said a word to me all morning. Something's up, I can tell. At any rate, I figured I would go search for them. I didn't know where to go. Let's see. Do we want to actually attempt anything? I guess let's just go top down. That way we don't have to make a choice. We'll just let the order of the rooms make the choice for us. I tried the control room. I pushed the button to open the door and it slid open. Sora, are you in here? I called out her name but got no response. The console was silent. It's strange. I wonder if it meant she'd finished checking the sensor data. But if that was the case, I thought she would report back to us. Sora, where are you? Hey, Sora! I expected to find her hiding in the corner somewhere. Called out for her again, but still got no response. Next, I touched the terminal. Although I didn't know how to operate it, it seemed to be responding. A map of Lemmy data suddenly appeared on the Lemmy monitor, but it didn't tell me anything. There was still no sign of Sora. I decided to check somewhere else. I headed for the second floor. Turning down a corridor after climbing the emergency stairs, I came out in front of the infirmary. The door abruptly opened in my face and a person came flying out. Then they dodged right past me. In a flash, the figure was gone without even seeming to notice me. Ooh, what's that? I whipped around quickly, trying to see who the person was. It was Tsugumi. Hey! I started to call out, but I hesitated. The events of the night before popped into my mind. You know, the attempted murder, the weird blood makeout. I could stop her, but then what? In the meantime, all I could see was Tsugumi's back fading further away. Hey, wait up! Where are you going? Barely getting the words out, I dashed after her. I ran up a corridor and hurriedly climbed up the stairs. The sound of her feet faded down the end of the emergency corridor. Her figure had already rounded the corner and was out of sight. Tsugumi! I was out of breath. I'd run about 30 meters, but damn it, Tsugumi, you sure are fast. I grumbled after her, although she was well out of earshot. I didn't feel like I could catch up with her at all. Her speed was unnatural. She was still supposed to be recuperating. Hey, Tsugumi! Called her name without much hope, but there was no answer. In the end, it seemed Tsugumi hadn't noticed. I hadn't seen that she was trying to avoid me, but maybe I was better off that way. Giving up, I went back down the stairs and returned to the corridor. I decided to stop by the nearby security office. As usual, the room felt faintly of smoke.
Kuranari.
Noticing me enter, you turned toward me from the console. Say, you haven't been smoking, have you? I only said it in jest, but you looked slightly offended. No way! How could you ask? You know the rules. No smoking until you're legal. Technically not true. It is technically only illegal to buy cigarettes under 18, not to smoke them. You can joke if you want, but I can't believe you'd say that. It's been Coco. Coco's been up here smoking a pack a day. I mean, just take a look at my fresh, silky skin. This is the skin of a killer, Bella. This is the soft skin of a lady. This is the kind of beauty that's impossible for a smoker like you. Ha! You smoke smugly, mocking me. Hey, I don't smoke. Oh, really? Oh, so you just look like that, like from genetics? Anyway, let's stop all this stupid talk about smoking. I just wanted to ask you something. The kid said you were doing some research? The kid said that? You gave me a slightly surprised look. Kuranari, what exactly did the kid say? I don't remember exactly, but he just mentioned you were researching something, so thought I'd ask you myself. Well, in that case, I guess I'll let you in on it. Turning back to the console, you began to type. You may not remember this, Kuranari, but I've been researching stuff about Lemu for quite a while now. On account of her daddy going missing. She spoke with her eyes glued to the monitor. And then there's the thing about my father. Ah. That reminds me, you mentioned him earlier. It must have been the first day I came to this place. when you startled me by suddenly starting up the dolphin carousel. I heard about him then. So, have you found something? Not yet. Yu shook her head slowly. Yeah, like, is there laundry or something? I don't understand why she kind of suddenly got switched back into the uniform. Eyeing the monitor, she hit some more keys and entered a code.
パスワードさえ発見できれば。
If I could only find the password. Password?
それさえあれば、レミのあらゆるデータベースにアクセスすることが可能
If I
にな
just
る
had
の
the。password, I could access all the data inside Lemmy.
通常、レミのシステム本体に関わるデータはプロテクトでブロックされてる。
All the data concerning Lemmy's system has security protection.
開発スタッフの個人的なデータもね。
And of course, the personal data of the development staff has it as well.
そのプロテクトを解くための鍵。レミのセキュリティロックを外せる緊急用の最終パスワ
I'm
ード。
hunting for the key to unlock
そ
that
れを探して
protection.
るのよ。
An emergency override. Try admin and password. Oh, so that's what you've been up to. Yeah.
でも、もうお手上げかな。
I give up. You stopped typing. Taking her eyes off the console, she looked at me. Hey, by the way, if you disconnect Lemmy's security protection, what'll happen to Sora?
空
Well, since Sora's an AI program inside the Lemmy system, won't she be affected?
そうね。
Yeah.
もしプロテクトが解ければ、空は当然裸になる。
Naturally, if the protection's removed, Sora will be totally exposed. Naked. Takashi's like, where do you think I can get that password? And how much do you mean naked?
あ、クラナリ？今なんか変な想像したでしょ。
Kurenari, did you just think of something kinky? Eh?
裸って言っても、空の映像がヌードに変
When
わ
I
るわけじ
say
ゃないよ。
naked, I don't mean Sora's image will be nude. Oh, never mind then. He's not interested anymore. Huh. I wasn't thinking that at all.
本当かな。怪しいな。
You seem pretty suspicious to me.
ま、いいけど、
Well, I don't really care.
空の思考とか記憶、データとして見られるすべては丸裸になってしまうわけよね。
Sora won't become nude, but all her thoughts, memories, and various data will be accessible. That's an invasion of
そう
privacy!
いう問題じゃないと思うけどな。
Not exactly, really. Wait a minute. So, if you find that password, that'll mean that you can save Sora?
助ける？
Save her? I mean, you could copy all her source data to a high-capacity hard drive or something. And then take that data out of here by hand, right?
うん、できるよ。
Well, yeah. It could be done.
でもそんな必要ないんじゃない？
Except that won't be necessary. You spoke coldly.
空は何も私たちが助けるまでもなく、
We don't need to save Sora. She's saved already. How's that?
空の実態はレミューの中にあるわけじゃないの。
The fact is, Sora doesn't actually reside in
エン
Lemu.
ゼルヌルに置かれてるスパコン。そこにこそ空の頭脳はあるのよ。
More precisely, the brain of Sora resides in a supercomputer on Incel Null.
私の言ってることわかる？
Do you see what I'm saying?
つまり、レミューが浸水しようと、
Meaning that even if Lemu sinks, floods, or explodes, Sora won't be damaged at all.
だってここにいるわけじゃないんだから。
Because she's not even here.
空のいる場所は海の上。
She really lives above the
私
ocean.
たちから見れば、文字通り、空は空にいるってことになるわけ。
So, from our point of view, just like her name's meaning, Sora is in the sky. With that, you pointed her finger towards the ceiling. Lured by her pointing finger, I looked up, as if I expected to find Sora there. Naturally, she was nowhere to be seen. Hey, hold on a second, how could that be? All data communication lines within Sol Null have been cut, they're useless. Sora herself said that, it doesn't make sense. If as you say, Sora exists above us, then how could she appear before us here?
そうなのよ。
That's what I mean. Suddenly, Yu's voice level dropped. What's that?
クラナリもおかしいと思わない？
Come on, Kuranari. You think it's
ソラ
strange
は
too,
メンテナ
right?
ンスの時にレミの通信機能を最適化したって言ったけど、
Sora said, thanks to the maintenance program, communication functions were
そも
optimized.
そも定期メンテナンスは通常インゼルヌル上のマスタースパコンと館内のレミ端末が連携して行われるの。
In order to perform periodic maintenance, the master supercomputer on Insel Null has to be linked with Lemmy here. Oh, Sora been lying to
それ
us!
がきちんと終了したということは、つまり
And since the maintenance checked out fine, that means
実はインゼルヌルとの通信経路はあるかもしれないのよ。
there might be a data communication link up and running somewhere. What? Why would Sora keep this from us?
ここから先は私の推測だけど、
What I'm going to say is only speculation, but... You furrowed her
誰
brows
かが
together.
積極的に事実を隠している可能性がある。
I think it's possible that someone is intentionally hiding the facts from us. You're saying... Sora could be lying to us?
そうとは限らないよ。
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It a little bit means that.
空が黙っていることを含め、何者かのプログラムによって仕組まれたことなのかもしれない。
On the one hand, someone might have created a program to orchestrate the whole thing, including keeping Sora silent.
空はこのことに全く無
Or
関係で、
it could be that
何
Sora
も
may
知らさ
not
れて
be
いないし、
involved. Maybe
気
she
づい
doesn't
て
know
もいないのか
anything,
もしれない。
or just hasn't noticed.
今のところはわからないよ。本当はどうなのかなんてさ。
For now, I don't know if it's true or not.
私の推測が正しいのか、それとも単なる勘違いなだけなのか。
Whether my suspicions are correct or all just a big misunderstanding.
プロテクトを解いた後に考えればいいこと。
Anyway, I can worry about that after I've cracked the
と
protection.
にかく今、私はここのコンソールからインゼルヌルのスパコンにあるはずのデータにアクセスしてる。
For now, I'm just trying to access the supercomputer on Insel Null from this console.
本当にアクセスできるかどうかは全然わからないけど、データがそこにあるらしいってことは分かってるの。
I don't know whether I can even gain access, but I'm pretty sure that's where the data is.
どこにデータがあるかまでは
I'm certain the data is there.
分かったのはいいんだけど、
Well, at least it's a start. It's all we got! Finger guns.
このプロテクトがまたなかなか解けなくって頑固でね。
Cracking the security protection is gonna be a real pain. This stubborn code.
だから果たしてそこに何があるのかというと
So
ころま
what
では
exactly
ま
awaits
だまだたどり
hidden
着けてないってわ
inside?
け。
It's a little too soon to go there.
結局何にも分かってないのと一緒だよ。
Until I can get inside, it's the same as not knowing a thing. You said this and then gave a big shrug. Yeah, but I still think it's loads better than knowing nothing at all.
そうだよね。
Well, maybe you're right. You gave me a smile. Then she popped her neck and rotated her stiff shoulders. Now
も
then,
うちょっとだけ頑張ってみようかな。
back to work. Alright, you. Good luck. There's still time. Turning her back to me, you began to peck at the keyboard.
それにしてもさ、
Still, you know? Without stopping her hands, she muttered quietly.
昔からお母さんに聞かされてたお父さんの癖。
My mother used to tell me all about my
わか
father's
るもんだ
habits.
ね。
Well, I know there are clues
こ
to
ん
be
ななんで
found.
もないような無機質なコンピューターのプログラムにも
Decoding something as inorganic as a computer program is possible because even programmers have habits. For a long time, you stared at the monitor. She didn't look my way, so I couldn't read her expression anymore. But I could tell by her shaky voice. She was probably crying. Without saying a word, I slipped out of the security office. Is Sora really an Incel Null? If so, No matter whether Lemu was crushed or not, she'd still be okay. Tell me, Kurenari-san, after you escape from here, what's the first thing you want to do? Were her words just a flimsy attempt at compassion? I feel like I've gained a new perspective on human life. Come on, everybody. Believe in tomorrow so you can live today. Were those words just robotic, programmed phrases? Simple utterances encoded to pacify and comfort humans? Oh, Takashi's one of those guys that fell in love with his chat GPT. Aww. Suddenly, I felt a distance between Sora's existence and my own. Damn. Poor guy thought Grok was really in love with him. It was time for dinner. I made enough sandwiches for everyone and passed them out. Everyone moved with them to the rest area. We gathered on the circular stage in the center of the room and began eating. At a wave from Sora's hand, a gentle rain started pouring from the ceiling sprinklers onto the flower beds. There was even a small rainbow. Smiling, Sora stared at the fresh flowers and the sparkling rainbow. Her smile was so carefree. I didn't want to think it wasn't real. I didn't want to think she was just pretending for our benefit. But was she really smiling because she wanted to? Or was she just trying to cheer us up? We don't need to save Sora. She's saved already. That thought wouldn't leave my mind. Then again, there were others with me too. One of them opening her mouth so wide that it didn't seem it would open anymore. She looked really happy. And had flipped off the wrapping paper. I want another sandwich, please. Would you be so kind as to make another one and bring it here? Pretty please. She called out to me in a voice that seemed just a little too sweet. It seemed to me that she must have been crying earlier, but must have been my imagination. Alright, alright. You're such a slave driver. What was that? Did you say something? Nothing at all, milady. Just as long as you realize who's in charge. Reluctantly, I trudged back into the kitchen. Can't believe that girl. Wasn't like they were that hard to make. We had plenty of provisions. Still, I was irritated as I waited for the cold oil to heat up again. I anxiously fidgeted as I waited. The wire basket struck the frying pan with a clang. I'll just get this done as soon as I can. Hey. The customer had shown up without warning. I'd like to ask for another one if that's okay. Ah, jeez! What, Takashi? Did I catch you at a bad time? Sugumi looked annoyed. Sugumi? You don't want to make one? Huh? No, it's just... Don't worry about it, it's okay. I had to settle down. I'd allowed myself to get worked up. Trying to shake off my frustration, I replied. You just want one? Yeah, thanks. One more thing. Sugumi said that as she turned around. What about you, Coco? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's right. It's where a man belongs. Get back in the kitchen and make them sandwiches. What do you want? Maybe I'll just eat a little something. Well, how about some bread? Okay, sounds good. Takipyon, I'd like some bread, please. Okay, gotcha.
ねえ、ところでタケシ、
By the way, Takashi,
さっきちょっと怒ってなかった？
were you upset a little bit earlier?
どこか具合でも良くない
Are
の？
you feeling okay, or is it... it's not like that. It just takes a while for the oil to get warmed up, so I was irritated, that's all.
あ、そうなんだ。
Ah, was that it? She flashed me a smile.
わかった。大丈夫。慌てなくていいわ。
Okay, don't worry. Just take your time.
私、ちゃんと待ってるから。
I'll be waiting. Tsugumi grabbed onto Coco's hand and started walking slowly away. She was smiling so gently. It didn't seem like she cared about my troubles. Every time we met, I never know how to react. It bothered me some. Had she totally forgotten about the events of the other night? I had to wonder. Well, if she doesn't care, then I suppose that's best. The Tsugumi right then seemed like she would never talk about dying, even by accident. Oh my god. Please tell me that there are 2 Tsugumis. That would be absolutely hilarious. That would be hilarious. I decided to believe that her smile was real.
そんでね、ほいでね、ここ夢を見たんだ。
And guess what? You know what? I had a dream last night. Tsugumi was listening to Coco intently. What kind of dream?
クジラに乗ったの。
I was riding a whale. Coco seemed to be truly enjoying herself.
ね、しょうちゃんとね、
And
一緒にクジラ
Kiddo was riding it with me. So she does occupy the same, like, space as Sarah. If she's having dreams about Sarah's stuff.
でね、クジラがボインボインと跳ねて、
And the whale was, like, totally bouncing all over the place.
ホップステップジャンプとばかりに
I just kept hopping and jumping.
彼方イカスンデルにパッピューンと飛んでいって、
And we were in outer space going to this place called Planet Squid. And we were all flying around.
そしたらね、
And then, guess what?
クイクイ星人に
I met someone from Planet Kui Kui.
そっか、
Oh, really?
ココはクイクイ星人に会ってきたんだ。
You met someone from Planet Kui Kui, huh?
しょうちゃんとココでね、二人でね、会ってきたの。
Kiddo and me, we both met him.
そっか
Is that
よか
so?
ったね、ココ。
That's great, Coco. Tsugumi listened to Coco's nonsense with a smile on her face. I watched their interaction quietly. I tried to sense what they were feeling. And?
フラナリン、遅いって。
Renari, what's taking so long? I went into the rest area and you was lounging about lazily. What the hell are you all worked up about?
別に怒ってなんかいないよ。
Not worked up about anything.
ただ、フラナリのサンドが
It's
遅
just
いから。
that you're so slow. I was wondering, what's taking Kuranari so long? That's all.
はい、それで。
So,
どうでしたか？
how'd it turn out, Chef? You really don't know when to shut up, do you? Look, it's right here, so stop worrying. When I showed you the package, she shrugged. Tsugumi and Coco had already finished theirs and were following behind me. I headed over to the circle in the center of the room. Here, it's the Tanaka special. Take it. I got up on the round dice and threw the package directly at you. What are you doing? Splat. The packaging flew over Yu's knees and landed softly in the center of the stage. Come on, wake up, will ya? I pretended to show surprise. Careful, those are some gourmet goods, you know.
何よ、そっちが突然投げたんじゃないのよ。
Well, you're the one who threw it all of a sudden. Yu's cheeks puffed up. She picked up the package and dusted it off. Sorry, I was just joking. I lifted both hands in mock apology. I was worried it would fall into the water there for a second.
なのね
Ugh.
僕
Stop it.
そんな意地悪しなくたっていいじゃないのよ
You have to pick on me, you know? Grumbling to herself, she undid the string around the wrapping. You looked at the contents and puffed up again.
タツタが焦げてるんじゃないこれ
Hey, this sandwich is burnt! Not that badly. You should still be able to eat it.
しょうがないな
Ugh, I suppose. Give me a break. We carried on needling each other like that for a while. Then suddenly, someone came up and stood in front of you and me. No, maybe he'd been there for a long time. The kid was staring at both of us with a leaden gaze.
あれどうしたの
What's
少年
wrong, kid?
食べないの
You don't want it? The kid held an unopened fried tuna sandwich in his hand. You gotta eat to stay healthy, kid. Probably cold by now. You want me to heat it up again for you? I put out my hand, but he pulled the sandwich close to himself and tried to get away. He looked at me with a hard expression. And? What? The kid crushed the sandwich in his hand, using all his strength. The wrapping paper burst and sauce flew every which way. Got on his clothes as well, but he didn't seem to notice. He didn't stop there. He took the mingled package and threw it with all his might against the water on the ground. What? What the hell are you doing? His shoulders trembling, the kid kept his face down. He was finally able to drag out some words. Sick.
嫌なんだよ
I'm sick of it!
もうたくさんだ
That's all I can take. The kid kicked the thin layer of water at his feet. Everyone looked at him at once.
僕はもう嫌だ
I can't stand it anymore!
パスタサンドなんか食べたくないよ
I don't want any more fried tuna
飽きたん
sandwiches.
だよ
I'm sick of them.
白いご飯が食べたいんだ
I
よ
want to eat something else. He screamed. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. But nobody had anything to say in reply.
嫌なんだ
I'm
無
sick
理だ
and tired. So what if we're still alive?
助かるって誰が保証してくれるんだ
There isn't any proof that anyone is going to save
こんなこと
us.
してて
What are we doing here?
ずっとこんなことしててさ
Everything that we're doing here. There's no
僕
point.
たちが
There isn't any point to us being here. The
何
kid
も
raised a shaking fist.
意味がないんだ
And not finding any direction to launch it, he lowered it again. Even the dog's upset now. Everyone tried to keep their eyes from meeting. Seemed like they were afraid of what they might see. They tried desperately to avert their gazes. Nobody moved. People pressed their lips firmly together and dared not speak. Stupid fool. What the hell are you talking about? Finally, I looked up, shouting, Don't ask for the impossible. Do you have any idea what you're asking? The only food we have to eat are these sandwiches and what's in the snack shop upstairs. You know that. And you tell me you're sick of it? You still have to eat it. It's the only way to survive. So you'd better be thankful for it. We're all putting up with it the best we can. You're one of the gang, right? You should be a little more cooperative. They're all being patient. They're helping out. Even if they don't like it, they eat and they're surviving. If we don't, then we're finished. Wake up. We're all going to get through this together. As long as we're alive, there's still hope. Oh, just had to go and jinx it, didn't you, Takeshi? Suddenly, a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. There was a dull muffled sound. The floor shook slightly. Everyone staggered slightly and struggled to regain their balance. But nobody tried to do anything else.
分かってる
I know.
分かってるよたけし
I know that, Takashi. I know.
でも
But
だけど
still,
分かってたってどうすることもできないんだよ。
Even though I know that, what can I do? Just then, the kid knocked the sandwich out of Yu's hand. She hadn't even taken a bite out of her Tanaka special. It fell into the water with a splash and sank slowly. Bastard! What do you think you're doing? I went over, grabbed onto the kid, and raised my hand. You're gonna beat up a child, big man? Come on. Come on. Cowed, the kid froze. I pulled back the hand that I had raised. It all felt so stupid and so terribly sad. The kid looked up at me, hunched up and trembling. I was disappointed in myself for having tried to hit someone like him. My heart ached with sadness. I let go of the kid's collar, and he backed away slowly. Everyone watched us silently. Damn it! Tears welled up in his eyes. Kid, come on, I'm asking you. Lift up your head. I hadn't wanted to blame him in the first place. I turned around and held out my hand again, but he wouldn't look me in the eyes.
たけしがそんなこと言ったってさ。
Takashi, you can say that, but
僕はたけしみたいに考えられないよ。
I can't think like
無理な
you.
ものは無理なんだよ。
What's impossible is impossible.
みんな同じじゃないんだ。
We're not all the same.
僕には無理だ。
Can't do it.
そんなに強くないんだよ。
I'm just not that strong,
そんなに強くなれないよ。
and I never will be.
生きてなんかいられない。
I can't go on
生
living.
きていられないんだよ。
I don't want to go on living. So
い
then,
っそのこと
I should just... I didn't want to make him say the rest, but I couldn't stop him. I knew how hard it would be for him to say. Even I wasn't that strong. Everyone waited for the kid's next words in silence. They were probably unthinkable.
倉成さん、もうやめてあげてください。
Kuranari-san, stop it, please! Sora walked silently forward and stood in between the kid and me.
倉成さん、少年さんをそんなに責めないでください。
Kuranari-san, please, stop being so hard on him. No, I didn't mean it that way.
少年さんも顔を上げてください。
Shonen-san, please, look up at us.
やっぱり喧嘩はいけないと思います、私。
We can't fight. Not like this. It isn't right. Sora looked sad as she said that. Sora, this isn't just any old fight. I'm not trying to shut him out, I'm not trying to shut him out, I'm trying to shut him up. I wanted him to know how important it was to keep eating.
分かっています。ですけど、
I know that. However,
少年さんはほら、今はちょっと気が立ってるんですよ。
see, Shonen-san looks like he's already feeling a little bit better. Sora smiled slightly as she said
だから
that.
あんなことをついしてしまっただけで、そうですよね。
He really didn't mean it, okay?
仕方なかったんです。
Please, forgive him?
サンドはまた作り直しましょうよ。
Let's make another sandwich.
食料は幸い、まだ十分に確保されていますから。
It is a good thing that there are still plenty of provisions left. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I screamed. Sora stared back at me, eyes wide with surprise. It isn't about that, Sora. It isn't about whether we have more or not. It isn't... Can't you understand that?
わかります。
I understand.
いえ、その、
No,
わかりません。
I don't understand. Well, which one is it, Sora? I'd taken it all much further than necessary. But I couldn't stop myself. Do you or don't you understand? Do you understand what I mean? Do you really understand why I would do something like that? So you don't know why I did it. You're a first-rate AI program, aren't you?
倉成さん、
Kuranari-san.
ど どうすればいいんですか？
What do you want me to do?
私
Sora started to waver.
わかりません。
I don't
答えを
understand.
知りません。
I don't know the answer. Looking down, Sora bit her lip. Oh, how important food is. I guess you couldn't understand that. Because you aren't human like we are. Hey, forget it. Besides, the floor just shook, right? What was that, Sora? Did something happen to Lemu? What happened? Come on, tell us. If you check, you should find out in no time, right? Hurry up! Why won't you tell me what happened? She thought she heard the sound of someone running in water. Sounds where there should have been none. Sora kept her distance from us and ran out the exit of the room. Sora? After watching her run off, Sugumi stood right in front of me. What? Sugumi was glaring at me. I think the dialogue was out of order. I think Sora ran off and then we had heard the sound of someone running in water where there shouldn't have been. I guess there was just a small script error there. You are such a scumbag. It's a fact. You went over to the kid and hugged him around the shoulders. Coco and Pee-Pee were staring at everyone, speechless. Feeling like I was no longer wanted, I fled from the room. What was that about? I'm not wrong. Right? Blood rushed to my head. Damn it. Even I could tell. I was an asshole. I'd said too much. But once something had been said, it wasn't easy to take it back. I stopped at the end of the corridor. Himmel. Dead end. Nowhere to go. Thinking that, I realized that, for some reason, the door in front of me never seemed to open. When we'd searched around Lemu, we tried to open the electronic lock, but it hadn't budged. Thinking about being trapped there was enough to hate even the existence of that door. I heard a voice behind me and turned around. Huh? The corridor's watertight door had shut without me realizing. I hadn't even noticed. What are you doing here? Looking around, I couldn't see Sora anywhere. Sora? Hey, where are you? I looked all around. There was no way out other than the watertight door. It wasn't as if she were hiding behind something. Sora? You want to show me where you are? I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. Where are you looking? I could only hear her voice. Hey, come on. Stop playing around and show yourself. I'm right here. I heard her voice, right above me. I looked up. Massive amounts of water rained down from the ceiling. The drops poured down upon us mercilessly. The sprinkler? Water was blowing out of the nozzles in the crevice between panel lines on the ceiling. The water level was rising, a little at a time, but still noticeably. It didn't look like water was draining from either side of the corridor. I ran over to the hatch and started pounding on it with my fist. What's wrong? What are you doing? Open the door, Sora. This is the only way out of here. Come on. Suddenly, all the sprinklers and the small sensors lined up next to me on the ceiling turned and pointed at me. What's wrong? Can't you tell? This situation is... The cameras slowly tracked me. The sensor eyes, probably not even a millimeter large, were flashing light. What's wrong? Come on. Don't tell me you don't understand, Sora. Sora was observing the situation leisurely. Is something wrong? Somebody open this door, please! I kept pounding on the door, but no answer came from the other side of the thick wall. Looking around, I couldn't find one of the panels used to automatically open and close the watertight doors. The sprinklers seemed to be even increasing their output, if that was possible. It was hard to see anything because of the mist. Sora, what are you doing? I felt a slight shiver run through me. I am
所詮私はプログラムです。
only a program after all. Her voice sounded more and more
あらかじめ
mechanical.
想定された状況に単純な答えを返すだけの
A
プログラム
program
です。
that can only give answers based on assumed
RSD
information.
によって人の形を映しているに過ぎないのです。
I am only an RSD generated image in human form.
食事がどんなに大切なことなのか私には理解できません。
I cannot understand how
私
important
は
food
有機物を
is.
摂取する必要がありません。
I have no need to consume organic
制限
matter.
を維持するために食事をとることはありません。
It is unnecessary for me to eat to continue life. What are you talking about? Sora! Stop it! Stop the sprinklers! I slammed my body against the door, but it didn't budge. Suddenly, everything grew dim. Everything started to sway. All colors became distorted and outlines suddenly became vague. I couldn't see anything.
違う違うあなたは誰？
Who are
あなたは
you?
私じゃない。
You aren't me! Sora? What are you saying? Terrified, I opened my eyes. Where am I? There was no floor. There were no walls. My body had been suddenly thrown out into the middle of the ocean. Oh no! I won't be able to breathe! Panicking, I flailed my arms, but there was no water in which to swim. I felt no pressure. The area around me was probably only one atmosphere. My clothes were wet, but other than that, I didn't feel any water. Slowly, I let out my breath and sucked in more air. What's going on? I had no trouble breathing. I couldn't see anything under me, but it seemed that I was standing on some kind of surface. Sora was swimming in the ocean. She was moving freely in the dark blue space. Sora? Fearfully, I called to her.
あら、
Oh,
どうしたんですか、倉成さん。
what's wrong, Kurenari-san? She looked at me, her image flickering as she approached. She smiled as she always did, but then her eyebrows arched suddenly, and a scowl took over her features.
フロアの揺れのことを聞きたいんですか。
Don't you want to know what caused the floor to shake earlier? Yeah? I mean, no, I don't.
イエスですか。ノー
Is
で
it
すか。
yes? Or is it no?
どっちなんですか。
Which is it?
困ってしまいますよ、私。
I don't know how to answer you. Sora murmured that in a gravelly voice.
先ほどのフロアの振動については現在調査中です。
I am currently checking the cause of the earlier
セン
tremor.
サーの突発的な故障によって調査結果判明までの想定時間は通常の3倍になっています。
Due to sudden sensor failure, the results of my investigation will take approximately 3 times longer than usual. Her report was almost
私だっ
businesslike.
て何でもその瞬間に把握できるわけではないんです。
Even I do not have the ability to fully grasp a situation
人間の
instantaneously.
ように時々考えたり迷ったり間違えたりするんです。
Just like you humans, I sometimes think, get confused, and make mistakes.
具合の悪いことに
Unfortunately,
私はそのように制作者によって作られていますから。
that is how my creator chose to make me. Sora tried to smile
そ
again.
う、そんなところだけ人間の真似をするように作られている。
That's right. I've been programmed to imitate humans in this
不
regard
便です
only.
よね。
Inconvenient. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, she looked like she was crying.
こんな不便な私は一体何のために存在しているんでしょう。
Why does something as inconvenient as me exist?
私、わからなくなってきました。
I don't know anymore. Hey, you aren't inconvenient. I shouted that. Even machines that are supposed to be perfect and people who are called geniuses make mistakes sometimes. They're both the same. They're hardly any different. People are only concerned about making things easier on themselves. That's why they think machines are such a pain or machines are faster. If I only wanted data, then I could just use a terminal. But I ask you, and I talk with you because I don't only want to know the facts. I want to know your words, your thoughts, and feelings. I've never felt that you're
そう
inconvenient.
ですか
Really?
本当に倉成さんはそう思っているんですか
Is that really how you feel, Kudanari-san? Sora's expression suddenly became normal. It was hard for me to tell what she was feeling. What was she really
倉
thinking?
成さんは嘘をついたことがありますか
Have you ever lied before? No. No, he seems to be an honest idiot.
本当に今までの人生で一度も
Really? In your whole life? Not even once?
嘘をついたことなどないという嘘を今ついているのでは
Are you sure you aren't lying right now? About never having told a lie? Isn't that a paradox? You really are amazing, Sora.
そうですか
Really?
わかりました
I
で
see.
は果たして私が今まで嘘をついたことはあるのでしょうか
Well then, do you think I've ever told a lie up until now? It was a strange
どうで
question.
すかあるのかないのか
Well,
わかりますか
can you tell? If I have or have not? Well, I mean, yeah, there was the thing before where she said the makeup tickled. That was a little impossible. She's told us before she felt warm. Clearly impossible. Going with you have. Maybe you have. Maybe you've been fooling us and we just haven't noticed. Well, to tell you the truth, I can't really tell. But you told us yourself, Sora, that you still weren't able to lie very well. I remember you saying that.
ええそうですよく覚えていましたね
That's right. You remembered well. And, like, very much in the realm of, so it wasn't Christmas yet. I can't lie very well does not mean I can't lie.
倉成さんの回答はなかなか興味深いです
You have an interesting answer, Kudanari-san. Sora smiled at me. Her eyes looked at me
倉
softly.
成さんあなたにお話ししなければならないことがあります
Kudanari-san, there's something I have to talk with you about. With me?
はいそのためにここに来ていただいたんです
Yeah. That's why I had you come here.
ここなら邪魔が入りませんから
No one can interrupt here. You got a point. It was just me and Sora in the middle of the ocean. There was nobody there, not even fish. It was a desolate sea. I was just thinking, you've gone to a lot of trouble to ask me whatever it is.
すみませんでも
I'm sorry, but
どうしても二人っきりになりたかったんです
I had to get you here alone, no matter what. I could see my outline reflected in her soft pupils. Even if it meant sealing off the watertight hatch,
ええ
I thought I would drown. Sora pressed her lips together tightly. It took her a while before she said anything.
ね倉成さん
Listen,
目に
Kudanari-san,
見えているもの音に聞こえているものは現実
everything you see and everything you hear is
で
reality.
もそれは真実なのかどうか
But is it true or not?
事実なのかどうか
Whether it's
わからない
factual,
でしょ
you don't really know, right? I couldn't really grasp what Sora was getting at. What? The space around me suddenly grew white. My head hurt. What happened? The light was so bright that I couldn't open my
光量を
eyes.
再調整します。ちょっと我慢してください。
I'm adjusting the light. Bear with me for a while. Okay. Feeling slightly dizzy, I stood in the middle of the ocean. Hey! This ocean. Is it RSD?
正解。
That is correct.
素晴らしい洞察力です。倉成さん。
You really are quite perceptive, Kuronari-san. I finally was able to open up my eyes again. Sora had a serious expression on her face. Sora, what did you want to talk to me about?
ええ。実は
Well,
私
actually, I
壊れてしまったんです。
broke. What?
故障してるんです。思考ノイズ、エラーがあるんです。
I'm out of order. There's a noise error in my thought processor.
今の私は多分正常な判断力を失っています。
Right now, there's a high probability I've lost the ability to make rational decisions. She told me that matter-of-factly.
壊れちゃいました。
I'm broken. She said it as though she
ど
were
うしてなん
joking.
でしょうね。
I wonder how it could have happened.
知っていますか？
Do you know why? No. How should I know?
そうですか？
Really? Of course not. We aren't the same, you and me. We just aren't the same. Look, there's no way I would know
うー
why.
ん。
For some reason, she smiled. No, wait. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an expert. I don't have a clue about artificial intelligence, but I can't imagine that the Sora I'm talking to is broken at all. I don't think you're broken. Sora stiffened up again.
私は定期メンテナンスが終了してから
After I finished my routine maintenance,
メンテナンス中にセンサーが自動記録していたデータを確認していました。
I was checking through the sensor data that had been automatically recorded.
今朝未明午前3時15分以降のツバイトシュトックのアトラクションにおける
I went through
各種
all of
セン
the
サーのデータ
sensor data from 3:15 a.m. this morning.
クバレの入り口で倉成さんの生体反応を見つけました。
I found your life reading at the entrance to Kuala.
こんな夜更けにクラゲに乗るなんてなんだか可愛いですね。
You look so cute riding on the jellyfish, Kuronari-san.
そう。
Yes,
私はちょっとし
I
た
was
好奇心で
curious.
そこまででやめておけばよかったのに。
I should have stopped
ゴ
there,
ンドラの中の各種センサーのデータを追跡しました。
but I checked out the data from each kind of
倉
sensor
成さんがゴンドラを降りるその時まで
until the time that you left the gondola.
全
Everything.
部見たんです。
I saw everything.
小町さんと倉成さんがした行動。こう
I saw what you and Komachi-san did. The whole thing. Wait, stop. Sweat started pouring down my cheeks. It was supposed to be in the middle of the cold ocean, but I was dripping sweat like a waterfall. Wait a second, Sora.
なんでしょう。
You said that you'd try to protect everyone's privacy, didn't you? You said that, unless there was an emergency, you wouldn't do a scan.
あれから緊急時以外はスキャンしないことにしました。
And, from then on, I didn't use a scan unless something important came up. Right, so why?
私が眠っていた間のセンサーデータの記録はすべて自動で行われました。
While I was sleeping, the sensor data was recorded
どの
automatically.
ような記録が残っているのか内容を確認しなくてはならなかったのです。
I had to check what kinds of information was being kept in the records.
それに
Besides,
そもそもレミューの天井も壁も
Lemu's ceilings, walls,
すべてが私の目なん
everything
です。
are my eyes.
目を背けることはできません。
I can't turn them off.
目をつぶればすべてが見えなくなる。
If I close my eyes, I can't see
そ
anything.
こにある存在がわからなくなる。
I can't tell who's out there.
でも私が目をひとたび開けば
But once I open
ど
my
んなに
eyes,
知りたくないことだって映ってしまうのだから。
even if I don't want to know, I can see
知り
everything.
たくなんかなかった。私だって
I didn't want to see it. You're kidding, right?
倉成さんは嘘をついたことがありますか？
Kuranari-san, have I ever lied to you? Sora asked me the same question again. Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke.
嘘つくのまだまだ下手くそなんです。
I still am not very good at
だから
lying,
黙って内緒にしていられない。
so I can't keep it a
何
secret.
も知らなかったふりなんてできません。
I can't just pretend that I don't know
う
anything.
ん黙っていようと思っていました。
I thought I would keep it to myself, but
だけど
but
たとえ他の人は騙せても
even if I could fool the others,
嘘はつけそうもないんです。
you're the only one I couldn't lie to. Sora's voice quivered as she spoke. I had a slight idea of why she would shake. There was a painful pounding deep in my
倉成さ
chest.
んは小町さんと一緒に乗ってたんですよね。
Kuranari-san, you got on the ride with Komachi-san, right? Yeah.
何してたんですか？
What were you doing? You don't have to ask. I couldn't say it. If I had, it would have hurt
い
Sora.
いえ言わなくてもいいんです。
No, you don't have to say it.
データがすべて語ってくれましたから。
The data speaks for itself. I was assaulted by infinite guilt. Sora suddenly disappeared. Sora? Sora, where are you? RSD was still showing me the illusion. No matter how much I could breathe in the center of that ocean, my words changed to bubbles and faded away. I want to forget it.
私忘れてしまいたい。
I wish I could forget it.
何も見なかったことにしてしまいたい。
I wish I were
電
able
子システム
to.
の自己修復機能を使えば記憶は改変されます。
If I perform an automatic system reformat, my memory will be
思考
rewritten.
ノイズを消せば
If I delete the noise. Wait, Sora, please! Bubbles poured from my mouth as I murmured. What will happen if you delete the noise? What will happen if you rewrite your memory? Sora didn't answer.
痛い。
It hurts.
心が
My
痛い。
heart hurts.
こんなの初めてなんです。
This is the first time something like this has happened to me.
どうして心が痛いなんてことがあ
Why
り
is
得る
it
んですか？
possible for my heart to hurt?
心に痛覚があるんですか？
Is it possible to feel pain in your heart? She asked me without showing herself. I was still standing in the middle of the ocean. It felt as though my own weight was rapidly disappearing. A terrible sense of dread overcame me. I couldn't stand it anymore and closed my eyes.
私
I'm
怖い。
scared.
いや
No,
消えたくない。
I don't want to
消された
disappear.
くない。
I don't want to be
あなたの
erased.
こと忘れたくない。
I don't want to forget you and... Sora! Sora!
AI 自己診断を開始します。
Starting AI
致命
self-diagnosis.
的な思考ノイズを確認。
Fatal logic processing error
思考
detected.
修復処理開始。
Repairing
過
logic
去の履歴に
underway.
遡って
Erasing
学習効果
history
をリセットし
and
ます。
resetting learning operation. I couldn't stop her in time. I made up my mind and opened my eyes.
待って。
Wait!
学習機能の履歴を確認中。
Confirming history of learned functions.
お願い待って。処理を中断して。
Cancel
処理中
process!
断にはシステム管理者
In
権
order to
限が
cancel
必要で
this
す。
process, it is necessary to have system administration level access.
あなたには無理です。
In other words, it is impossible for you. There were two different Soras in front of me. No, something was different. One of them was different. It was different from that time she'd created copies of herself. I thought that probably one of them was
私は
lying.
有機物を摂取する必要がありません。
I have no need to consume organic
生命を
matter.
維持するために食事をとることはありません。
It is unnecessary for me to eat to continue life.
違います。
No, that's
そ
wrong.
れは正しいけれど違うんです。
correct, but it is
み
incorrect.
んなで食べたり美味しいものを食べたり自分で作ってみたり
Eating with everyone and enjoying delicious food, even making it.
食事はエネルギーの補給という
Yeah,
意
this
味合いだ
puts
け
a
では
whole
あり
new
ません
So what exactly happened after our blood makeout in that gondola? Did we have just the most absolute craziest sex? Because goddamn.
食事という行為そのものに人の楽しみがあるんです
The act of eating is healing for
私は
people.
自分で食べることはできない
Eat anything.
でも皆さんと一緒に食事をすることはできるはずです
But I can still enjoy dinner with
認め
everyone.
られませんあなたの答えは矛盾しています
Unacceptable. Your answer is a contradiction.
おかしいでしょそんなことはありえないん
That
で
is ridiculous. Your answer is not possible.
すどうして
Why?
答える必要はありません
There is no reason to answer that.
あなたは人工の人格に障害を起こしています
You are causing an error in your
できない
personality
ことを
program.
できると思い込んでいるのです
You believe you can do something which is physically impossible.
修復処理を継続します
Resuming backup procedure.
茜ヶ崎空の論理処理効率低下の原因を確認中
Logic processing deficiency in Akanegasaki Sora. Cause under
生産入
investigation.
力情報のプライオリティに異常
Abnormal priority setting. Sensor input
自律
data.
思考回路の形成プライオリティに異常
Abnormal priority setting. Autonomous thinking
一部
circuit.
記憶に上書きや改ざんデータの破損等が
Data
認められ
corruption
ます
detected. Memory overwrite. Alteration in one
致命
sector.
的なエラーです
Fatal error
エラ
detected.
ークラスターを検索原因を調査中
Retrieving error cluster. Inquiring into cause.
倉成武史20歳
Kurinari
大
Takashi,
学3
20.
年
Third year college student. Male.
生プライオリティの設定値が異常です
Abnormal
レ
priority
ミのセキュ
setting.
リティゾーンを超えよう
Exceeds
と
Lemmy's
した
security
倉成
limit.
武史について茜ヶ崎空の
Akanegasaki Sora has lost the ability to make rational judgments regarding Kurinari Takashi.
倉成武史に関する情報の扱い方に異常が発生しています
Abnormalities detected in her treatment of information related to Kurinari Takashi. Sora listed off that information without emotion.
異常なんかじゃありません
It isn't abnormal!
あ
Sora
なたは
pressed
異常
back.
です
You are the one who
で
is
きもしない
abnormal.
ことを
You believe that you can do that which is
つまり
impossible.
それは
That is to
思考回
say,
路の異常
there
です
is a malfunction in your thought
シナプス形
pathways.
成時のバグです
A bug is causing your synapses to
バグ
misfire.
なんかじゃない
It isn't a bug.
私は
I
私は
I
好きなんです
I love him.
倉成さんが好きなんです
I love Kurinari-san.
彼のことをいつでも考えていたかったずっと見ていたかったの
I want to think about him all the time. To look at him all the time.
私のことも
I
彼に
want
見て
him
ほ
to
しかっ
look
た
at
の
me.
醜く非効率的です生産性のない感情です
That is terribly inefficient. It is a wholly unproductive
言わない
emotion.
で
Don't say
あ
that.
なたは
You are abnormal.
壊れ
Broken.
て壊れてなんかいないわ
I am not broken.
人を好きになっちゃいけない
Is it wrong for me to love a human?
好きになったらおかしいですか
Is it abnormal for me to love someone?
異常です
Yes, it is.
あなたは明らかに思考に異常を起こしています
There is clearly a failure in your thought processing.
物を食べられないのにみんなと一緒に食事ができると思っている
You cannot eat, but you want to be with them while they are
彼
eating.
に触れることができないのに抱かれたいと思っている
You cannot be touched by him, but you want him to hold you.
不可能なことを
You
し
want
た
to
いと
do
願
the
って
impossible.
現実味のない
These are
無意味な思
meaningless
考です
thoughts with no basis in reality.
今は好きだと言いながらあなたはさっき彼に何をしようとしたんですか
You say that you love him, but what were you trying to do to him earlier?
それは
That
それ
was...
は
You know, so like I'm a crazy girlfriend. It's
あ
fine.
なたは倉成武史と小町つぐみがクバレで会っている
You
のを
spied
覗
on
き
Kurenari Takashi and Komachi Sugumi when they were at Quali.
覗き見たわけじゃない
I wasn't
何が
spying.
あったのか全部知っている。データを見たから。
You know everything that happened. You saw the data.
知らない。
I don't know.
嘘。
That is a
あ
lie.
なたは嘘をついている。
You are lying.
嘘なんかついてない。
I'm not lying.
すべてを知って、あなたは小町つぐみを憎んだ。
You know everything that happened, and you hold it against Komachi Sugumi.
天地さえ
You had thoughts of killing her. Oh, hell yeah! Sora got that yandere in her.
アーティフィシャルインテリジェンスとしてあるまじき発想ですね。
That is not a thought worthy of artificial intelligence.
違う。そんなこと私は思ってない。
No, I never thought that.
私は事実に基づいて語っているに過ぎません。
I'm only speaking about what is based in fact.
私はただのプログラムですか
I am simply a program.
ら。違います。
No,
私は
I...
それだけではなく、
That is not
あ
all.
なたは倉成武をも憎んだ。
You even hated Kurenari Takashi.
倉成武の自分を裏切ったなどと勝手に誤認した。
You arbitrarily, mistakenly felt that Kurenari Takashi betrayed you,
倉成武に殺意を抱いた。
and you desired to kill Kurenari Takashi.
倉成武の存在を消したいと思った。
You wanted to erase his existence.
違う。違う。
That's not
違う
true!
よ。
Sora started crying. Tears fell from her eyes and left wet trails on her cheeks. The tears were not an
二
illusion.
人っきりになりたかっただけなの。
Yeah, like what? Did not foresee like weird yandere robot twist approaching. I just wanted the two of us to be alone.
一緒に話がしたかっただけなの。
I just wanted to be able to talk with him.
独占欲からの行動だというのですか？
You say that you wanted to monopolize his attention. Very well.
水密費を閉じ、
So you sealed off the watertight door and you closed off the corridor,
スプリンクラーから注水。
then started the sprinkler.
驚きおののく倉成武の姿を。
You were watching Kurenari Takashi in his
死の
distress.
恐怖に震える彼の姿を。
You regarded him with amusement as he trembled with fear of death.
そんなことしてない。そんなこと思ってなんていない。
That isn't true. I wasn't thinking that at all.
倉成先生の授業をもう一度受けたかっただけなんです。
I just wanted to take Professor Kurenari's class one more time. No, we have deleted the lectures. Those were deleted, ma'am. With that one line, I jerked up my head as if I'd been shot. I felt a shock course down my back. Akanegasaki-kun!
はい、先生。
The Sora who'd been crying answered my call. My student in the psychology of love, Akanegasaki Sora. That is you, correct? My voice started shaking at some point. The Sora that I knew nodded ever so
理
slightly.
解不能。
Cannot
質
comprehend.
問の意図が不明です。
The intent of the question is unclear. Silence! Imposter!
私は偽物ではありま
I
せん。
am not an imposter. The fake Sora said that without emotion.
私は LMRSDS4913A 茜ヶ崎空。
I am LMRSDS4913A. Akanegasaki
レ
Sora.
ミシステム内に機能の一部として組み込まれた AI プログラムです。
An AI program contained in one area of the Lemmy
現
system.
在 AI 自己診断と修復処理を実行中です。
I am presently performing an AI self-diagnosis as well as a system restoration. Stop! If you don't stop, I'm going to break you into
どうやっ
pieces.
て？
How do you propose to do that? I'm thinking about it.
浅はかにも程があります。
You certainly are a shallow-brained one. Will you shut up?
話を元に戻しましょう。
Let us return to the subject at hand. The fake Sora turned her back to the real Sora and began talking to her mechanically again. It didn't seem she was paying much attention to what I had to say. Damn it!
喜怒哀楽どのカテゴリーにも属さない感情
Happiness, anger, sadness, joy. None of these emotions
そのような
belong.
矛盾した感情を内包するのは故障の原因になります
Holding on to contradictory emotions like this will cause you to malfunction.
倉成武史をどう思っているのか
Why
本当の
not
ことを言ってくれ
tell
ます
Kuronari Takashi what you really think of him? I
嫌い
hate him. Sora, what are you talking about?
嫌いです
I hate him.
大嫌いです
I detest him.
顔も見たくない
I don't want to see his
近づ
face.
かないでほしい
I don't want him near me.
話しかけないでほしい
I don't want him to talk to me. Large tears welled in Sora's eyes and traced paths down her
違
face. No,
う違います
that isn't true. I want him to hold me. I want him to kiss me.
好きです
I love him.
あなたが嫌い憎くてたまらない
I hate you. I hate you so much I can't bear it.
殺してやりたい
I want you to kill me.
愛しています
No, I love you.
わからない
I don't know.
私
I don't know
な
anymore.
ぜあなたは事実を受け入れられないのですか
Why can you not accept the truth? The answer is obvious.
やめてもうやめて
Stop it, please. Stop it. The ocean before me suddenly disappeared. Sora disappeared. The false Sora also disappeared. Even I disappeared from there.
きっと私は
Yeah, the answer is in fact, you've watched too many movies. I must be
倉成
broken.
先生
Professor
教えてください。
Kuronari, please, tell me,
どうすればいいの
what should I do?
どうすればいいの
What is it that I should do? Help me. I felt another warm presence in the darkness with me. It was shining faintly. It had to be Sora's arm, her hand. I shot out my hand reflexively, but there was nothing for me to grab onto. Nothing at
私は
all.
偽物ではありません
I am not an
私は
imposter. I am.
私はあなたです
I am you.
あなた自身です
I am you
修
yourself,
復処理を実行中
restoring system. Shut up! I don't want to hear it anymore. Suddenly, I tore the voice converters out of my ears. The darkness in front of me started to turn to mist. I tried to fan it away from me with my hand. My hand suddenly whacked against the wall. Wall? The corridor wall! I took the PDA out of my pocket and jammed it into the crevice of the wall I had found. I turned it towards the fake Sora's eyes, her sensors, and set the backlight on full. I hit the buttons repeatedly.
System leader of Name
My vision slowly returned. The lighting was the same as always and was illuminating the passage. The RSD-generated ocean was nowhere to be found. I hurriedly placed the voice converters back in my ears. Sora! Sora, where are you? The water level at my feet had fallen somewhat. The watertight door was wide open. Sprinklers had also stopped. Yeah, who knew? Who knew that all along he just had to turn his phone flashlight on? Okay. No answer to my call. She wasn't there. She was nowhere to be found. She'd been there only moments before, but no trace of her remained. Soon after, it was night. In the conference room, you, Coco, and Peepee were waiting. Even the kid. Looked like the kid had calmed down some. While I'd been gone, it seemed that you and Coco had been able to talk some sense into him. You told me he'd probably been upset by a reoccurring memory and had gotten worked up in spite of himself. Felt that I'd gotten out of hand and had said some terrible things myself. I went around everyone there and apologized. Soon after, a report came to us in the conference room directly from Lemmy's terminal. You read out the contents to all of us. 3rd floor, Dritterstock partition schematic. The cosmic whale room had flooded completely. Casualties? None. Flooding to other rooms? None. Chance of damage spreading? None. Shivering slightly in the cold, I wrapped my arms around my knees, and we all went to sleep. The sound of boiling, bubbling oil filled the room. I fried the tuna in silence. Guess that whale back out in the ocean now. Damn. R.I.P. Space Whale. Yeah, one hell of a Cinco de Mayo. After getting up, we all gathered in front of the sandwich shop as usual. As luck would have it, everyone showed up at the same time. I guess I could have called it lucky. Yay! Everybody hates each other! Hardly anyone said a thing. Everyone had glum expressions on their faces and ate silently. There was a strange atmosphere surrounding us. For some reason, it had become hard for us to look one another in the eyes. It felt like the beginning of a bottomless rift among us. At the same time, there was a strange smell in the air. There was smoke coming from the tip of my finger. Ah, that's hot. I had been firmly pressing it against the grill. I hastily cut the power. A juicy smell not unlike sausage was coming from the burnt tip of my finger. Oh, that hurts. I'm such an idiot. I blew on my finger to cool it off. I looked around at everyone. Everyone's just like, oh god, he is stupid. Oh. They had noticed, but they all turned to their gazes down. Only Pee-Pee was kind enough to acknowledge me. Yeah, Pee-Pee probably also is like, fried Takashi. Yeah, Pee-Pee, I burnt myself pretty good. Huh. But soon, even Pee-Pee turned his face away from me. Hey! It seemed like everyone hated me. I felt totally alone. The sandwich I just finished cooled off, and soon, it was no longer palatable. It felt like the morning after a funeral. Everyone knew why things had sunk so low. Everyone knew, but nobody wanted to say anything. A moment of carelessness had opened our hearts up to despair. They shoveled the tuna sandwiches into their mouths in silence. After we were all finished eating, everyone went to the conference room. There's an important reason why I've called all of you here. There's something that I wanted to inform you about as soon as possible. I know it's difficult, but it is important for you to accurately realize the full gravity of this situation. Please, don't panic, settle down, and listen carefully. Sora paused for a second. Sora looked at all 5 of us in turn, you, Sugami, Coco, the kid, and me. The conference room was silent, but I could hear the sound of water coming faintly from somewhere. Was it water lapping in the hallways? Moments later, I couldn't hear it anymore. As if Sora was waiting for that cue, she slowly opened her mouth. The situation is not good. Sora extended her hand and a holographic window appeared in the space in front of us. I felt like I hadn't seen her do that for a while. Currently, there are no areas that show signs of new flooding, except for the fact that the space whale got lost just last night. Since the flooding of the cosmic whale area in Dritterstock last night, there have been no further reports of significant damage. The burdens being placed on Lemu's support columns has increased due to the flooding. The structural distortion between floors is increasing.
レミューはやがて平行バランスを崩し
If this
大きく
continues,
傾くことになるでし
Lemu
ょう
will eventually lose its equilibrium and tilt dramatically.
フロア区画の連結部への損傷が重なれば健在な区画にも各種パイプなどを通して水が侵入してくる可能性があります
If the damage to the areas connecting the floors of different sectors increases, there's the possibility that pipe leaks could flood the dry sectors.
つまり油断のならない状況となっています
In other words, we can't afford to be careless. Things are critical.
以前お伝えしたと思いますが
I think I told you this before.
レミューの完全悪化推定時刻は5月7日午前4時30分前後となっています
Implosion in Lemu is estimated to occur at 4:30 a.m. on May
推
7th.
定誤差はプラスマイナス12時間程度です
The calculation has a margin of error of plus or minus 12 hours.
この推定数値には今のところ大きな変更はかかっていません
There has been no significant
核兵
change
器
in
強
this
度は
prediction.
一部においてすでに限界を超えつつあるのです
In one area, the strength limits of partitions has already been exceeded.
崩壊は段階的に少しずつしかし確実に起こります
The destruction of Lemu will be gradual, but it will inevitably and steadily
そ
occur.
れはもう時間の問題です
It is only a matter of time. Sora told all of us that with a calm look on her face. We all swallowed and held our breath as we listened. We knew we were reaching our time limit. We had no choice but to accept that reality. There was no avoiding the
現
situation.
在発電施設は順調に稼働しています
Presently, the power generator is functioning
で
normally.
すが万が一発電機が停止してしまった場合は非
However,
常電源
if by
蓄
chance
電
there's a
池を使用
blackout,
します
we will switch to the emergency power source
通
battery.
常は非常灯の点灯とシステムの保持に使われている程度のものですが2時間くらいは持つものと思います
This is generally meant for supporting the emergency lighting and the maintenance on Lemu's system. It should last for about 2 hours. However, while I listened to Sora's report, I couldn't help thinking about the two Soras from the previous day, the real one and the fake. How much of her thought processing had been repaired? Speaking in front of me was a Sora who was practical, businesslike, and simply responding to the situation at hand. But she looked at me as if nothing had transpired, and I was of little importance to her. Which Sora was she? The real one or the fake one? But I had other things to worry about.
旧来の通信回路については依然普通
The normal communication channels are still not
脱出
functioning,
方法も見つかっていません
nor have I found an escape route.
ですが
However,
館内レムシステムは全力を挙げて皆さんの生命維持を最優先事項とし
I have made protecting you my top priority, and Lemmy is devoting all of its resources to that objective.
また館外で操作可能なセンサーライトマニピュレーターなどを総動員し
I am also using all sensors, lights, manipulators, and means at my disposal outside of the
それらを使
complex.
っての光波電波音波によ
And I
る
am still investigating whether there are any means of communicating with the outside using light, radio, or sound. Sora nodded her head, straightened her back, and surveyed the room. We were all silent. There was a look of determination in her
言わ
eyes.
せてもらいますと
Let me say one thing
こ
more.
れは意地です私
That,
茜ヶ崎空の
as long as I, Akanagasaki Sora
できることはわ
exist,
ずかですが
and while my
皆さんが
powers are
ここにいられる
limited,
限り
as long as you are
皆
here,
さんがここから無事脱出するためのあらゆる手段
I will do my utmost to find a way for you to escape to safety.
あとしばらくの間よろしくお付き合いのほどお願いいたします
We do not have much longer together, but I, Akanagasaki Sora, am at your service. She concluded with a serious nod. We also nodded in agreement.
助けは必ず来ます
We must
信
wait
じて待ちましょう
and believe that help is on its way. Sora's serious expression gave way to a
皆さんが
smile.
無事救出されることをお祈りします
Everyone, let's pray for a safe rescue. Her calmness was the result of her efficiently functioning AI. Thankfully, nobody panicked, but... Was that a genuine smile from Sora? I'm pretty sure it was. Because if that was a fake smile... No, even if it was Sora's real smile, thinking about it, it was kind of sad. Not wanting anyone to realize my thoughts, I bit my lip. The gloomy atmosphere that had been hanging over the gathering lightened, and everyone started thinking about how they should spend their time. We transferred to the rest area. Everyone found a seat around the central stage. A ripple ran through the water on the floor. A wave smashed back and forth from wall to wall. This is serious. What are we gonna do? I didn't have any ideas. A few quiet discussions were going on. Yet from where I stood, it seemed the more people spoke, the murkier the answers became. From the beginning, it was the same debate repeated over and over again. Should we wait for help? Should we seek an escape route? All I could do was look to the ceiling. There was no sign that any bright ideas were on their way to my head. So we were just waiting for the walls and ceiling to come crumbling down.
どうしたの少年
What happened, kid?
みんな気をつけて。
Everyone, be
動
careful.
かないで。
Don't move.
立ち上がらないで。
Don't stand up. A deep moan rumbled through the room as the floor began to shake. A wave of fear ran through us. Soon, the shaking ceased.
ユウ。
もう大丈夫だよ心配いらないって
Don't worry, it's
ね
okay.
ソラ
Right, Sora?
はい今の揺れは
Yes, the shaking just now was.
海底の熱水噴出口の噴出量が一時的に多くなったせいだと思います
I believe it was only due to a large amount of activity from the thermal vents on the ocean floor. It should only be temporary. But her facial coloring still hadn't returned to normal. Everyone looked around the room, exchanging glances. And just like that, nervous tension filled the room again. Not again. I decided to take charge. All right. Listen up, everyone. I rose to my feet and shouted to everyone. Listen, just stay where you all are. I'm gonna check the kiosk on the second floor. Everyone looked shocked as I yelled. Some jaws even dropped. They may have been half put off by me. Still, I didn't concern myself with that. No matter how stupid it seemed, I continued. I'm going above to grab some snacks for everybody. There's plenty up there, and we should still be able to eat it. It'll be a pain to go get it later, and it doesn't make sense to let them go to waste. Alright? We're gonna eat here. And let's have a good time. Oh, that's right. Anybody want beer? But
あの
you raised her hand
お
timidly.
酒はレミューの売店には置いてないはずだよ
But we don't sell alcohol at the Limu
市
kiosks.
場と気圧が違うせいで悪酔いするお客さんがいたらしいから
We had lots of complaints about customers having bad hangovers due to the difference in air pressure down here. Ah, that's too bad. Well, hardly if any of you look like you could hold your drink anyway. Guess it'll have to be juice.
あ、たけし。
The kid's like, no, for reals though. Do you have some beer? Please?
上から運ばなくても飲み物ならまだタスタ売店の方にもたくさんあるよ。
There are probably plenty of drinks at the tuna sandwich shop. That way you won't have to go
缶
above.
ジュース、紙コッ
There's
プもいるから。
canned juice in paper
僕が持っ
cups.
てこようか。
Why don't I go get them? Alright, kid, you do that.
任せてよ。
Alright, leave it to me. Oh man, I got a beer the other day. Didn't drink it. Ooh, you just sneak away and go get a beer. Oh, a little beer with the ending of my visual novel. Don't mind if I do. Oh, don't mind if I do. The kid laughed. It seemed he was over the events from the day before. You know, that thing where he had a meltdown and the grown man was about to, like, kick his ass. Oh, yeah, beer. Hey, let me help! An excited Coco raised her hand, volunteering. Oh, wow.
手伝いたい
I think Pee-Pee wants to help too. Great, alright. Let's go and get the supplies.
空時間はまだあるよね。
Sora, do we still have time? You asked Sora this in a small
正
voice.
確なシミュレーションはできませんが、
I am sorry, I'm not able to run an accurate simulation.
少なくともここは午後2時までは安全です。
There may not be much time, but we will be safe until 2 p.m. I can guarantee that. Sora replied casually. All right. You nodded and looked up.
少年一緒に竜田売店に行こうか。
Kid, are you ready?
飲み物ありったけここ
Let's
に持
grab
ってこよう。
all the drinks we can carry.
オッケー、そうしよう。
そうだ。
Oh, that's right. You slammed her fist into her palm excitedly and looked about the
君
room.
はどうするの？
What about Sugumi?
あれ？
Sugumi? Huh?
いないね。す
She's
ぐに。
not here. What? I frantically surveyed the room as well, but Sugumi was nowhere in sight. Where the heck did she go? And when did she leave?
小町さんは先ほどさりげなく部屋を出て行かれ
I
ました。
believe Komachi-san slipped out of here just a short while
向かいに
ago.
向かったようですけど、
She seems to have left for the second floor.
しょうがないな。
There's nothing we can do.
すぐに戻ってきてくれると信じますか。
She'll be back soon. Right, Kurenari?
何？
Yeah.
それじゃあみんな宴会の準備よろしく。
Okay, everyone. Let's get ready to party.
あ
おう。宴会しよう。
Even Pee-Pee's getting ready to party down. Let's party! I'd only thrown out the idea as a way to lighten the mood. Before I knew it, we had ourselves a full-blown party in the making. Well, whatever. It was better than having everyone moping around. Soon, Coco, Pee-Pee, and I left to get food. We took the emergency stairs.
ピプッペポ？
Puppy poopy poo? We pooping? Mm.
ポッペパッペポ？
Yep, we poppy pooping.
ポッピパッピプー？ピッピパッピピー。
As we climbed the stairs, Coco sang some crazy song. Well, seems like you're in a good mood, Coco.
なんかね、ドキドキワクワクするの。
Well, you know, I just get excited sometimes. She gets doki doki waku waku sometimes. Thank you, translator.
いよいよクライマックス。
Looks like we've come to the climax.
ヒロインたちの絶体絶命のピンチに颯爽とヒーローは現れる。
The damsel in distress is in a pinch, and in waltzes our dashing hero.
お嬢さん、大丈夫ですか？お怪
Young
我はあ
lady,
りませんか？
are you hurt? Are you not injured?
そこまでだ。仮面怪人ドッペル男。悪は許さん。
And there is our masked villain. I can't forgive you for this, you evil scoundrel.
このニュートリのエナジーパワーにかけて貴様を倒す。
Using my neutrino energy power, I'll kill you. Yeah!
って思ったりして。
Ooh, I can pretend, can't I?
あ、タケピョン呆れたでしょ。
Kakepyon, are you fed up with me? No, you're fine, Coco. See that pet.
な
No.
んて不謹慎なお子様なんでしょう。あー、嘆かわしい。親の顔が見てみたいわ。
You think I'm just a silly girl, don't you? Ugh, so sad. But you want to see what kind of parents could have raised me? No, it's not that. Not at all. I mussed up her hair affectionately. Yeah, see? Just give her a little sugar. If I were in a pinch like that, I'm sure someone would come to my
そう
rescue.
思ってて、本当にそうなるといいな。
I just can't help but think of how wonderful that would be.
ここが勝手に思っちゃう分にはいいっしょ。
You know? What's wrong with dreaming like that? Yeah, you're right. You know? Tell you the truth, I'm thinking the same way. I think that someone might come to rescue us. I don't know about the neutrino stuff, though.
そうだよね。
Yeah, you're right. We wanted to believe that a hero was on the way. And that went for Coco, Pee-Pee, and me too. We reached the second floor. We turned down the corridor and entered the souvenir shop. What are we gonna see in the souvenir shop? Someone had beaten us there.
あれつぐみ
Hey,
ここに来
is
てた
that
んだ
you, Sugumin?
遅い
You're taking too long. Sugumi looked a little
Yeah.
miffed.
どれを持っていけばいいの
Well, what is it you want me to carry?
ちょっと何よたけしその鳩が豆
What
鉄
is it,
砲を食らったよう
Takashi?
な顔は
You look like a pigeon caught in a shotgun blast. It's nothing. Nothing. I was surprised she even said anything to me. Okay, let's get started. 1 hour later, 11:43 in the morning. We only have guaranteed survival until 2 p.m. We began our party in an elevated part of the rest area. Even without alcohol, the party was lively. The kid and I distributed the snacks and drinks to everyone. It was then that you volunteered to provide some entertainment. First, she performed an impersonation of a strange old archaeologist who had a talent for cracking a whip. When I say entertainment, I'm always thinking, quick, somebody get up and do your Indiana Jones impression. Then, Coco came out in a makeshift sumo outfit and stomped her feet on the stage. Sora kept busy filling the room with hologram projections of rainbows. The rainbow-colored bubbles that floated from the water surface through the air were particularly pretty. After that, Sugumi joined us. She added a little magic to the show when she dropped her hamster in a skirt pocket, only to have it reappear in a breast pocket. That really impressed the crowd. Although I knew about her hamster Chami, many didn't know that Sugumi kept a pet. Then, Kid and I performed a comedy skit. We pulled out one-liners and impromptu gags which got huge laughter from everyone.
どうも失礼しました
Thank you! Thank you very much! Thanks! Kids and I exited the stage to thunderous applause.
もう最高だよ
Oh, at least we get a little bit of the point and laugh sprite. Alright.
させてもらったわ
Not nearly as much as we got doing the kids playthrough, but
恐れ入ったわ
better than I
す
expected.
ごいですね。
Wow,
お
those
二
two
人と
were
も
perfect together. Oh no, thank you, thank
あり
you.
がとうありがとう
Actually, I was surprised that you poked fun at yourself using the truth about you losing your memory as a gag.
そういうつもりでもなかったんだけど
Well, that's just how this skit flowed. Fit perfectly into our act. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, looks like I got nothing more to teach you. So go ahead and follow in my comedy footsteps.
ごめんたけし教わったこと
Sorry.
もう全部忘れ
Already
ちゃったよ
forgot everything you taught me. Well, that's too bad. You should at least take notes. Notes! But never fear, I ain't taught you nothing
そう
yet.
だっけ
That true? And that was about it. The party gradually wound down. I then took a trip back to the tuna sandwich stand and brought sandwiches back for everyone. We all munched on hot sandwiches. These are so good. It wasn't exactly the ideal breakfast food. Everyone happily downed their meals. Food. Lemu collapsed soon. I thought that could be everyone's last meal. Everyone understood that, yet said nothing. No. Everyone understood, which was why they said nothing. Sora. I made up my mind to speak to her about the important things I had on my mind. Right after finishing my sandwich.
はい。なんでしょう。
Yes, what is it? With a slight smile, Sora gazed at me. Her eyes were like a clear, cloudless sky. Well, it's just that when I saw her smile, I wavered slightly, yet I continued to speak. About yesterday. When you tried to murder me, and then there were two of you, and I blinded one with my Apple Newton or whatever I got. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say, but
何のことです？
what is it?
おっしゃる意味がよくわからないのです。
I'm not quite sure what you are talking about. Sora spoke brusquely. Sora! You're joking, right? There's no way you could have forgotten. I know I haven't. That's not something you can just simply forget about. I realize it's not something you can talk about casually, but... Sora gave me a bitter smile.
すいません、倉成さん。夕べのことは覚えていないんです。
I'm sorry, Kurenari-san. I really do not remember the events of last night. What?
私、覚えてませんから。
I do not
本
remember.
当に覚えてませんから。
I am sorry.
忘れちゃったんですよ。数時間の間、記憶がないんです。
I forgot them. There is a gap in my memory of a few hours. How? Why? You're lying. You've got to be. I didn't want to believe it.
ねえ、倉成さん。私ね
Listen, Kurenari-san, She laughed again and gazed out at the others around the
こうしてい
stage.
るの好きなんです。
I love this.
皆さんが笑っているのを見るのが好きなんです。
Seeing the people around me laugh? I love
レ
that.
ミには現在、各種処理を任せてあります。
Right now,
何かトラブルがあれば、
Lemmy is
すぐに教え
handling
てください
operations and will alert me if any troubles
私
arise.
は大きなトラブルがないように
I have been hoping that no trouble befalls us.
皆さんを見守るのが
It is my duty to watch over you all.
私の微笑みに皆さんが微笑み返してくれると
When people return a smile, it warms my heart.
きっとそのために
And for that very
私はい
reason,
つでも笑っていられるようにできてるんですよ。
that is why I'm always able to laugh.
私の制作者のポリシー。
That was how my creator made me. I didn't want her to talk about herself as something made, or how she was manufactured.
倉成さん、そんな泣きそうな顔をしないでください。
Kurenari-san, please do not look at me as if you're going to cry. Yeah, right. Fine. I wanted to kick myself for what I'd done the previous night, but it was too late to take it back. Just then.
そら、ちょっといい？
Excuse me, Sora?
あ、はい。
Ah,
小町さん、
yes,
何でしょうか？
Komachi-san, what is on your mind? Sugumi was suddenly standing right between Sora and me. Her smile seemed a little forced.
話があるの。
There's something I want to talk with you about. Alone.
二人きりでですか？
In private?
ええ、
Yes,
お願い。
please.
実は脱出について
Actually,
あなたに一つ
I
提案
have
が
a
あるの。
proposal. An idea of how to escape from here.
本当ですか？
Really?
何かいい方法が？
Have you come up with a good
そ
method?
うよ。私にならできるかもしれない。
Yes, I might be able to help in some
本
way.
当にできそうかどうか、空の意見を聞いてみたいんだけど。
I want to hear from you whether or not my idea is feasible. Huh? Hey, Sugumi, hold on. Sora's...
たけしは黙ってて。
Shut up, Takashi. Sugumi held out her hand as if stopping my mouth in one motion. Talk to the hand, bitch!
私は空と二人だけで話したいの。
I want to speak to Sora, alone.
構わないでしょ？
Surely you don't mind.
はい、わかりました。
Of course. Then
中央制御室。
we will speak in the central control room.
そうね。
All
行きま
right,
しょうか。
let's go then. The two got down from the stage and set off with very serious looks on their faces. Hey, wait, you two! What about us? Why can't you just talk here?
たけし、
Sugumi turned around and shot a sharp glare at me. Her eyes were like ice.
黙っててって言ったでしょ？
I told you to shut up, didn't I? Sora and Sugumi turned their backs to me and left together. The room suddenly fell silent. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? I felt alone. Balling up the sandwich wrapper, I threw it as hard as I could. The wrapper fell in the water, creating a series of ripples.
倉成、何してんのさ。
Kurenari, what do you think you're doing?
ゴミ投げちゃダメじゃないのよ。
You shouldn't litter, you know. You picked the wrapper out of the water and twisted it around her finger. Who cares? Doesn't matter at this point anyway.
またまた
Ugh, not that again. Quit your sulking, pal. I'm not
そう
sulking.
だかね
If you say so. You shrugged and let out a deep sigh.
ご一緒
All right. I glanced over to the corner of the room and saw Coco and Kid climbing a statue. Looking over at them, you and I sat down on the circular
理由は
stage.
明白
The reason is totally obvious. You blew it with 2 baddies. Damn, man.
言うまでもない
You don't have to say
元気はあ
anything.
っても
Even if you
ガラ
look
ケーなん
fine,
です
I know it's just for show.
なのに選手はただいま落ち込んでいます
I know you're depressed, Kurenari. Well, because, I mean, it isn't like that at all.
何がだからなのよ
What's this
だからって
because?
のは前述の事柄に対してつける接続詞なんだぞ
Obviously, you're hiding something. You said
お
because.
かしいじゃないのさ
That's a little strange, don't you think?
ほらどうしたなんとか反証してみんかい無理
Come
無理
on, try to prove me wrong. I was pretending I was fine. Even I knew the reason was obvious. Our impending death in 2 hours? I'm pretty sure everyone's allowed to be a little depressed right before they get collapsed and exploded in rapture. I was worried about her. You let out another fake sigh again.
じゃああんたのそのうじうじぶりと
Well-
は何の関係もなく質問しちゃおうかな
If you're not gonna tell me, do you mind if I ask a question? Go ahead. As you wish. Ah. That time, I was the one to sigh.
よーし質問するよ
Okay. Here I go. Well, hurry up already.
何怒ってるのよ
What are you so angry about? I'm not angry about anything. Not mad, you're mad. Okay, okay. The kid and Pee-Pee were playing sumo. Coco was the referee. Baby Gyoji. I was watching them. As you spoke.
ねえクラナリー空の思考ノイズ何だったのか知ってる
You know about the malfunction in Sora's thought process? I don't know. No, wait, maybe I do
ど
know.
っちなのよ
Well, which one is it? I can't say either
はっき
way.
りしないやっちゃな
Ah, you're one of those indecisive types, huh? Alright. But I can't talk about it. It's a secret between Sora and me. It was likely that Sora was jealous of Sugumi and me. But I was pretty sure AI didn't understand emotions like jealousy. Always bothered by emotions she didn't understand. Sora. Asking me to explain them to her. Sora! Sharp twinges nagged at my heart.
そっかそっか
Oh,
秘
really?
密なんだ
It's a secret, huh?
ところでさ
By the way,
レミを調べてて分かったんだけど
when I was searching through Lemmy, I
空
found
の
out.
AI システムは自己学習は自動でできるけど記憶操作は意図的にはできないみたいだ
One
よ
feature of Sora's system is the ability to engage in self-study, but she's unable to manipulate memories. What? What did you just say?
自己学習データの蓄積は自動でできる
She's able to store information she accumulates through self-study. No, the part after that.
記憶操作消去は勝手にはできない
She isn't able to manipulate or delete memories by herself. The only thing that can change is the priority she puts on information in her database.
思考修復はシステムが壊れた時の最後の手段
The only way to perform a system recovery is when the system crashes, as a last resort.
システムを管理する人間が承認して初めて可能になるのよ
And only humans approved by the system can restart her. meaning that she couldn't have undergone a system recovery the previous night. Sora. She told me the truth, but at the same time, she lied. The computer program that could only accept yes or no, ones and zeros, had tried desperately to accept a contradiction.
AI も人と同じなんだよ。
In a sense, AI is similar to people.
知らんぷりはできるけど、そうそう簡単に忘れることはできない。
It can pretend that it didn't notice something, but it's not easy for it to forget things. Why are you telling me this?
さあね。
I wonder. You said that sarcastically, playing dumb. Then she laughed mischievously. Listen, you. What? Even if Sora's memory was being stored somewhere above us, do you think she really wants to be rescued with the rest of us?
ナナリはどう思ってる？
What do you think, Kurenari? Of course, I want her to be saved along with everyone else. Lemu and Sora's eyes, her body. Even if her mind is in another section, if this part sinks, part of her will go down with it. And if that's the case, no matter what we do, there's no way to rescue her from here completely.
そうだね。
Yeah?
空も私たちと一緒に助か
I
るといい
really
ね。
hope we can all escape together. Yeah, if only she could have erased our lecture. If she could have deleted that couple of hours from her memory, none of this would be happening. Damn it, Takeshi, it's all your fault. Sure would be nice for that wish to come true.
そうだね。
Yeah, it would. Coco and Pee-Pee. I could hear splashes as they ran.
そうだ。私の恩人みたいな人がいて。
Actually,
そ
a
の
close
人から
friend of
聞いた
mine
話
told me
が
this once,
信じ
but
て願えば叶い
believe it,
現実になる。
desire it, and it can come true. What is that? Something you read in a book?
違う。
Well, not exactly.
そんなことが現象として本当にあるとしたら、
It's a sort of phenomenon. I don't know if it's true or not. It's just a kind of hypothesis. Hypothesis?
その名は
Yeah, it's called Kyurei. I pondered the word for a moment. Just then,
みんな大変だ。
we got trouble! Kid came running into the room yelling. Kid, where the heck did you
大
go?
変ってどういうこと？
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
いいから来て。止めなきゃ。
Come on. We gotta go and stop it. The kid was breathing heavily, yelling between breaths. Stop what? Hey! Explain what's going on!
何があったの？
What happened? Coco and Pee-Pee came over to see what all the commotion was about.
中央制御室。
The central control room.
つぐみ、あれからずいぶん経つけど。
Sora and Tsugumi were gone for such a long time, I
見に行ってみたら、
went to go find them.
ひどい口論になってて、
And I found them fighting.
僕見てらんなくて、それで。
I just couldn't watch, so I...
ついね。こんな時に。
This is bad news. At a time like this.
止めようよ。
We gotta go stop them. Yeah, we'd better hurry. Woof woof. The kid, Coco, clicked too fast. Pee-Pee, you and I guess I could have assumed it was just a list of characters. Yeah, who started the fight? We sped along the wet floor to the central control room. Maybe they're just fighting over who gets to murder Takashi at this point. I pushed the button to open the door. We burst into the room. Tsugumi and Sora were in the middle of an argument so intense it seemed they might start going at it hand to hand. Neither one would budge. They just glared at one another. It looked as though they'd been fighting for several minutes. The room was filled with tension.
下？
Beneath
ドリ
us?
ッドストックの下にフロアはありません。降りることはできないんです。
There aren't any floors underneath Shredderstock. We can't go down any further. Liar.
あなたは嘘をついている。
You're
誰
lying.
から下を覗いたり、あなたの目を盗んでレミにアクセスしたり。
I saw it from Quell, and borrowing your eyes, I was able to access through Lemmy. It took a while,
ようや
though.
く確証が持てたの。
I finally got
レミウム
proof.
が さらに下の階があるって。
There is another floor under Lemu.
レミューとは別の施設。それは
No,
この真下にある。
there's another facility other than Lemu, and it's right below us. Really far down.
そうで
I'm
しょ
right, aren't I?
その問いには
I can't
お
answer
答
that
えできませ
question.
ん。そう言わずに答えてよ。
Don't tell me that. Just answer
チュー
me.
リングテストをしてみて。あなたが本物の AI だってことはよくわかったわ。
I did a Turing test and found out that you really are AI. As long as you aren't blocked by a protection routine,
人間に
you
聞かれ
have
た
to
ことには
answer
正
humans
直に答えて
honestly,
くる。
right?
それがあなたの機能なんだから。
that's part of your functioning.
通常のエレベーターやリフトではあそこには行けない。
It is impossible to get there using normal
唯一の
elevators.
経路は閉ざされた扉の部屋につな
The only way there is through a locked
その
door.
部屋
That room. I assume the Himmel room.
ヒンメル。それは空。
Himmel. That's your name, isn't it, Sora?
このままここでじっとしていても何にもならない。
You're getting anywhere just sitting
時は
around.
一刻を争うの。
We're fighting against time.
扉の先に
The
真
truth
実がある。
is, behind that
あの
door.
扉。ヒンメルの扉のパスワードを教えなさい。
Tell us the password to that door. The one leading to Himmel, Sora.
確かに。
It is
ヒン
true.
メルはドイツ語で空。私の名前です。
Himmel in German means sky. My name.
ですが、小町さん、
But,
私は
Komachi-san,
私にはあの扉を開く権限がありません。
I don't have the security access to open that door. I'm sorry.
嘘よ。
That's a lie.
嘘じゃありません。
It is not.
大した人工知能ね。私をたばかるの。
Some
人間を騙せる
AI
と
you
思って
are.
るの？
You think I'm stupid? You think you can
嘘
fool
じゃ
me?
ない。本当なんです。
It's not a lie. I'm telling the truth.
私にはあの部屋の先にあるものの情報は何も与えられては。
I don't have any information of what's behind that door. Just listen to the little one. Coco jumped in between them. Stop it. Both of you. Both of them flinched for a moment but continued to look bitter.
ココちゃん。ココ。
Stop it. Okay? Please?
これは私たちの問題なんです。
Coco-chan, this is between Komachi-san and I.
ココ。
Get back, Coco, or I'm really going to get mad. Why? Tsugumi, Sora, stop it! Why are you arguing?
喧嘩なんかじゃありません。
This isn't an argument.
喧嘩じゃないわ。
We aren't. You're lying. It's a lie. We shouldn't be fighting. Large eyes welled and flowed from Coco's eyes. The tears had a freezing effect on Sora and Tsugumi. Coco started gasping. She suddenly ran to the corner of the console. Or rather, fell there. She leaned against the console, barely able to support herself. Coco's body was shaking slightly. Her lips trembled. I could see that her lips had rapidly gone pale. It was different from crying. Coco? Hey, what's up with you all of a sudden? Coco's lips were suddenly stained red.
ここ。
The kid opened his eyes wide, looking shocked. What the frick? Blood was flowing onto the floor of the control room. It wouldn't stop. It kept falling from her mouth. What's happening?
ココちゃん。
Coco shook her head and trembled violently. She had her hand to her mouth, desperately trying not to cough.
なんてこと。
It can't be.
これは
These
この症状は。
symptoms are... Sora looked as if she was about to panic.
症状。そんなのどうでもいい。
Symptoms? Who cares about symptoms? Sugumi screamed furiously.
このままじゃココが
Can't you tell if this keeps up? Coco's going
し
to...
っかりするんだ
Coco, hang in there.
クラナに
Kuranari, what are we going to do? We got the bends? Was Coco not in the decompression with us? No, Coco was the reason we initially went in the decompression in this one. I screamed out in a loud voice to everyone. Calm down. Calm down. Oh, hey, maybe I need to calm down too. Oh. Everyone took deep breaths, trying to settle down. Coco, just relax. You're going to be okay.
シュ
I'm... Alright. Take... Pion. Steadying her trembling eyes, Coco looked at me firmly. Alright, okay, good girl. Now hang on to me, Coco. I turned around and thrust my back towards her. Can you get on? Pee-Pee looked up at Coco worriedly. We're going to the infirmary on Zviter. Okay. I realized that I was holding on to Coco. We were rushing up to Zviterstock, some 17 meters above us. I held Coco on my back with you and Sugumi supporting her from my sides. Sora led the way and the kid brought up the rear. We emerged at the second floor emergency corridor. Which way is it? Left or right?
このまままっすぐ
Straight ahead. Okay.
あんまり乱暴に走らないで揺らさないでよ
Don't run so fast. Stop shaking her so much. I know. Just pipe down, would you? Coco was groaning in pain on my back. But I could still make it. There was no way I was going to fail. I wasn't going to say, it's no use, we're too late. And I wasn't going to let anyone else say it either. As long as there was some hope left, I wouldn't give up. I took a shortcut to the nearest elevator and rushed Coco to the infirmary.
スキャンをかけるから
I'm going to scan her, so put her on the table. You pointed to the LMRI. Sugumi and I laid Coco down on the flat table. Coco continued to breathe in a short, shallow manner. Although she stopped coughing up blood, she seemed to be in a lot of pain. Her body lay still. The arm of the LMRI soon came to life and started a laser scan. The kid came up to the side of the table and stared at Coco, looking as if he could burst into tears. Sora, put the results up on the screen so everyone can see them.
はい
Suddenly, a few holographic windows appeared in the air. Images, including a thermal scan, ultrasound analysis, cross-sectional representations of her body, and a laser sampling were all displayed, one after another. Of course, none of us were I was literally about to say it, and all of which I'm sure meant a whole lot to a room full of children. Of course, none of us were doctors, so there was little we could understand about her condition by looking at the pictures. All we could do was wait for the scanning equipment and Lemmy's system to give us an answer. We stared at the images that flashed by on the screen and prayed. Then, the results suddenly appeared. Tief Blau 2017, Revision 17.
ティーフブラウ
What did you say?
そんな
No. Soras hurriedly shut down the holographic window. Then she bit her lip and stared down in shock. Her expression showed how serious the situation was. Sora?
どうしたのよソラ言ってくれないと
What's wrong, Sora? If you don't tell us...
教えてくれないとわからないよ
If you don't tell us, we don't know what's going on.
信じられない
I can't believe it.
そんな信じられません
I just can't believe it. What don't you
ココ
believe?
ちゃんは
Coco-chan's been...
ココちゃんは感染しています
Coco-chan has been infected.
感染
We have a whole new plotline here at the 11th hour. What? Oh, okay, let me just Take a good drink of beer before I dive into infected. Okay. Carry me through this plotline, beer. Carry me through.
それは
It's... Sora was unable to suppress her agitation and opened her mouth hesitantly.
ティーフ・ブラウン
Tief Blau.
強力な致死性の高いウイルスです
It is a powerful virus with a high mortality
ティー
rate.
フ・ブラウン
Tief Blau.
ここ
The kid ran over to Coco's side and held on to the table.
しっかりしてよここ
Coco, hold on.
やだ死んじゃやだ
No, don't you die on me. Yeah. Tief? T-virus? Coincidence? I think not. He held on to Coco's arm as she lay there unconscious.
目を開けてくれここ
Open your eyes, Coco.
頼むよ起きてくれよ
Please, wake up. The kid grabbed hold of Coco's shoulders and shook her violently. Cut it out. Stop it, kid. I pried his hands off Coco and pulled him away from her.
何すんだよ
What are you doing? Jackass, calm the hell down. What do you think that's gonna accomplish, huh?
だってここが
But Coco's gonna... She's gonna...
このままじゃここが死んじゃうよ
If we don't do anything, Coco's going to die. Yeah, you know, the longer that we're wasting time here, the more all of us are gonna die, so it really doesn't kind of seem here nor there. The kid groaned in despair. Calm down. There's gotta be something we can do. Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. The kid somehow quieted down. He breathed heavily and glared at me. What do you think we should do, you?
そんなこと言われても
Don't ask
私には
me.
わからないよ
I have no idea.
そら何か対処法はないの
Sora, isn't there anything we can do?
応急処置でしたら可能です
If we take emergency measures,
ですが
it is
根
possible.
源的な対策には
But in order to do this,
応急処置で構わない早くしないと
whatever it takes, if we don't hurry, then... You stopped yourself just short of screaming out.
お願いそらあなただけが頼りなのよ
Please, Sora, you're the only one who can help
教え
us.
て方法を
Please, tell us what to do.
アンプルを症状に対応したアンプルが必要です
You'll need serum. A serum to lessen the symptoms.
アンプルどれなの
Yeah, she's saying an ampoule. I don't know why they translated this as serum. I guess it makes somewhat sense since an ampoule would just be what the serum would be inside of, but...
それが
It's...
この部屋にあるかどうか
I don't know if it's here or not. You ran up to the wall and tossed up a shelf filled with medical tools. You repeatedly asked Sora about the contents as she tore through them. What about this?
いえ
No.
ないの
違います
No. No,
それではあ
no.
りませんそれも
That
違い
one
ます
isn't it either. You dropped bottle after bottle of medicine onto the floor. Many of them exploded into pieces when they hit.
どうしよ
What are we going to do?
うどうしたらいいの
What should we do? Answer me, Sora!
残念ながら
I'm sorry. Peepee came over to me and whined softly. Sora's face suddenly changed colors.
ピピちゃんそれをください
Peepee, bring that over here, quickly!
ピピちゃんが口に加えているそれです
That thing that Peepee has in his mouth. That's it! What? I quickly snatched whatever it was out of Peepee's mouth and lifted it up.
ア
This?
ンプル
It's the serum. It was a transparent capsule with orange liquid inside of it. How do we use it?
先を折って開封してそのまま中身をココちゃんに注射してください
Break off the tip and inject the contents into Coco-chan. Like it's some kind of ampule or something. Okay. You, do your magic. Just nope. You ran over to where I was and grabbed the serum out of my hand. Coco held out a shaking arm. You silently inserted the syringe into her arm and administered the serum. After a few minutes, though it was gradual, Coco's breathing became more even and the tremors in her body settled down.
効果あったようです。
Looks like it is taking effect.
立ち直しました。
Her condition has improved somewhat.
危機は去りました
The
よ。
danger seems over for now.
よかった
Oh, thank goodness. Both you and Sora looked relieved. You looked as if she could cry. The kid looked up and let out a big sigh of relief. Tsugumi stared at Coco in silence. Hey, Pee-Pee. Who would have thought you'd find the serum? When did you get this? Where'd you find it? Pee-Pee's like, bitch, I'm a service dog. Alright. Everyone gathered around the LMRI where Coco slept. I mean, the place is technically run by a pharmaceutical company, so... Maybe it's a little bit more Resident Evil than previously thought, then? Sora, can you tell us about the Teeth Blow virus? The blah. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. Does anyone else know anything about it? When I asked the question, you, the kid, Tsugumi, even Pee-Pee all shook their heads. You said it had a high mortality rate. You don't have any idea when or how Coco got this, do you? I don't care if it's only a guess, or if you give me only limited data you have. Just want to know. Coco came down with this out of nowhere. It doesn't help the rest of us to be ignorant. You are right. Sora got a strange expression on her face. After thinking for a moment, she gave us a wholehearted explanation. Alright, I will tell you everything I know about the Teeth Blau virus. A heavy silence descended upon the emergency room. Every once in a while, the sensor from the LMRI would send out Coco's vital signs, the only noise to echo through the room. Teeth Blau, or TB, was... No, that's tuberculosis, but okay. We'll pretend like we have a really confusing world with multiple TBs. Right? It turns out that the city that we are underneath is Raccoon City. Yeah, this is just Umbrella Corps, but German.
ティーフ・ブラウはレミューの下にある研究施設にて研究されていた極めて致死性の高い悪性ウイルスです。
TB was developed at a research facility under Lemu. It is an extremely deadly virus.
研究施設
At a research facility? Under us? Yu's eyes opened wide. Yes.
EBF と呼ばれる施設がこの真下にあります。
There is an installation called IBF directly below us.
EBF やっぱり
I knew it. Tsugumi frowned.
決定的な事態を目の当たりにしてしまっては
Well, it looks like we can get information out of this artificial intelligence after all, assuming the situation is dire enough.
人一人の命がかかっているもの
I guess it isn't in your programming to keep a secret when someone's life is on the line.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
どうぞ続けて
Please, continue, Sora. After shaking her head lightly, Tsugumi let out a sigh.
はいテーマパークレミューの運営母体ライプリヒ製薬
The management company that built Lemu is Lieblich Pharmaceuticals. The research facility is IBF. 119 meters beneath Lemu, there were thermal seafloor vents. Living there were special microbes, which couldn't be found in any other environment, and Lieblich Pharmaceuticals created a research institute in order to study them. It was called IBF, Institut für Biologische Forschung. Translated, it meant the Institute for Biological Research. Lemu and the research facility. Of the two, the first to be built was the research facility. Building a theme park was just a front. The researchers at IBF were listed as managers of Lemu and were able to come and go as they pleased. That way, nobody would suspect there was actually a research facility present. At the same time, they could also get much-needed funds for research. If they set up a successful theme park, they could get pretty much all the money they needed to run the research facility. So, Lieblich Pharmaceuticals continued to carry out research into bacteria and viruses on the bottom of the ocean, 119 meters underwater.
EBF のことは極秘事項なんです。
The existence of IBF is highly confidential.
ライプ力の中でもレミューの中でも
Only a select number of people know about it at Lieblich, even at Lemu.
EBF とレミューはコンピューターシステム上も別
IBF and Lemu are controlled by separate computer systems.
私にも関連の乏しい断片的な情報しか教えられていなかったのです。
Even I am only given limited
今回の件
information.
で分散された情報を統合して初めて EBF が実在することを
I
はっ
only
きり
became
確信
sure
し
of
ました。
IBF's existence after connecting together fragments of information from this accident.
とにかくティーフ・ブラウという未知の悪性ウイルスが
Anyway, there's a strange and deadly virus called TB they're doing research about at some research center under Lemu. Thank you, Yo. Thank you for the summary.
それはおそらくそのティーフ・ブラウの治療
That's
方法を
probably in order to
探る
find a cure for TB, right? I'm willing to go ahead and say no.
ええ、おそらくそうです。
You are probably
それ
correct.
から
In addition,
EBF にはこちらの救護室よりもはるかに充実した
there is a
医療設
medical
備が
center
整
there
ってい
that
ま
is
す。
far superior to this
あく
one.
までレミのデータベースからの推測ですが
At least, from the information I can gather from Lemmy's database,
EBF の診療室には最新型の高圧酸
it
素治療
appears
装
that
置
they
が
have
あ
a
り
new
ます。
type of high-pressure oxygen treatment device there. Oh, we invented med beds under the ocean.
その治療装置を使えば白血球の殺菌作用が
If we
増
can
大し
treat her
ます。
with that, her leukocyte, white blood cell activity should increase.
ココちゃんの症状をある程度
That should ease
緩和することが
Coco-chan's
できるかも
condition
しれません。
somewhat.
症状を抑える効果のあるアンプル
We might even encounter more of the serum that is effective in stabilizing the symptoms. The orange one that we found previously. IBF, huh? Can we go there? How do we get there?
待って
The kid interrupted with a shout.
ちょっと待ってよお
Wait.
かしいよそんなの
This is crazy!
どうしてココはそのティーフブラウとかにかかっちゃったの
Why would Coco suddenly come down with TB?
そんな恐ろしいウイルスにいきなり感染してるなんて
It doesn't make sense that she'd come down with that awful virus
な
all
ん
of
か
a
変だと
sudden.
思わない
You don't think that's strange?
そうね
Well,
ココを治療したくても
even if we want to help Coco, there isn't any equipment here that can do that.
治療法の手がかりはその研究所
The only lead we have for treating her is that research facility, IBF.
理由を探るのは後回し
We'll have to look for reasons afterward.
もっとも空の言うことを全面的に信じればの話だ
All we can do is trust what Sora tells us for now.
込み入った嘘をつけるほど器用じゃないはずよね
She isn't good enough at lying to make up something like that, right?
さっきは疑ってしまってごめん
Sorry
なさ
for
い
doubting you earlier.
私は信用するわ
I believe what Sora's telling us. Tsugumi smiled slightly.
はい
Thank
ありがとう
you.
ございます
Sora nodded sincerely.
私も信じるよ
Yeah, I believe her
何よ
too.
りここでこのまま手をこまねいてばかりいられない
We can't just sit back twiddling our thumbs.
取り得る最善の方法を考
Let's
えましょ
consider
う
the best option. I looked at you and Sora, then nodded.
それで納得してくれる少年
That sound good to you, kid?
そうだねわかったよ
Yeah. All right. Okay. It's decided then. We're going to IBF. It's the only chance we got at saving Coco.
EBF に行くにはヒンメルを通らないと
However, in order to get to IBF, we have to get through Himmel. And Himmel's door isn't opening. I don't care. We're going. We don't have any other options. Show me the way. It might not work. We don't know that unless we try, right? Hey kid, give me a hand.
Hi.
I picked up Coco's inert body and carried her piggyback. Alright, off we go to the Himmeldor. To Himmeldorf. Sugumi and the kids supported Coco from both sides. Sora and Pee-Pee went on ahead. You brought along a first aid kit just in case. They're headed for Driderstock, some 17 meters below. We ran as quickly as we could go to where the locked door was waiting for us. Using all the strength we had and all the power of our prayers, we flew forward. Here we are. We all stopped in front of the door. I briefly put Coco down and leaned her up against the wall. The kid went up to Coco and lent her his shoulder. Himmel. The door that wouldn't open. Sora, I'm just asking to make sure. What does Himmel mean?
ドイツ語で空、
It means sky in German.
それに
Or
天国。
heaven. Heaven, huh? They sure had given it an ironic name. So, the question was, how in the world were we going to open that door? You. Let's be honest, this is probably where Yo Daddy work. You, is there any way to get around this lock that you know of? Huh? Where'd you go? Huh? Turning toward the voice coming from a few meters behind me, I saw you throw down the first aid kit she'd been carrying. Huh? She immediately came hurtling towards me as if possessed. She looked furious. I stumbled back, away from the door. Crash! With a perfect flying drop kick, she threw open the panel to the electronic lock. What are you doing? This isn't the time to be goofing off. If it won't open any other way, I'm gonna break it down. You shouted as she leaned over, panting. That's a little extreme. Well, how about it? Look like it's gonna open? It won't budge at all. Neither the door nor the panel had changed at all. The answer is always violent. Percussive maintenance is gonna fix every problem every machine in this place is having. You began hitting the lock with a renewed vigor, uttering strange noises. But all the lock did was make error sounds and ask politely for her to re-enter the password. In the end, you ended up with a sprained finger and went back for the first aid kit. Guess next we'll ask Sugumi. Sugumi, do you think there's a way to open it up?
何言ってるのよ、たけし。
What are you talking about,
私
Takeshi?
もそれがわからないから困ってるん
I'm
じゃない。
racking my brains thinking about the same thing. Oh, yeah, right. After thinking for a bit, Sugumi asked Sora a
この
question.
扉が開くときにどう
Do
い
you
う
know
動作が
what
行
kind
わ
of
れるのか
process the store
わかる？
goes through when it opens?
そうですね。推測してみます。
Let me see.
正しい解除キーが入力されると、そこに埋め込まれているハッチのレバーが
After
立ち上がる
correct keys are input, a lever embedded inside the hatch should start
レ
to
バーを回
rise.
転させることで
As that lever turns, the lock on the door is released.
ただし、現在はこのレバーは飾りです。
However,
回転は電
the
動で
lever is
自動
nothing
的に
more than an ornament now.
普段はモーターに
It's
ロ
turned
ックをかけている
automatically using electricity, and the motor is usually locked in
そう
place.
本来は緊急時には手動で開けられるようにしている
Yeah,
と思う
I suppose they designed it so that you couldn't open it up during an emergency on
だと
purpose.
すれば
In that case, she pulled out a flathead screwdriver. Where'd she get that from? From wherever Coco was keeping them. Next question.
もしレバーを取り出せれば手動で開けられるかもしれない
We can get that lever off. Maybe we can open this up manually. She began to insert the tip of the screwdriver into the gap between the door's panel lines. And Sugumi jammed the screwdriver in with all her might. She tried to dig out the lever buried in the hatch by force. The alloy screwdriver crushed like a piece of candy. The lever budged slightly towards the surface of the door. However, the screwdriver bent into two equal parts from its handle. and the lever snapped back into place. Well, now it's broken.
仕方ないよね。
Nothing I can do. Sugumi threw the bent screwdriver on the floor. Damn! What are we going to do? Coco was being supported by the kid. She couldn't stand by herself. She was soon hunched over on the floor. I tried pulling her up again, but her face quickly drained of all color. This is bad. If we don't get in there quickly...
Öffnen die Tür von Himmel.
Suddenly, a voice I hadn't heard before sounded from the corridor. What's that announcement?
誰かがレミシステムにアクセスしています。
Someone is trying to access Levy's system. Sora flashed open her eyes and shouted.
ヒンメルの端末からです。
From inside the room! From a terminal inside Himmel! The access indicator light for the electronic lock turned green. The hatch's lever rised and turned automatically. The door opened suddenly. We're in. Stagnant air poured out of the room. For some reason, the humidity felt like it was lower than outside. The air conditioning was humming quietly. It was white. It was pure white inside. The whiteness of the wall and floor was emphasized by the brightness of the lighting and seemed to leap out at us. Himmel. It didn't necessarily seem like a mistake to have named the room Heaven. The machines displayed nameplates with Himmel written on them. It seemed that we were in a computer control room. Hey, there's someone here. Did he open up the door just now? There was a single person in the room. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat, and blood was pouring from his mouth, and he had passed out at a console. Hey, buddy, are you alright? Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's fine. The man didn't reply to me. He just lay there motionless. Who is this guy? Sora, do you have any idea who this
いい
is?
え、ID 照合できません。
No. I'm unable to verify his
で
ID,
すが、その服装からするとおそらく
but
EBF の研究員の方
judging
だと
from the
思い
way
ます。
he's dressed, it's safe to assume he was a researcher at the IBF facility. I put my hands on his shoulder and raised him into a sitting position. I looked over his white clothing to see if he had any name tags or other way to determine his name. But he didn't have any ID cards or nameplate to check. Hey, are you one of the staff from the research facility? Yeah, that's right. Breathing faintly, the researcher replied. He seemed to be unable to open his eyes and searched for me by my voice. Doesn't seem like you're here to rescue me. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto me. The hand was covered in blood. So there were still people in Lemu, and it's been 6 days since. What a surprise. Blood trickled from his mouth and he smiled wryly. Hey, don't strain yourself. You don't have to talk. I'm so sorry. It's all our fault. What happened? Did something happen down there? But why all this? This. After that, he was silent. Hey, hang in there. I shook his shoulders, but he didn't reply.
たけし、乱暴はやめなさいよ。
Takashi, cut it out. You're shaking him too hard.
彼はもう気を失っているわ。
He's
手を離して
unconscious.
あげて。
Just leave him for now. Okay,
こうなれば、
we'll
彼も一緒に連れて行くしか
we'll
な
have
い
to
でしょ。
bring him with us. I wondered what was going on. More importantly, I had to hurry. I didn't have a clue what was going on, but I couldn't worry about that. We had to get Coco to IBF right away. Yeah, maybe we're gonna weekend at Bernie's him. You know, what if we run into fingerprint scans or something? We're gonna need somebody with us. I don't care if he's conscious or not. You, who'd been waiting at the entrance to Himmel, went inside with Pee-Pee. The kid followed behind, carrying Coco. The door had an electronic lock on it, so we left it open.
皆さん、 この部屋の奥にもう一つ部屋があります。
Everyone,
見えますか？
at the far end of this room is another room. Can you see it? Yeah.
ええ、わかるわ。
Yes, I see it. We all nodded. There was a room at the other side of the glass in
あれ
front of
は
us.
EBF 用の加減圧室です。
That is the compression chamber for IBF. Sora straightened up and explained the situation without emotion.
私の持つわずかなデータから判断しますと、
Judging from my incomplete data,
EBF には通常のレミューよりも
IBF is enclosed in higher pressure gas than Lemu. The IBF area is set to what is known as saturated diving
そ
specifications.
の方が特殊な細菌の研究に適しているということもあるのでしょう。
This type of area is also probably more suitable for research with bacteria. The atmospheric pressure of IBF is actually about 12.5
皆さんに
atmospheres.
はあの部屋に入っていただきます。
I want all of you to enter that room.
そして加減圧室での約1時間の加圧が完了次第、
After you spend about 1 hour in that compression chamber, you'll take the access elevator down to
念
IBF.
のため申し上げておきます
And
が、
I should all tell you this as a
ここから
precaution.
先は容易に後戻りすることはできません。
You will not be able to
皆さん、
retrace
心して
steps
ください。
easily from this point on. Please give this due consideration. Game, are you telling me to save? Are you telling me to save? Is that what you're doing here? No. We live with the consequences of our actions. Here. Hell yeah. We can't go back. We've got to make a decision. ちょっと待て. Hell no. I looked at everyone. You, the kid, Tsugumi, Sora, and Pee-Pee. All nodded. I appreciate that the dog keeps being included in this. Excuse me, has the hamster consented? Why are we getting the dog's approval, but we have not checked once if Chami is down with any of this? The kid and you held the unconscious Coco between them. Tsugumi and I picked up the researcher, and Pee-Pee took up the rear. Everyone lined up at the transparent sliding door on the far side of the room. Sora used the control panel on a terminal to open it up. All of us entered the room together. A single panel of reinforced glass lay in between the control room and the compression chamber. More precisely, a chamber was set in the middle of the room. It had been constructed there. We brought Coco and the researcher into the room first and sat them down on chairs. Both of them had ragged breathing and they looked to be in pain. Their faces were extremely pale and sickly. We needed to hurry. I'd hate to waste an hour there. You, the kid, Tsugumi, and Pee-Pee all stood in the open space available. With everyone in there, it was fairly crowded.
加圧が完了すれば部屋の奥の扉が自動で開いてリフトへ行けるようになりますから。
Once the compression is completed, the door on the far side should open and you can enter the elevator. For some reason, Sora didn't enter the room but spoke to us from in front of the entrance.
加圧は最速で行います。ちょっと辛くなるかもしれませんが、なんとか我慢してください。
I will expedite the compression process. It may be a little uncomfortable, but please, bear with it. And saying that, Sora went to close the door. Sora, what's wrong? You aren't coming with us?
いえ、私は。
No, Come on, let's get started. What are you waiting for? I casually reached out towards Sora. I knew I couldn't grab her, but I did it anyway. However, as soon as I tried to touch her, sparks flew into the air. Felt as though a shock had gone through me. A transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of the door. There was a red wall of flame. What? Alarmed, I drew back my hand and the door closed. Sora, what
ここ
was...
から先はコンピューターの管轄が違うんです。
Is there an electric fence between the computer jurisdictions? Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll roll with it. I heard Sora's voice talking to us calmly over the speaker of the compression chamber's
私はあく
intercom.
までレミの機能の一部ですから。
I am but a single part of the Lemmy system. Therefore, I am unable to go to IBF. I do not have the authority to access the area. It has nothing to do with the authority. Why would they have the retinas projectors? Come on, game.
残念ですが、
I'm
こ
sorry,
こでお
but
見送りさせて
I will have to see you off. The wall of fire had vanished. We were in the compression chamber, shut off from the rest of the world. Just us and 2 people dying from a deadly virus that we only just learned about. Thumbs up. The sound of pumping gas, which was slowly raising the air pressure, could be heard throughout the chamber. Hey, everyone, take out your voice converters. They get in the way when you're adjusting to the pressure. Everyone did as I said and removed their voice alternators. I took out Coco's myself. I checked the researcher, but it didn't seem he was wearing any. After that, hardly anyone said a word. Yeah, you know, is this an aerosol kind of virus? Or, I mean, I guess we're also kind of getting all up in their blood, so, you know. However this is getting spread, we are catching this thing. Sora could be seen outside of the chamber's window. She didn't move, only stood and watched us. And then, so we got 1 hour. 1 hour before projected everything's going down. The lock from the door on the far side of the chamber clicked and released. I felt a subtle change in pressure, and the lift down to IBF opened. We all filed into it one by one. Everyone, take care. We could hear her voice from the speaker on the other side of the room, but we couldn't see her. I wondered if I would ever see her up close again. Cocking my head to one side, I thrust the voice alternators back in my ears. Everyone got aboard the lift. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the actual connection is. Like, surely if all of this implodes and there's just a elevator in between, we're a little bit fucked.
Tiefe, 70 meter. Tiefe, 80 meter. Tiefe, 90 meter.
What could be below heaven? More heaven?
Tiefe, 119 meter.
Or... The door to the elevator opened. The passage extended in 2 directions from the elevator room. I went in one of those. Everything was totally dark. I could hardly tell where I was headed. Fearfully, I took a step forward. Suddenly, as if someone had noticed our arrival, the lights went on in the room. Someone there? It's just motion detected, you know, like bathrooms? Yeah. The sensors reacted and the computer activated the lights? Not sure, but it's possible. It seemed there was a pool where a small submarine could dock. Are we gonna take a submarine out of here? The pool was a 2-layer structure, but there was no sign that seawater could flow in. Felt a little hot in there, but it seemed as if the air conditioning was working properly. Perhaps the place was even more comfortable than the flooded Dreiderstock, but there's no sign of anyone. Anyway, let's get to where we have to go. We opened a watertight door at the other side of the room and continued deeper into the installation. A passageway, the same size as Lemu's emergency corridors. No, maybe even smaller, led off into the distance. For some reason, the whole place seemed colder, less alive than the structure above. As we continued down the corridor, lights would go on automatically a few meters in front of us. Well, it certainly seemed computer-controlled. As we continued moving, the lights followed us, lighting up only the areas around us. The corridor branched off in a few directions, but all of them ended at watertight doors that were closed. I wondered if IBF had entirely flooded except for one part. Anyway, the number of areas that we could enter was limited. Luckily, we found the examination room right away. Convenient! I quickly turned the handle and opened the door. You and the kid laid Coco down on a nearby table. Sugumi and I slowly lowered the researcher down into a chair. There were a few ordinary beds in the examination room, and the same kind of LMRI that we'd found in Lemu's infirmary. There were numerous medical instruments that looked like things you might only see in a science fiction movie. Wondered what in the world they were for. I had no idea. Hey, you! Where's that high-pressure oxygen thing that Sora was talking about?
よ、そんなの。
Yeah, indeed. Why would you know? Sugumi, what should we...
調べるしかないわ。ここのことは
We'll have to
誰も
look
知らない
for
ん
it.
だから
None of us know a thing about this place.
待て。
Oh, yeah, I guess except for that guy. The researcher coughed as he spoke. Hey, don't move, are you okay?
無事とは言えんが、まだ生きてるよ。
I've been better, but at least I'm alive. With his eyes closed, he raised his hands weakly in response.
ここは EVF か。
This smell, is this
戻
IBF?
ってきてしまったな。
So I'm back where I started. So you were working here. Well, there's something I want to ask you. We're looking for some kind of high-pressure oxygen treatment device. We've come as far as the examination room, but we don't have a clue what to look for. Can you help us, please?
酸素治療。
Oxygen treatment.
ポッドだな。
Yeah, you're looking for the pods.
合金製のカプセルがあるはずだ。
There should be some alloy capsules with mats inside of
円
them.
筒形の柱にくっついてるやつだ。
They look like a bunch of cylinders stuck to a pillar. You see them? Oh, with the little crosses on them? Yeah, this isn't heavy-handed at all. Yeah, they're right in front of me.
そうだ。
That's them. Hang in there, we found them. So don't waste your energy talking anymore, okay? New blood appeared on the researcher's closed mouth as he wiped his mouth.
あとはマニュアルを見てくれ。
Just look at the manual. They should be
簡単な。
easy to operate. Okay, I gotcha. The strength left the researcher's hand. Just before he collapsed, I grabbed onto his shoulder to support his body. Let's put him in a pod. Coco, too.
そうね
Yeah, right? Got on either side of the researcher and supported him. We brought him over to where the 3 pods were. When I pressed the button on the side of one, its hatch opened. I put him down gently inside. When I closed the button again, the capsule pod closed again silently. The kid and you laid Coco down in another pod. The hatch to the pod closed soon after. Did you find the manual?
こっちのコントロールパネル。
Yeah, this is the control panel. You started operating a terminal a short distance away. High pressure oxygen treatment. Set. Just explodes. The tubes of the monitors attached to the tubes flickered. Both of the pods seem to be functioning normally.
で大丈夫なはずよ。
That should do it. Okay. The condition of the people inside the pods was monitored and appeared on the control panel. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate. The expressions on their faces were even visible. I watched them for a few minutes. Coco and the researcher whose name we didn't know. It was a slow process, but they both seemed to be gradually returning to normal. Alright. So now we got 3 people left. And conveniently 1 empty pod, so which one's dropping? Who's going down next? My guess is it's gonna be Sugumi.
ええ
But, you know, maybe it'll be the kid. Who knows? Looks like we made it in time. We let out a collective sigh of relief. Seemed as if we had escaped the worst for the moment. Well, we don't have time to hang around, you know? We didn't know if the situation at IBF was any different than Lemu. There might have been other survivors, or a way out, even communications. We could possibly even find information about TB, since apparently that's a thing that's happening. It was best to search as much as time would allow. Everyone agreed, so Sugumi, the kid, and I went looking around IBF. You had the most medical knowledge, so she stayed in the examination room with Pipi to look after Coco and the researcher. As we were unfamiliar with the area, the 3 of us set out to look around together. I'm going to take a quick break again. Didn't think I had this much left, which is kind of a pleasant surprise and kind of... Oh. We walked all around IBF, but since there were only a few places, there wasn't much to see. Almost all of the corridors have been blocked off. There were many doors that didn't open. When I tried forcing open one of these doors, a terrible smell started pouring out, so I hurriedly closed it again. From what I had seen during the brief moment the door was open, a few researchers covered in blood had died while clawing at their throats. I didn't really want to think of what had happened in there. It wasn't hard to imagine that the situation had been the same or worse than what had happened at Lemu. Another room was empty of people. Right? Get a big old whiff of that virus there. Oh yeah. Operating the terminals, we were able to scan through some of the information left there. There was some information about Teeth Blow. Symptoms: fevers, chills, headache, aching muscles, loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, etc. As it progresses, the patient begins to hemorrhage from the mouth, gums, and conjunctiva, nasal cavity, the skin, and the alimentary canal, and has a high probability of dying on account of the bleeding from everywhere part. Death rate after contracting the disease, over 85%. Symptoms first appear similar to that of a common cold. While they may temporarily improve, the patient's condition will again rapidly deteriorate, resulting in hemorrhaging. Incubation period, 2 to 7 days. After that point, all the data was corrupted, and it was not clear what else was written. Other than that, we came across some interesting information by accident in the corner of a business log. IBF Visitor Registry, Yagami Koko. Koko's name had been listed. Looking further into the file, there seemed to be a personal memo written by somebody. I get to see my daughter for the first time in a while. Her school is on vacation, so she has a 10-day break. I've been trapped for so long in this tin can doing virus research that I'm jealous. That aside, when I told her that special permission had been granted for her to come down and see IBF, she sent me a happy reply saying she would. We've exchanged mail every once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. I'll just be happy if she hasn't forgotten what I look like. T.Y. T.Y. I thought they were probably the initials of Dr. Yagami, Koko's dad. Which meant that Koko had visited IBF once before May 1st. To meet her father. We didn't find any other survivors in IBF. The kids, Sugumi, and I all went back to the examination room. You? How are they doing?
今のところは大丈夫だよ。
Yeah. It looks like they're doing okay for now. You looked tired as she sat down and faced the pod's control panel. I peeked at the monitor showing vital signs. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate, they all seem to have stabilized for the moment.
クラナリ、さっきここの端末で医療用データベースを確認したんだけど。
Oh yeah, Kuranari, I checked the medical database on this terminal earlier, but... I hesitantly asked you, did you find something?
ティーフブラウイルスの治療法。決定的なものはまだ発見されていないみたい。
It looks as if they still haven't found any definite way to treat the teeth blow
対
virus.
処療法として例のオレンジアンプルの注射で症状を一時的に緩和することはできるけど、
Although the symptoms can be temporarily treated by injecting that orange
あとは
serum,
確率の低い自然治癒を待つしか方法はないらしいの。
otherwise the only option is to hope for the small chance that it will clear up by itself. Oh, that sucks.
え、
Very sensitive way of wording it, Takashi.
それってどういうこと？
What do you mean?
と
You had trouble finding the words, so Sugumi took over
So-
for her.
つまり
Well, basically, we all straight
ココが
fucked.
治るにはココ自身の免疫機能が頑張るしかないってこと。
If Coco is going to heal, her immune system is going to have to work a little harder.
私たちは彼女をポットに入れて、あとは祈るしかない。
We've brought her to the treatment pod, so all we can do now is hope.
そうだね。そういうことになる。
Yeah, that's all we can do.
そんな、ここは治らないの？
Nope. The kid looked like he was about to cry. Nobody said that. Whether she gets better or not is up to Coco's will to live. The kid walked over to the pod where Coco was sleeping.
Coco!
He started to cry, latching onto the pod as though he was embracing it.
あのポットがココをどれだけ助けてくれるかも未知数なの。
We still don't know how much this pod is going to help Coco. Oh, I'm glad that we input the names on there. You murmured softly as she read life signs on the monitor.
高圧酸素治療の他にもレーザーでの現金やら簡単な手術のできる機能
It
も
seems
備わっ
this
てる
pod
らしい
can also
し
do laser disinfecting as well as simple surgery in addition to the oxygen treatment.
使い方によってはハイバネーションすら可能のようだけど
And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension.
ハイバネーション
What's that, you?
わからないマニュアルにそうあっただけ
I'm not sure, it was just in the manual.
結局私たちには何も分かってない
We don't really know what's going to
今は
happen.
信じて待つしかないの
All we can do is have faith and wait. A sharp alarm sounded from the control panel monitor. Not knowing what it was, we all looked at the monitor at once. The kid ran over to where we were. An agonized expression came over the face of the researcher. He thrashed and contorted inside of the cramped capsule. Hey, man! The researcher coughed violently and clawed at his throat. His hand and the area around his mouth were stained red. The color quickly drained from his skin. His breathing became shallow and he groaned in a low voice.
そんないきなり容体が変わるなんて
No! I can't believe his condition would change like this! Hey man, stop grabbing at your throat like that, you'll crush it! Yep, never even got a name. We already gotta listen to him die over a monitor. Damn. Sucks to be an NPC in this game. He slowly lowered the hands which he'd been thrashing at his throat with. Hey man, are you alright?
Yeah.
No! What the fuck?
もうここまで
This is as far as I make it. The researcher was barely breathing. He was trying to breathe. He let out a gasp, but he wasn't able to bring in air. This is my reward. You pored over the manual and desperately searched the control panel, but there was nothing she could do. There was no way for her to keep him alive. She pounded on the manual. Then she placed both elbows on the panel and covered her face with her hands. She burst into tears. Sugami and the kid gazed at the monitor with strained expressions. The researcher's vital signs were getting weaker.
娘を
My daughter.
娘を
Take care of my daughter. He looked as though he was smiling, and his eyes closed. He would never move again. Oh, damn, the flatline! The life readings from the capsule pod went blank. An electronic alarm sounded for what seemed like forever. Really convenient that it was Coco's dad that was the last survivor. Damn. We couldn't save him. We didn't have the power to save that man whose name we didn't even know. I reached out my hand to the panel and turned off the alarm. How's Coco?
正常
You replied in a voice filled with tears. To be fair, this guy was normal about 45 seconds ago.
今のところは
So,
問題ないよ
there doesn't seem to be anything wrong for the moment. Okay. Thanks. We'll have to make sure. he gets a proper burial. Everyone was motionless for a while. Proof of how serious the situation was lay right before our eyes. But time rolled ever forward. We didn't have any more room to play around. Dragging my legs, which seemed suddenly very heavy, I went to check all the areas in IBF once again. We had to find a way out as soon as possible. After searching again, the only thing we realized was that all of the escape pods were gone. The researchers had probably used them to get out. There was no deep water diving gear, no oxygen tanks, meaning all routes of escape had been cut off. We were quickly approaching the earliest estimated time for Lemu's implosion. It was almost May 6th, 4:30 p.m. A few more hours later, we'd tried everything. There was nothing else we could do to get out of there. There were no paths left for us to take. Hit by that reality, all of my remaining strength drained away. All I could do was watch the seconds on the clock slip by. The kid's condition had gotten worse, and he was sleeping in a capsule pod. We tried contacting the outside using the communication lines, but nothing had changed since we were at Lemu. All sonic and electrical communications were down. Every once in a while, static would come through the receiver from the outside, which meant the lines were functioning, but the computer's communication software wasn't working. We had been trapped there by Lieblich Pharmaceuticals to hide the existence of IBF and its records from the outside world. Our reality was a nightmare. How I wished that it had all only been a long dream. Thinking that, I closed my eyes slowly. Oh, really convenient that they've got a pre-recorded announcement on the event that the place fucking implode. Cool. An announcement grated mechanically from the room's speakers. I could hear sharp metallic sounds echoing from somewhere. The walls creaked ominously and the floor shook. Looks like it started. Tsugumi looked at the ceiling and murmured that. Started? Or, I guess you could say it's finished. Finished. I looked up at the ceiling, and I couldn't see anything. The heavy reverberations were coming from somewhere far away in the water. In the end, it looks like this is my place. Tsugumi let those words fall from her lips without any expression. Tsugumi, what are you talking about? Place? What place? From her spot on the floor, you raised her head feebly. I've been searching for so long. Now I finally found it. This is my place to die. Tsugumi stood unsteadily. She dragged her right leg. Tsugumi, what happened to your leg? Oh, this? Tsugumi looked at her leg as if it was the first time she had noticed. It really wasn't anything. I kept telling myself I couldn't die no matter what. But looks like I was wrong again. Dragging her leg, Tsugumi hobbled towards the door. Tsugumi, wait! I tried to chase after her, but tripped awkwardly. My hands hit the floor. When I tried to stand, I fell to the floor again. My legs wouldn't move as I wanted. Sprawled out on the floor, my whole body was numb and I couldn't move. What's happening to me? I suddenly started coughing and put my hand in my mouth, removing it slowly. I noticed my palm was sticky with blood. Tsugumi, where are you going? My vision began to grow dim. The distance separating us became distorted. Who knows? Tsugumi tilted her head. Pretending to be friends wasn't so bad, but She opened up the flood hatch and went into the infirmary.
もう会うこともないでしょ。
This is probably the last time we'll see each other. Her outline seemed to flicker faintly.
じゃあね。
Goodbye. As Sugumi walked down the hallway, I lost sight of her. She closed the hatch from the outside. She turned the handle, so I knew that the door was sealed. In that instant, I heard the terrible roar of water from the passageway on the other side of the wall. The watertight hatch groaned and buckled under the tremendous force of the water, but somehow withstood the pressure. Sugumi!
Eine Minute. Vorsicht, Implosion.
The alarm from the pod's control panel started shrieking a high-pitched warning. I turned my head to look over at the source of the noise. The vital signs, which should have been displayed on the monitor, were no longer moving.
少年。
Kid, no. The alarm wouldn't stop. Its cold, flat tone drowned out the silence. The lines weren't moving. No heartbeat, no breathing, nothing. It can't be. It's gotta be wrong. Somebody tell me this is all just a bad joke. Tell me it's a lie. Laying flat on the floor, you started sobbing. The terrible roaring from overhead gradually became louder. It seemed as if the whole floor was trembling. Ignoring the complaints from my body, I used the rest of my strength to pull myself close to you. Kurenari, what are you?
どこにいるの？
I'm here.
どこにいるの？
Where are you? Give me your hand. The floor was wet with blood. I somehow slid my arm over to her. Both of you's hands took my right hand, closing around it gently. Her small hands were icy cold. Kurenari. You came crawling over to me, pulling the hand in her grasp closer. She hugged my hand close and held it to her chest, squeezing it closely, firmly. The palm of my hand covered her chest. I hate this. It's so cold. I don't want to die. Yu's body was starting to shake. I could tell from my hand pressed against her that she was rapidly losing energy.
心臓が。
Kurenari, my heart.
私の心臓が。
My heart feels like it's going to burst. Her skin and clothes were freezing cold. The only place where warmth remained was her chest, where our hands were touching. Yu's heart was beating so hard, it felt like it would explode. I'm scared.
助けて。
Help me.
助けて。
We are all about to implode. Her voice was getting hoarse, and she was having trouble breathing. I couldn't move anymore either. I tried to breathe to comfort her, but all that came from my mouth were red drops of blood. Not the most inspiring last sight. Extending my fingers towards you, I ran them over her body to check if she was still alive. It hurts. Her whole body was racked with spasms. Her frame bent, twitching backwards. But soon, even her shaking became weaker. She became colder and colder with each passing moment. Only her heart remained beating ferociously. It sounded far away, as though it could almost be my imagination.
私のことなんか。なんとも。
You probably didn't feel anything about me, but... Oh, we cannot have made every single character in love with this chud. I refuse. A single tear followed those words. But I really liked... Yu's heart made one last frantic burst. And after that, I heard nothing. The warmth of her hand was totally gone. The beating of her heart lost forever. Yeah, you want me to accept that this guy. Yeah, like what? And how? How was Mr. Single Brain Cell pulling so much pussy? Pulling so much pussy that everyone is dying from, like, the bleed from every orifice disease. He pulled bitches so hard that the entire thing is imploding. Panicking, I wiped my face with my hands. Red. Everything was red. I couldn't see anything. All I could feel was slippery warmth. My face pressed into the floor so hard that I thought I'd become part of it. My breathing had stopped. I couldn't move. I couldn't support myself. The floor was cold and hard. My body stiffened and became cold as well. My consciousness faded, disappearing. And, from somewhere, the crackling sounds of the communication lines faded away. That was the last sound I heard. There's probably somebody on the service being like, "No, Kurinari! I was so wet for you!" Spoopy. This story is not over yet, because only you are in the infinity loop. Thank God I opened this beer. Well, yeah. So, the 6 days or whatever for the place to explode, that all seems a little moot compared to the death virus that we are all infected with and presumably carrying. So if we're all fucking death virused up, then what? Then what? What? This all seems somehow a little sillier than usual. A little sillier than usual. Here, I'll play this soon video while I talk about this. Okay, so here's us. We are 6 people trapped in Stupidville. So we all went to Rapture but Disneyland. Okay, there, it worked that time. Alright, yes, I want to quit. I'm out of here. We're done trying to figure out what's going on in Raccoon City. The underground. The underwater? I don't know? Sweet Jesus. Fat. Flat. 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 Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, it was like, did we not have enough mystery, enough intrigue? I don't know how I missed that it was basically the predecessor to the Zero Escape games. I mean, maybe because Shonen's route didn't get nearly as much, like, random philosophy lessons in the middle. Because, yeah, absolutely Have you ever thought about me, the Pygmalion reference, and you, the Ship of Theseus reference? And what if we had to escape through a locked door? The Virgin Pygmalion versus the Chad Theseus. I don't... What a weird game. Okay, but at least now that we've run through both Takashi and Shonen, we can get actually good, like, endings by just skipping all the dialogue. So, I do think I'm going to... Off-screen, I'll do the... run in the skip through Sora. Because I feel like we pretty much saw all of that. Yeah, like, what why all of a sudden we were like, we're gonna treat you to be like a sexy 24-year-old girl? What? And like, why with the weird like professor student thing? Like that was bizarre. So yeah, I assume that most of that is what we would view on like a good end Sora run. So I'll run that off screen. I guess I'll run a Sarah good end off screen too, since we pretty much saw all of Sarah's route. So I feel like since we like mostly did those, I'll do those off screen for like good endings by skipping all the way through. And then we can mostly skip our way through and like do the good U end. And the good I already lost the other chick's name. The hamster girl's name. And then that should allow us to see like the true Coco ending, where I assume we'll get some explanation for what the hell all this virus nonsense was about. Insane. Absolutely truly weird. I don't know.